Jiang He smiled and changed the subject. But how did this place become like this? Or was it always like this? Joan had calmed down. She left Jiang He's embrace and led him into the villa. She explained everything clearly. When I first brought Li Xiaona into the space, I wanted to deal with her inside, so I wouldn't leave any evidence behind. At first, the space wasn't like this, but over time, I realized that if someone else entered the space, everything here would become like life, fading away. This is what you see now. I didn't know at the time. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought her in. Jiang He stepped into the kitchen. When he saw all the rotten food and meat inside, he couldn't help but gasp. So much food was spoiled. It's such a pity. Joan stood nearby, pinching her nose to block the bad smell. Li Xiaona has already taken care of it. We just need to see if it can recover. If it can, then these foods should also come back. These items are supposed to stay fresh forever. If the space is dead, then they die too. But if the space is alive, maybe they can recover, right? However, Joan was just guessing. So far, she didn't know if the space could restore itself. Jiang He looked around, examining the layout. Then he walked back to Joan. If I'm here, it probably won't recover, right? He wasn't sure if he was considered an outsider to this space or not. But Joan said this space was bought by him, so it's his personal property. Yes. Joan frowned tightly. I think even if you're here, it won't make a difference. This space belongs to Jiang He, so he isn't an outsider. The red bracelet on her wrist also belonged to Jiang He. She could only enter the space while wearing this bracelet, and leaving was the same. Suddenly, Joan had an idea. She raised her right hand, rolled up her sleeve to her forearm, and took off the bracelet. Then she grabbed Jiang He's wrist, trying to put the bracelet on him. Honey, what are you doing? Jiang He looked confused. The bracelet was too small to fit, but luckily it was adjustable. This space is inside the bracelet. I want to see if, when you wear it, you can come and go freely. Joan kept talking without looking up, pulling the bracelet. The bracelet was a push-and-pull style, with a teardrop-shaped diamond hanging on it. Inside the diamond was empty, with a drop of blood-red water. Adjusting the size was simple, just pull a little, and it would change. She pulled with some force, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Finally, she sighed and gave up. Looks like I still have to eat for a few more years. She said this and handed the bracelet to Jiang He. You try it now, just like I showed you earlier, and make it a little bigger. Jiang He took it and gently pulled, and it was done easily. He didn't even use much force. Xiaoan was stunned and almost dropped her jaw. You fixed it so simply. Although she wasn't the true owner of the bracelet, Jiang He was. It didn't seem right to treat them differently. Xiaoan was a bit upset. At first, the bracelet had actively come to recognize her as its owner. But she was too lazy to argue about it. Just try wearing it. If Jiang He could also freely enter and leave the space inside, it would make doing business much easier. He could put things in any time and take them out when needed. The space inside was large, so storing many items wouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, when the space reset, he wouldn't need to spend money on outside supplies. He could just take what he needed from inside. But Jiang He probably wouldn't do that. He would mostly use it to store things like a warehouse. Under Xiao An's urging, Jiang He quickly put the bracelet on his wrist. All right, wife, what should I do next? Just think in your mind that you want to leave the space now. Jiang He followed her instructions. But no matter how many times he thought about it, it didn't work. Xiao An scratched her head. Could it be that it doesn't work? But you're the real owner of it, so why wouldn't it work? Maybe only you can enter freely, Jiang He said as he took off the bracelet. I thought about it many times, but I still can't leave. He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly disappeared. The bracelet also fell to the ground. Xiao An was startled and looked confused. How did he suddenly vanish? Wasn't it supposed to be useless? Could it be that Jiang He needs to say the command out loud? After a short while, Jiang He reappeared in front of her. This time, he looked confused. What's going on? I tried thinking about it in my mind, but it didn't work. And he had left without even wearing the bracelet. Xiao An shared her guess. It seems you don't need to wear the bracelet or think about it in your mind. Try saying it out loud again. Jiang He listened and did as she said. The next second, just as Xiao An predicted, he disappeared again from the spot. When he returned again, Joan noticed a red mark on his wrist. The mark was becoming more noticeable. She grabbed Jianghe's hand and compared it to the bracelet. She exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the bracelet?" The mark on Jianghe's hand, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, was like a tattoo and looked exactly like the bracelet he was holding. Jianghe was also a bit shocked. He had only worn the bracelet briefly, and suddenly, this mark appeared on his hand. Although it looked nice, the color was too strong, bright red, and faintly glowing. If someone saw it, they wouldn't understand what it was. It seemed he would have to wear long sleeves to hide it in the future. Just as he was thinking this, the mark on his wrist gradually disappeared until there was no sign of it at all. Jianghe almost started to doubt whether he had just been seeing things. "Wife, why did it disappear again? It was just on my hand a moment ago. Did I really see it wrong? Did it never actually appear on my hand?" Joan shook her head. "You're not imagining things. I saw it too. It should still be on your hand." Hearing this, Jianghe looked carefully at his wrist with wide eyes. Joan explained, "It probably only appears when you recite the spell. If you stop, it will disappear. But in a way, it's always there on your hand. We just can't see it." Jianghe thought about it and realized she might be right. When he first left the space, the bracelet also appeared, but he hadn't paid attention. Once the space is restored, the food inside will be unlimited. You might not need to risk going out to buy supplies. "Wife," Jianghe interrupted her. "Are you trying to say I can just move all the food out and sell it?" Joan nodded. "Yes." Jianghe smiled. "But I don't want to do that. Even though it's unlimited and I can never run out, I want to sell as much as I want. I could sell thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands overnight. But in the end, that wouldn't be earned through my own effort. I don't want that. Otherwise, what's the difference between having money and being useless? Only through hard work can one truly earn the right to call themselves successful. Although the process is tiring and difficult, I feel happy whenever I use the money I earn with effort to buy you something you like." Joan understood what he meant. Actually, she was just asking out of curiosity. She knew he wouldn't use the things inside. The main use of this space for him is to store things. Joan smiled slightly and said, "Let me show you the others." She took Jianghe to the spirit spring and explained that it has beauty-enhancing and health-boosting effects. There is also a kitchen where Jianghe can imagine a dish and create it out of thin air. But these can only be used once the space has recovered. Soon, the two of them left the space. Jianghe hugged Joan and kissed her on the forehead before leaving the house and returning to the backyard. Joe's had not slept. As soon as he came in, he said bluntly, "I thought you had a bad accident or something, Jianghe." While inside the space, time still passed normally. It didn't stop. He probably stayed inside for about an hour. Before he could reply, Joe's kindly added, "Sitting on the toilet for too long can cause hemorrhoids." That was true, he wasn't joking. As a doctor, he knew these basic facts. Sitting too long on the toilet can indeed cause hemorrhoids. Since Joan mentioned things from his past life, Jianghe's view of Joe's grew a bit more sympathetic. But Joe's misunderstood. "What do you mean by that look? Do you think I have it?" "I don't." Jianghe pursed his lips and smiled. "I didn't say that. You said it yourself." After saying this, he looked at the bedding on the ground, pulled back the quilt, and lay down. It was getting late, and he had work tomorrow. He was about to sleep, but Joe's kept talking loudly. "How did you meet my sister? How was your wedding?" It's a pity I wasn't there," Jianghe thought. "If you had been there, it wouldn't have helped. By the way, do you have any illnesses? Infectious diseases, gynecological issues, or other health problems? I understand a bit about these. Since I'm here, I can check you for free." Jianghe was speechless and sat up half. A pair of eyes stared directly at Joe's. "Gynecological issues are unnecessary. I'm a man." "What exactly are you thinking?" Joe waved his hand. "What if you're intersex? Just to be safe, you know." Jianghe didn't want to say anything more. He lay down and covered his head with the blanket, ignoring Joe's. The next morning at breakfast, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. Joan looked at them, wanting to laugh but also worried. Did you two fight again last night? Jiang He shook his head. They didn't fight. He was just forced to talk with Juz for most of the night. Losing sleep was bad enough, but being dragged into a long chat was worse. But maybe it wasn't so bad. Their relationship seemed to have gotten a little closer. Today's breakfast was porridge, pumpkin porridge, and steamed buns. But there was no sugar in the porridge. Joan liked it sweeter, so she added some herself. She accidentally added too much, trembling as she did. She took a sip, so sweet it was almost overwhelming. Not wanting to waste food, she forced herself to drink half a bowl and ate half a bun, then couldn't eat any more. Lu Yanjun's steamed buns looked bigger than her face. She held her spoon, taking small bites of porridge, drinking water after each bite. After a long while, there was still so much in the bowl. Juz ate like a ruthless eater, making loud noises as he ate. Mainly because Lu Yanjun's cooking was always delicious. Even this simple breakfast satisfied his taste buds. Seeing Joan's actions, he frowned. How long are you going to eat like that? Joan looked miserable. I can't eat anymore. You're so thin, you should eat more. I'll teach you a trick. When your stomach hasn't reacted yet, just swallow a big bite. Joan refused. No, I don't want to. Besides, it already reacted. She simply couldn't eat any more. Juz, feeling helpless, took the steamed bun from Joan. The bowl of porridge was naturally given to Jiang He. When Jiang He left, he smirked mischievously. Of course, he saw Joan add sugar earlier. That person probably put half a bowl of sugar in that bowl of porridge. This blessing was better left for Jiang He couldn't handle it. Sure enough, Jiang He almost choked after taking a sip. He had never tasted anything so sweet in his life. It felt like his tongue was going numb from the sweetness. Joe was laughing so hard, he almost choked on his bread. Jiang He gave him a look. Serves you right. Joe, I should have kept quiet. Now I have to suffer. Joe finished the rest of his bread and wiped his mouth. I'm leaving tomorrow. Joan was surprised. You just got here, and you're leaving so soon, Joe sighed. I have work to do. There are many things at the hospital. He didn't want to leave his sister, but reality was harsh. If he could, he'd stay a few more days. Still, he had to go. Joan also didn't want him to leave, but work was important. Tomorrow, I'll go with Ahi to take you to the county. Joe didn't answer. Instead, he glared at Jiang He, gritting his teeth, and said clearly, You look pretty happy. Jiang He quickly hid the small smile on his face and cleared his throat. Actually, I'll miss you too. Though he said that, what he was really thinking was, Joe was finally leaving, and he wouldn't have to sleep apart from his wife anymore. Joan forced a smile, but her fists clenched quietly. Can you be a little more fake? Who was just secretly smiling. I don't even want to expose you. He really wanted to punch Jiang He. Joan watched silently from the side. Their little quarrels were kind of nice. That's probably because you didn't sleep well last night, and now you're hallucinating. Jiang He said this while tidying up the dishes and heading to the kitchen. Soon, water sounds came from inside. Lu Yanjun had just returned. Hearing that Joe was leaving tomorrow, she wanted him to stay a few more days, but Joe politely declined. Young people have busy lives, and he had work to do. Lu Yanjun didn't say much. Oh, I picked some mousewort. I'll use it to make qingming rice cakes this afternoon for you. Joe had never tried qingming rice cakes and didn't know what they tasted like, but as long as Lu Yanjun made them, they would surely be delicious. He had just finished eating and was already craving more. In the fields, villagers were working diligently with their farming tools. Only Su Yenqing sat alone on the ground, gasping for breath. He only worked for half an hour and then became very tired. Luo and Shui didn't come to help him today. Since yesterday's incident, she hasn't looked for him. The family who took in Su Yenqing made breakfast today with steamed cornbread and wild vegetables. Everyone ate a whole piece, but they only gave Su Yenqing half a piece. Now, that family is growing more annoyed with him. They didn't want to take him in at first. The village chief forced them. At first, they said that during the youth workers' stay, all the work points earned each day would go to them. But Su Yenqing couldn't earn even 3 points. Recently, Luo and Shui helped him, and he could earn about 6 or 7 points a day. Now that she isn't helping, that family gives him less food. They aren't wealthy either, and their food supplies are running low. How much rice they give Su Yenching depends on how many work points he earns. Su Yenching usually eats little in the morning, and now it's noon, and he's hungry again. He turns his head and looks at the distant field ridge, waiting for Luo and Shui to bring him food. But after waiting, he sees no sign of her. He impatiently scratches his head. He's finding it harder to understand Luo and Shui. Before yesterday, she was very kind to him, but after a small argument, she stopped. But maybe it wasn't really an argument, he only said a few words. Women can be so moody, you can't say a word. He thinks she just wants him to make the first move to apologize. Bah, he won't do that. Luo and Shui is ugly and strong. She doesn't deserve his apology. The apology he gave yesterday was already his biggest concession. In the afternoon, Lu Yanjun finished making qingming rice cakes, and Xiao Zhe couldn't wait to try one. He bit into it but then quickly let go because it was too hot. He blew on it and then took another bite. Xiaoan, sitting nearby with her chin resting on her hand, stared eagerly at the qingming rice cake in Xiao Zhe's hand, almost drooling. Third brother, is it delicious? She hasn't tried the rice cake yet. Lu Yanjun made a lot, but it was very hot right after cooking. She wanted to wait until it cooled down. Xiao Zhe couldn't wait and said happily, "It's super delicious. Inside, it has mushrooms, dried tofu, and some cured meat." Taking a bite made him feel incredibly happy. Joan was so eager to eat that she couldn't wait. To avoid burning her fingers, she used chopsticks to pick up small bites and blew on them as she ate. The food was really delicious, soft and sticky, with filling in every bite. Joan felt she could finish 2 of them. Both of them enjoyed the meal, but Jiang he didn't eat anything. Joan chewed and asked him, "Aren't you going to eat?" "It's so tasty." Jiang he smiled and said, "I don't like this kind of food. If you like it, I can give you mine." Actually, he didn't dislike it, he just didn't have much appetite. The porridge they had this morning was so rich that it still made his stomach feel a bit upset. Hearing this, Joan said, "You won't eat? Give it to me then." Jiang he refused to eat Joan's share. This food was so good that he wanted to save some for tomorrow, so he kept it. Before he could put the bowl down, Jiang he picked it up and placed it in front of Joan, saying, "No, I want to save mine for Nan. It's too much for me to finish. You can give some to third brother." Although the food was very tasty, Joan couldn't eat that much alone. Her bowl, plus Jiang He's, had 4 pieces in total. Reluctantly, Jiang He gave Joan the 2 pieces from his bowl. He had wanted to give some to Joan originally. Joan picked up a big piece and ate it, then waved it in front of Jiang He, saying, "Other people's bowls always taste better." Her little sister's words really worked. Jiang He. Lu Yanjun was still busy in the kitchen. She knew Joan liked the food she made. She planned to cook more delicious dishes for him to take home tomorrow, so he wouldn't go hungry on the way. After dinner, Jiang He sat nearby, holding a small piece of wood and using a small knife to carve and scrape it. He wanted to carve this piece of wood into Joan's shape, but it was clear he didn't know how to do it well. His carving looked strange. Joan's brother, Xiao Zhe, just ran out of Joan's room and sat on a stool next to him. He sounded excited as he said, "I heard Anan say you're really good at hunting." He also heard that there are many wild animals in the mountains here, and deeper inside, there are even more wild boars. Xiao Zhe loved this kind of exciting activity, but rarely had the chance. He felt proud holding the prey he caught himself, full of a sense of achievement. Jiang he looked at him briefly, then continued carving the wood in his hand. "It's okay, I guess." Xiao Zhe put his hand on his shoulder and looked at the wood in his hand. With a click, he said, "This thing is just okay. You can barely tell it's a person." He snatched the wood from Jiang He's hand. "Stop messing around. Let's do something else." Jiang He gently frowned. Could he be thinking of going up the mountain to hunt wild animals? Jiang He took the wood back. "No, I'm not going." Xiao Zhe didn't expect him to refuse so straightforwardly. "What's so special about this piece? Let's have a competition, see who catches the most game." He was pretty good at hunting, often going into the mountains with his older brother before. But he hadn't been there for about half a year now. Work kept him busy, leaving little free time. He wanted to have some fun before leaving. "No, it's too dark now. Nightfall made going up the mountain dangerous. But for Jiang He, it wasn't a problem. He used to go into the mountains late at night to hunt wild boars and sell them, and he had good eyesight. Xiao Zhe couldn't do that. It was hard to move in the dark, and if he accidentally got hurt by a wild boar, it wouldn't be good. When Jiang He refused again, Xiao Zhe didn't mind. Instead, he used a teasing tactic. Kid, aren't you chicken? Or maybe you don't know how to hunt at all, and are afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of your cousin. TSK, if you can't do it, just say so. I'll laugh at you, but it's okay if you don't want to pretend to be tough. He was sure that Jiang He would agree immediately after hearing this. Because men hate being told they can't do something. Sure enough, Jiang He fell for it. Who said I can't? I'm just worried about you getting hurt and making an worry. Xiao Zhe grinned triumphantly. Just talking, huh? Show me. You really can do it. Jiang He really wanted to grab Xiao Zhe and run straight up the mountain. Even though he was provoked, he stayed rational. It's too late now. Let's talk about it next time you come. Xiao Zhe patted his shoulder. No need to wait for next time. Tomorrow's fine. I'll leave in the afternoon. Before that, let's go into the mountain and have some fun. It's settled. After speaking, Zhou Zhe turned around and walked to the backyard. He wanted to rest early tonight, so he would have energy tomorrow. Jiang He sighed helplessly. What's so fun about hunting? Why is he so excited? Halfway there, Zhou Zhe suddenly turned back, looking unhappy. You're not allowed to sleep with me today. Go back to your room and sleep. He had fully accepted Jiang He now, but he still felt upset that his sister was married. He couldn't keep letting them sleep in separate rooms all the time. Although it made him sad, they were married now, and what needed to happen already had. Be careful and don't go too far. My fists don't recognize anyone. After saying that, Zhou Zhe left. Jiang He understood what he meant. Great. Now he could finally sleep with the soft and fragrant wife. Zhou was lying on the bed, focused on reading a book. But the more she read, the redder her face became. Because she wasn't reading a textbook, but a spicy novel. She found it while tidying up. She didn't remember when she got this book, and it probably wasn't Jiang He's, right? Maybe it was hers. She just forgot. Zhou was so engrossed that she didn't notice anyone entering the room. Suddenly, she felt a light touch and was lifted up. She turned her head and saw Jiang He. Jiang He sat her on his lap. What are you so absorbed in? He asked. He reached for the book on the bed, but Zhou quickly grabbed it first and hid it behind her. But Jiang He saw. He didn't need to look at the content. Just the cover told him everything. Because it was a spicy novel he had bought from the black market before. He didn't expect Zhou to find it. Her face turned red and she softly said, I was just reading a language arts book. Jiang He held her tighter. Reading a language arts book makes you blush? Is that some special skill of yours, wife? Zhou covered her hot cheeks and mumbled, I am just too hot. It wasn't that she wanted to blush. It was the content of that spicy book that was too much to handle. So many positions, so flashy. Today is indeed a bit hot. Jiang He moved his face closer to Xiaowen and quietly reached for the book in her hand. Xiaowen didn't notice what was happening behind her and was easily caught by Jiang He. What are you doing? Give it back to me. She reached out to grab it, but Jiang He held her gently and firmly. This is a language arts book, dear. Jiang He looked at the contents inside and even turned the book around to show Xiaowen. On one page, there was a picture with a very embarrassing pose. Jiang He stared at it, deliberately raising his voice. Oh, so this is what a language arts book looks like. He acted as if he suddenly understood something. Xiaowen's face felt even hotter. She was so embarrassed. She had secretly looked at a naughty book, and now Jiang He caught her. She wanted to dig a hole and hide right there. Jiang He looked at her with a mischievous smile. This is the first time I've seen a language arts book with such teaching illustrations. I've really learned something new. Xiaowen felt too shy to speak. She reached out to grab the book from him. You're not allowed to look. Give it back. Jiang He watched Xiaowen's shy and anxious expression, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He gently lifted the book high, out of her reach, and slowly spoke. Dear, this book seems quite interesting. Want to look at it together? Study it. Shut up. Xiaoan reached out to cover his mouth. He leaned back onto the bed, and Xiaoan ended up lying on top of him. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. She desperately tried to take back the book, but He was much stronger, and she couldn't reach it. She pouted in frustration. "You're bullying the weak." He looked at her with deep eyes but didn't say anything. He suddenly rolled over, changing their positions. Xiaoan was pressed beneath him and reached out to push his chest. "What are you doing? My brother isn't gone yet. Hurry and go back to sleep, or if he finds out." Before she could finish, He covered her mouth with his hand. A warm, moist kiss fell on her ear, and his deep, husky voice was full of restraint. "Third brother told me to come back and sleep." The implication was clear. Third brother approved. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Joan didn't even need to brush her teeth herself. She just opened her mouth, and He helped her. After finishing their washing, He suddenly remembered. "Oh right, third brother said last night he wants to go hunting in the mountains today." He had planned to tell Joan last night, but due to an unexpected situation, he forgot. Joan didn't mind and said, "Go ahead. Are you not worried he might have an accident? What if he encounters wild boars? He doesn't have much experience, and it could be dangerous." "It's fine. He's good at hunting. He often goes to the mountains with my older brother. You don't need to worry. Just stay near the mountain's edge and don't go deep inside." Joan was completely at ease about this. Still, it's better not to go deep into the mountains. Although Zhou used to hunt wild boars, what if they encounter more than one? If that happens, it's no joke. No matter how skilled, injuries are likely. He originally thought Zhou wouldn't go hunting and was a bit worried. But hearing Joan's words, he felt relieved. Not only can he hunt, but he's also very good at it. So there's no need to worry, as long as they stay near the mountain's edge. Time to eat. Hurry up. The meal was ready, but He and Joan stayed inside the house without coming out. Zhou couldn't help but come over and knock on the door. He had to leave in the afternoon, and today was very precious. He wanted to enjoy himself to the fullest. If Lu Yanjun's cooking wasn't so tempting, Zhou would have already grabbed his tools and taken He into the mountains. During the meal, Zhou ate like a relentless eating machine. Joan hadn't finished her bowl, but Zhou was already on his third. "Brother, you don't have to eat so fast. There's still plenty of time before the afternoon." In contrast, He ate very gracefully, chewing slowly and carefully. He had completely lost his previous whirlwind-like energy. Joan had taught him before that he shouldn't eat too quickly, or he might get sick or even die. Most importantly, Joan said that if he ate that fast again, she wouldn't talk to him anymore. And since his wife's words are important, he had to listen. Zhou was chewing meat and staring at He. "Are you eating cat food? Can you eat faster? If you keep eating like this, when will you finish? You're just wasting time." He paused with his chopsticks, still eating slowly and calmly. "You don't understand. Eating too fast is bad for your stomach. You're a doctor, but you don't even know this." Xiao Zhe felt like he was questioning his ability. I know more about this than you do. As a doctor, I know eating too quickly isn't good for the stomach. But once in a while, it's okay. So, hurry up and eat. Stop stealing cat food." He quickly finished his last bite of rice and wiped his mouth. After breakfast, the two of them packed hunting tools and also brought a knife for self-defense. If they encountered a wild boar, the knife would be very useful. Xiaoan also wanted to join the fun but was immediately refused before she could speak. He and Xiao Zhe were very in sync for the first time. They exchanged a glance and then looked away. Xiaoan still didn't give up. "I promise I won't bother you. It's not about bothering or not. It's about your safety." Both of them firmly opposed her going along. No matter what she said, they wouldn't agree. The mountain was full of snakes and insects. Hunting required full attention, and they couldn't keep an eye on Xiaoan all the time. They were worried she might get hurt. After a long argument, Xiaoan was almost begging. "Just let me go. I'll be bored staying here alone. Don't worry, I'll wait at the foot of the mountain for you. I won't go anywhere else." There was a small river nearby, full of small fish and shrimp. Since she couldn't go hunting with them, she could catch fish there. Finally, After her persistent persuasion, they relented. Jiang He grabbed 2 water bottles. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he handed one to Qiaoan. If you get bored, go back first. Don't wait for us. Qiaoan took the bottle. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. After they entered the mountain, Qiaoan headed toward the small river, which was not far away. Just a few steps and she was there. Today, she wore straight-leg jeans. She rolled up the cuffs, so she could wade into the water without worrying about getting her pants wet. Qiaoan rolled up her jeans to her knees and took off her shoes and socks before stepping into the water. The weather today was neither cold nor hot. As soon as she stepped in, a cool sensation spread from her feet, but it was only for a moment. She quickly adapted. A river shrimp was right next to a small rock by her feet. She bent down easily and caught it in her hand. But now there was a big problem. She didn't bring anything to hold the shrimp. Joan felt speechless with herself. She came to catch fish and shrimp but didn't bring a bucket. She almost cried from her own stupidity. She looked around, trying to find something to hold the shrimp. She saw a bunch of wild taro leaves. These leaves are quite large and perfect for holding things. Joan went over, picked a few leaves, folded one, and placed it on the riverbank. But it was clear she couldn't use it to hold the shrimp because the shrimp are alive and can run away. However, there were many snails in the river, and she could gather plenty of those. Villagers think snails are not tasty and are hard to prepare, so few people want to eat them. That's why no one catches them. Snails smell good, but people just don't know how to cook them. Although Joan doesn't know how either, her dear mother does. Joan reached into the river, feeling around, and soon caught quite a few. Her hands were full, so she placed them on the leaves. Joan's brother, Zhe, was carrying 2 dead wild rabbits, showing them off proudly to Jiang He. It's only been a short while, and I already have 2 trophies, he said. Then he pretended to be surprised. You haven't caught anything, have you? You couldn't even brew such green tea with 5 pots of water. Jiang He gritted his teeth and said, Can you stop messing around and catch something properly? These 2 rabbits were originally spotted first by Jiang He. He was about to make a move when Joan just snatched them first. Zhe laughed loudly. Just practice more. Jiang He sighed, feeling helpless. He took a deep breath and thought, it's his brother-in-law. Let it go. What happened next made Jiang He even more speechless. Where Jiang He went, Zhe followed. Every time he saw prey, Zhe was the first to rush forward and catch it. So far, Zhe's trophies included 2 rabbits, a wild chicken, and a small roe deer. Careful, I've got more trophies again, Zhe said with a troubled look, though he was secretly very happy inside. Ha, stop acting. Isn't this a competition? Keep going, Jiang He said. If he didn't take things seriously now, he might lose to Zhe. Zhe saw his expression and suddenly felt a strange sense of danger. Sure enough, his worries were not unfounded. In less than half an hour, Jiang He had already caught more prey than he had, and he was even copying his earlier behavior by trying to take the prey Zhe was watching. At first, Zhe could still compete with him, but gradually he grew tired because Jiang He was always faster. In the beginning, when he was stealing Jiang He's prey, he felt very relaxed. But he quickly realized that Jiang He was intentionally holding back. Was he looking down on him? Zhe was still foolishly happy, which was very insulting. It seemed he had underestimated Jiang He. Zhe also started to take things seriously. Rustle, rustle. A sound came from the nearby bushes, and both of them looked over. A large rabbit hopped out, sniffing the ground. Zhe lowered his voice. Watch me show you a special trick. He took out a small knife he brought, squinted his left eye, and made a quick gesture in the air. From this angle, I've been throwing darts since I was a kid, and he was very accurate. The next moment, with a sharp sound, he threw the knife directly at the rabbit. He looked confident, as if he was sure he would succeed. He had been playing this game since he was young and had become very skilled. This rabbit was definitely his. Zhe thought this, but in the next second, there was a loud clang as his knife and Jiang He's knife both fell to the ground. The rabbit was frightened and ran away immediately. Zhe was stunned. You can do this too, and you're so good at it. Just then, Jiang He had also thrown his dagger at the moment Zhuz threw his, hitting Zhuz's knife precisely. Whether in speed or accuracy, Jiang He was clearly better than him. Just practice more. Jiang He returned Zhuz's words exactly as they were, with a mocking smile on his face. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby. The branches and leaves of the trees shook, and it was unclear what animal was there. Both of them clenched their weapons tightly, becoming alert. As the noise grew louder, Jiang He and Xiaozhe both realized what was happening. They shouted together, "Run!" "It's wild boars." If it had been just one, they could handle it, but the sound suggested there were probably 2 or 3. They hadn't run far when 3 adult wild boars suddenly charged out from behind. They seemed to be provoked by something and, furious, charged straight toward the foot of the mountain. On Xiao En's side, she had gathered a lot of snails, filling her basket completely. There were so many, enough to cook several dishes. She sat on a large rock, wiped her feet, and was about to put on her shoes and socks when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist and forced her to stand up. There were many rocks by the river, and this caused her to twist her ankle and fall into the water. Her clothes were soaked through, and her hands were cut by sharp stones, bleeding. The culprit, Su Yansheng, was standing on the shore, looking at her with a disdainful expression. He had just thought the figure in the river looked a lot like Xiaoen, and when he got closer, it was indeed her. He deliberately made Xiaoen fall into the water. Thinking about the last time Xiaozhe had beaten him, Su Yansheng's teeth clenched loudly. When had anyone ever beaten him like that? He had gone to find Xiaoen himself, and she had humiliated him so much. He didn't know what had gone wrong or what crazy thing he had done. He used to be just a fool who followed her around, begging for her favor, but now everything had changed. She refused to bring him food, refused to give him money, and even liked Jiang He, marrying him. Xiao En had completely turned against him. But Su Yansheng no longer planned to try to get her back to how she was before. Now, he just wanted to teach her a lesson for bullying him that day. He couldn't beat Xiaozhe, so he thought he could handle a woman. Also, he only saw Xiaoen, not Jiang He or Xiaozhe. It was just the 2 of them here. And he hadn't done anything too wrong. Xiaoen glared fiercely at Su Yansheng, climbed out of the river, and, ignoring her sore feet, grabbed his collar and pushed him into the water. Su Yansheng was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao En to be so strong. His clothes were wet, and he was still dazed. Joan didn't expect that she was feeling very angry just moments before, and then she acted on it. However, seeing Su Yansheng looking so weak and close to death, she felt she could handle him without much trouble. Once Su Yansheng realized what was happening, his anger grew even more. "You still dare to push me? Your mom's a fool who made my life so miserable. Why wouldn't I dare?" Despite everything, Joan had watched Liu Yanjun fight many times, curse many people, and learned a lot. She even called herself Mom. Joan looked at her palm, which was covered in blood from deep cuts caused by broken stones. It hurt so much. She was so angry she bent down and casually picked up a stone from the ground, then threw it at Su Yansheng. After all, Su Yansheng was the one who provoked her first. This was self-defense. And the stone was small enough not to kill anyone. Even if it did, so what? Su Yansheng had a worthless life. If he died, he died. No one was around and she had space. She wasn't afraid of being caught. She knew she would eventually deal with Su Yansheng, so why not do it now? The space was already so broken. What's a little more damage? The stone hit Su Yansheng's head precisely, smashing his forehead open and causing a lot of blood to flow. Su Yansheng reached up to wipe his face, and when he saw all the blood on his hand, he gasped for breath.
"Joan,
"You're dead today." Su Yansheng got up from the water and strode toward Joan, driven by rage, not noticing what was happening behind him. But Joan saw clearly. She saw Jiang He and Xiaozhe. From her angle, they were on the hillside, rushing down the mountain quickly, with 3 adult wild boars chasing after them. Jiang He and Xiaozhe also saw her, and Su Yansheng was about to attack Joan again. They immediately sped up, but the wild boars were tricky. Xiao Zhe shouted loudly. I'll distract the wild boars. You go save it. He challenged the wild boars, drawing their attention to himself and leading them in the opposite direction of Jiang He. But only one wild boar was distracted by him. The other two still charged toward Jiang He. Xiao Zhe suddenly stopped, clenched his knife, swallowed hard, and looked fiercely at the wild boar rushing toward him. He no longer planned to run but instead wanted to quickly deal with the wild boar. Joan was still over there, facing two mad adult wild boars. He might not be their match, and he also needed to protect Joan. The wild boar snorted and grunted, getting closer to Joe. It tried to charge at Joe's stomach. At a critical moment, Joe dodged quickly, and the wild boar rammed into a tree, causing leaves to fall to the ground. The wild boar rubbed its feet on the ground and kept making grunting sounds, with bright green eyes fixed on Joe. Joe jumped directly onto the wild boar's back. The wild boar twisted wildly, but Joe didn't hesitate. He stabbed straight at its eyes with his knife. The wild boar let out a painful cry and started to run in all directions. Joe held tightly to its bristles so he wouldn't fall off. He clenched his knife again, waited for the right moment, and suddenly stabbed into the large artery on the wild boar's neck, delivering one cut after another. The wild boar's screams grew louder as it desperately tried to shake Joe off. It succeeded, and Joe was thrown onto the ground, his arm cut by a branch, but it wasn't serious. Seeing the wild boar rush toward him again, Joe quickly climbed up a large tree behind him. The wild boar stubbornly rammed into the tree. Thud! 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 The tree shook violently from the impact. If it kept going like this, the tree would definitely break. Joe seized the opportunity, jumped down, and landed back on the wild boar's back. He used all his strength, raised his knife high, and stabbed again into the wild boar's main artery. The only thin part of its body was the neck, so Joe only aimed there. He had never fought such a fierce wild boar before. He had never encountered such a fierce wild boar. This wild boar seemed different from the ones he had faced before. It was like it had gone mad. With Joe's fierce attack, the wild boar gradually weakened and finally fell to the ground, still twitching violently. Joe didn't care about anything else. He focused on finishing off the wild boar and hurried madly toward Joan. Meanwhile, Joan's situation was not so good. She saw the two angry wild boars charging at her and was about to run. However, Su Yensheng grabbed her wrist, stopping her from fleeing. Jiang He saw this scene and his fierce expression grew even stronger. The two wild boars were still chasing him fiercely. Xiaoan shouted out. She didn't care about herself. She was worried that Jiang He might get hurt. Su Yensheng noticed the frightened look on Xiaoan's face. When he turned around, he almost peed himself from shock. Why are there two wild boars? He suddenly pushed Xiaoan aside and tried to run away. Xiaoan fell to the ground. Jiang He rushed over, pulled her away, and kicked Su Yensheng back. Jiang He, you. Under Su Yensheng's pale, terrified face, the wild boar rammed into his stomach, knocking him into the air. Su Yensheng was so hurt that he fainted right there. He thought the two wild boars would kill him, but suddenly they quieted down. They snorted twice toward Xiaoan and Jiang He, then turned around and ran into the mountains. Unlucky Xiao Zhe just arrived and ran straight into them. His heart tightened. He couldn't handle two wild boars, especially adult ones that probably weighed over 300 pounds. Just when he thought he might be in serious trouble today and prepared to attack, the two wild boars didn't even look at him. They simply brushed past him and ran into the mountains on their own. Weren't they just chasing fiercely a moment ago? What's going on now? But it was good that the wild boars didn't attack him. Otherwise, he might have ended up lying there today. Su Jiqing is in trouble. Village chief. He was rammed by a wild boar. A passing villager saw what was happening here and quickly went to call the village chief. Now, a crowd was gathered around Su Yensheng. Village chief, I saw it. The wild boar charged down from the mountain and rammed Su Jiqing. It was two of them. The other one was killed by that man over there. That man was Xiao Zhe, who was walking toward them. The villagers didn't know him well and didn't know he was Xiao An's brother. Many women blushed when they saw Xiao Zhe. Who is he? Don't know. He must be from the city. Yeah, he's from the city. I saw him pass by my house a couple of days ago. Wasn't that him who just killed the wild boar? Wow, our village is really impressive. Besides the Jiang family's young guy, no one else can handle a wild boar alone. He looks handsome and capable. Although his clothes are a bit dirty, it's clear he comes from a wealthy family. Zhou looked down and saw that he was indeed a bit dirty, probably from the mud when the wild boar threw him off earlier. He casually brushed himself off with his hand. The village chief remembered Zhou. He saw him in the village yesterday. Young man, do you know what happened? Why did so many wild boars suddenly come down? Zhou shook his head. He had no idea why 3 wild boars suddenly appeared out of nowhere. When he and Jiang were hunting earlier, they didn't go deep into the mountains, just outside, casually hunting. Who would have thought the wild boar would suddenly rush out? Zhou pointed to where he had killed the wild boar. The dead wild boar is over there. You should find someone to carry it away. After saying that, he looked at Su Yansheng lying on the ground. Although he's a doctor and saving people is his duty, he didn't really want to help. What if he didn't want to save him? If we don't take him to the hospital soon, he might lose too much blood and die. Even though Zhou didn't plan to help, he kindly reminded them. And even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. He didn't have any tools with him, and with just his hands, he couldn't do much. The hospital has tools, but how could he go there? That scoundrel who bullied his sister deserved a beating, not help. Actually, even if he had tools, Zhou probably wouldn't help. Everyone had been staring at Zhou's face earlier, and no one noticed Su Yansheng lying on the ground. Oh, right. Su Jiqing is still unconscious. Let's save him first, the village chief said to a few young men nearby. Hurry up and carry him to the county hospital. The young men worked together to lift Su Yansheng and headed toward the village entrance. Zhou didn't bother with them. He just walked straight toward the Jiang family. He was more worried about whether Jiang was hurt earlier. Although Jiang was protecting her, he still worried. The women still stared eagerly at his back. These young guys are really handsome. Unlike my husband, who's ugly and lazy. He's slow at doing anything. My family member is the same. Every time he finishes his chores, he ignores me. When I ask him to help, he's not willing. He has no good qualities at all. Isn't that true for everyone? Before marriage and after, it's like 2 different people. I get annoyed just seeing him now. Why are people so different from each other? The women were complaining about their dissatisfaction, just as their husbands overheard them. The husbands looked at Zhou's back with a smug smile. What's so great about being handsome? It's not food. Besides, no one even likes you, and I think he's only good-looking on the outside. He's useless. How else could Su Jiqing get hurt by a wild boar? If he was really capable, why didn't he kill the other 2 wild boars? Exactly. You women only look at appearances. You're so fake. The women were very upset with what they heard and started arguing with the men. Pfft. I think you're just jealous because he's rich, good-looking, and strong. We're not wrong. He just has a pretty face. The village chief was getting annoyed by the noise. He raised his loudspeaker and shouted loudly at the men. Stop arguing. All day long. What's the point? If you think he's not capable, then go do it yourself. That's 3 wild boars. Killing one is already impressive. If you're so capable, go kill the other 2. Don't tell me you can't even handle a small wild boar. The village chief's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, making everyone cover their ears. He pointed in a direction. Take the wild boar to the village's grain yard. We'll divide the meat later. They carried the wild boar to the grain yard, and after processing it, everyone lined up to share the meat. When they heard there was meat to share, their eyes lit up. They hurried to the place the village chief pointed to. Jiang, he went straight inside after arriving home and sat Zhou on the bed. He had just run back holding Zhou, now sweating all over. Lu Yanjun also rushed in worried. What happened? She had been hanging out the quilts earlier. Seeing Jiang rushing in with Zhou, she immediately dropped her work and followed. What's wrong with Anan? Lu Yanjun moved closer. Then he began to look at Xiao Enlai, noticing she wasn't wearing shoes, had blood on her feet, and a large cut on her palm. Lu Yanjun immediately felt worried. What happened? Does it hurt? She turned and looked at Jiang He with displeasure. Weren't you guys out hunting in the mountains? How did Nin get hurt like this? Xiaoan looked sad and complained, Mom, this has nothing to do with Ahe. It was Su Yansheng who came to bully me while Ahe and my brother weren't around. All these injuries are from him. It hurts so much. Lu Yanjun was furious when she heard this. That little brat still dares to bother you? I'll go get revenge now and tear apart his useless third leg. Xiaoan. There's no need to go that far. Su Yansheng was hit in the stomach by a wild boar. He should already be on his way to the hospital. He deserves it. That's revenge for bullying me. Hearing this, Lu Yanjun felt a bit better. She snorted coldly. It's just karma. But after he's discharged, I will still deal with him. He keeps bothering you. Jiang He gently took Xiao An's injured hand and blew on it softly. Mom, go boil some hot water. I'll help Nin clean her wound. Lu Yanjun touched her forehead. Oh, look at me. I'll go boil the water now. Wait for me. How did he bully you? Jiang He's voice was cold as he looked at the deep cut on Xiao An's palm. His heart ached as if blood was dripping. The wound was so deep, with some dirt and tiny stones inside. It would definitely hurt to clean later. Xiao An shifted her feet and, thinking of Su Yansheng, got angry. I was just catching snails in the river when he came over without a word and pulled my arm, making me fall into the river. My clothes got wet, my hand was cut by a stone, and I sprained my ankle. I was so mad I hit him on the forehead with a stone. He got furious and tried to hit me, but luckily you came. Otherwise, I really couldn't have fought him. Maybe she couldn't have fought him. In the past, she really wouldn't have been able to. But now, things are different. Before, she was a silly, naive fool chasing after good food and drinks to feed Su Yansheng, so he was well nourished. But now, with him looking so weak that a breeze could knock him over, Xiaoan could definitely stand her ground and argue with him. Jiang He's eyes grew colder as he listened. If it hadn't been for the sudden encounter with a wild boar, which caused him to come down the mountain early, Zhou would have really been bullied by Su Yansheng. Zhou once said that in this life, she wanted to take revenge herself, so Jiang He wouldn't do anything deadly to him. But a good scolding should be fine, right? Seeing Jiang He's expression, Zhou knew what he was thinking, but she didn't say anything. People like Su Yansheng should definitely be taught a lesson. Jiang He is so smart that he wouldn't let others catch him in a mistake, so Zhou didn't need to worry. She looked at Jiang He's lower leg and immediately became worried. Her, did you also get hurt? Jiang He looked down and saw a scratch. The blood had already dried. He softly said, It's nothing, just a small wound. He didn't even notice when he got hurt, maybe from running down the mountain too quickly and scraping against some branches. Don't take it lightly. Even small wounds can get infected if not treated properly. Zhou said as she tried to get off the bed, but Jiang He pressed her back down to sit. I'll take care of it myself later. You not only sprained your ankle but also got hurt. Just sit quietly. Lu Yanjun brought in hot water and placed it beside Jiang He, along with a clean towel. Jiang He dipped the towel in the basin of water, wrung it out, and carefully cleaned the dirt from Zhou injured hand. Let me do it. Zhou rushed in and grabbed the towel from Jiang He, rinsing it again. Zhou looked at him panting and said with concern, Let her do it. You look exhausted. Go drink some water and rest. No need. I'm a doctor, so I should do it. What if your rough brother hurts you? Zhou said without looking up, finishing cleaning Zhou hand and then her foot. When he wrapped Zhou injuries, he even tied a bow. Zhou was a bit surprised. Brother, your bow tying looks so nice now. In the past, Zhou's bows looked terrible. She never let him bandage her wounds. Zhou proudly lifted his chin. Of course. Ever since you disliked my bows last time, I've practiced for a long time. Joan often criticized him for not hitting well, so he practiced for a long time. Now any shot he makes looks good. Why are you hurt too? Joan finally noticed that Xiao Zhe was injured as well. There was a clear, large cut on his arm, more serious than Jiang He's. Joan asked Xiao Zhe to sit down and wanted to clean his wound. He shook his head. You have a wound on your hand. Then he turned to Jiang He. You come and do it. Jiang He sneered. Huh? Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you because I'm big and strong? While saying that, he still went over to treat Xiao Zhe's wound, but his movements were not gentle at all. Xiao Zhe winced in pain. Can't you be a little gentler? Jiang He ignored him and continued working on the wound. After a while, Xiao Zhe's arm was wrapped in bandages. Looking at the ugly knot of the bandage, he couldn't help but complain. That looks terrible. Jiang He shot him a quick look. He was the one who cleaned the wound, and he was the one who made it look bad. He really couldn't understand. At 2 o'clock, there was a commotion in the village. The village chief was holding a loudspeaker, calling for villagers to gather at the grain field to distribute pork. Many villagers had already gone. Ahi, there's wild pig meat to pick up. Xiao Zhe chuckled and pointed to himself. That's for me. Joan wasn't very surprised by his words, but Xiao Zhe's little thoughts were obvious on his face, eager for praise. She quickly hugged Xiao Zhe's uninjured arm, full of admiration. Brother, you're so amazing. You killed a wild pig all by yourself. How can someone as awesome as you exist? Although she knew that about 60% of Joan's praise was fake, it didn't stop him from feeling proud. Of course. I'm your brother. It's just a wild pig, no big deal. Jiang He stood expressionless nearby, watching Joan hold Xiao Zhe with admiration on his face. He felt a tiny bit annoyed. Xiao Zhe shot him a mischievous look and mouthed, Kid, are you jealous? Jiang He, you just like showing off, huh? Joan let go of Xiao Zhe, then went over to Jiang He and took his big hand. Ahi, let's go get some pork too. Jiang He looked down at her foot. Have you forgotten your foot is hurt? I can go get the meat. Xiaoan hobbled as she walked, so it was better for her to sit quietly. When Jiang He arrived at the village square, many villagers were already waiting. He waited over 20 minutes before getting the pork. Back home, he handed the meat to Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun used it to cook a very rich meal. Xiao Zhe had to leave in the afternoon, so she prepared the meal early. Xiao Zhe ate until he was full because it was his last meal. He wanted to eat more while he could. Before leaving, Lu Yanjun packed all the food she had prepared yesterday and handed it to him. Xiao Zhe took it and looked at it, almost drooling. Thank you, Andy. He promised to eat sparingly. Xiaoan said nearby, I will go with Ahi to see you off at the county station. Xiao Zhe shook his head. Don't bother. Stay quiet and rest when you're hurt. He stepped forward and hugged Xiaoan, gently patting her back. Take good care of yourself. Write to me if you need anything. Sigh, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you again when I have time. Xiaoan couldn't stand this kind of farewell. Tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, I will miss you so much. Of course, Xiao Zhe also didn't want to leave Xiaoan. He disliked parting scenes too. Since Xiaoan went to the countryside as a young worker, he was busy with work and rarely saw her in a year. Even if Xiaoan hadn't been hurt, Xiao Zhe wouldn't want her to see him off. He knew he might cry if he stayed, which would be embarrassing. Just thinking about it made his eyes water. Silly sister, why are you crying? Don't cry. It's not forever. Xiao Zhe raised his finger and gently wiped her tears. Then he looked at Jiang He. You take me. He handed him the things he was holding. Jiang He rode the Phoenix bicycle they bought at their wedding, hanging the items on both sides of the front. Xiao Zhe pulled him down from the front seat. Jiang He looked confused. Xiao Zhe got on the bike, pointing to the back seat. I'll ride. You sit behind. Let me do it. Jiang He still wanted to argue, but Xiao Zhe wouldn't let him. He sat in the back like a girl, which didn't suit his personality at all. Jiang He felt helpless, but decided to sit anyway. Before he was fully seated, Xiao Zhe suddenly stepped on the pedal hard. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have fallen off. Xiaoan and Lu Yanjun stood at the gate, watching them leave. Xiaoan shouted loudly, Brother, your hand is still hurt. Ride more slowly. Xiao Zhe didn't turn around. He waved with one hand and said, Got it, until they disappeared from sight. Xiaoan went back inside. When they arrived at the train station, Xiao Zhe carried everything from his bike in his hands. Before moving forward, he repeatedly warned Jiang He. Although I already told you on the way here, I need to say it again. I only have one sister, and remember this clearly, don't bully her. Even if she makes a big mistake, you are not allowed to hurt her. As her brother, I will teach her right from wrong. If I find out you bullied her, I will make sure you regret it. As he spoke, Qiao Zhe's eyes turned red again, and tears seemed to shimmer in his eyes. Luckily, Jiang An didn't come to see him off. If she saw him crying, it would be so embarrassing. Jiang He knew he was feeling very sad inside, but said seriously, "Brother, don't worry. I will prove to you with my actions. Within 2 years, I will show you." He never forgot the promise he made to Qiao. Within 2 years, he would buy a house in Beijing and bring Qiao back to be with them. Qiao Zhe was stunned for a moment, then said, "A real man keeps his word. Go back now." After saying this, Qiao Zhe got into the car. Jiang He rode his bike toward the village. Halfway there, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He stopped and turned around. It was Jiang Ming, who was buying candied hawthorn with Little Tiger. He pushed his bike over, looked at Little Tiger, then at Jiang Ming, and asked, "Big brother, why are you here? Is Little Tiger fully recovered?" "Yes, he's fully recovered. He was discharged today. Little Tiger wants to eat candied hawthorn, so I bought him one." Jiang Ming took out 4 cents from his pocket and paid the hawthorn seller. Little Tiger looked at the candied hawthorn in his hand but hesitated to eat it. He thought for a moment and said, "Dad, this is so expensive. I can't bear to eat it. It is indeed quite expensive, 4 cents per skewer." But Jiang Ming always hears Xiao Hu talking in his sleep, saying only about candied fruit. He has never bought anything nice for Xiao Hu, so it's not a big deal to have a candied fruit once in a while. It's just something to eat. There's nothing to be reluctant about. If you behave well in the future, your dad will buy it for you. Jiang Ming's only income comes from working in the fields. He isn't as clever or capable as Jiang He, so 4 cents is a significant expense for him. Also, his recent hospital bills have almost used up all his savings. But half of that money was borrowed from Jiang He. He calls it a loan, but Jiang He never really planned to ask for it back. If Jiang Ming knew that, he wouldn't want the money. "By the way, what are you here in the county for?" he asked Jiang He. Jiang He turned to look at the station nearby, which had already started leaving. Then he looked at Jiang Ming. An's older brother came from Beijing a few days ago to visit. He's leaving today. I'm here to see him off. Jiang Ming sounded a bit regretful. Lu Yanjun had mentioned to him before that Jiang An's brother was coming home. But Xiao Hu needs someone to watch him, and hiring someone else costs money, which he doesn't have now. He can only wait until next time to properly apologize. "Let's go home," he said. Jiang He sat on the front of the bicycle, signaling Jiang Ming to sit behind him. Jiang Ming held Xiao Hu, waiting for him to settle in. Then Jiang He pedaled toward the village. When they arrived home, the sun was almost setting. Xiao Hu's mouth was covered in red syrup, and as soon as they entered, he threw himself into Jiang An's arms. Jiang An was wearing a white shirt, which immediately got stained. Jiang Ming came over, pulled Xiao Hu close, and whispered, "You naughty boy, rushing around and dirtying your little aunt's clothes." Xiao Hu finally realized and looked apologetic. "Sorry, little auntie. I dirtied your clothes." Jiang An quickly wiped his clothes with a tissue, not angry, but smiling. It's okay. But she couldn't get the stain out, and it only got worse with wiping. Looks like she had to take it off and wash it. Jiang Ming gently pinched Xiao Hu's ear. "You made the mess, so you have to clean it up yourself. Later, you'll wash your little auntie's clothes." "No need, he wouldn't wash clothes. I'll do it myself." Joan said this and went back inside, taking off her dirty clothes. As she stepped out of the house, Jiang He took the dirty clothes from her hand. "Give it to me, I'll wash it." Jiang He said this and walked to the water jar, pouring water into a wooden basin. Joan followed and squatted beside him, teasing, Wow. Whose husband is so caring?" Jiang He let out a soft laugh from his chest. "What do you think?" Joan pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I don't know. Anyway, it's definitely not my husband. He's a long story, so frustrating. He's lazy and likes to eat all day. I have to wash clothes and cook and take care of him. Sigh. I really envy your wife. She has such a good husband. Jong-hee's movements paused for a moment. Then he smiled even more openly. I don't have a wife. Since your husband is so bad, why not divorce him and marry me? What do you think? Joan frowned and leaned closer to Jong-hee, whispering, I told you, don't tell him. And there's one more important thing. She didn't finish what she was saying, but Jong-hee's face suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said sharply, so you're really unhappy with me? Yeah. Joan stuck out her tongue, feeling pleased, and ran away. That evening, Joan lay on the bed, bored, swinging her legs back and forth. It's been days, and she still didn't know if the space had recovered. She decided to check. With a thought, she disappeared into the space. Inside, thick fog filled everything, and she couldn't see clearly. But in the next second, the fog slowly began to clear. Joan finally saw everything clearly. The garden had returned to its original look, but the fruit trees hadn't started bearing fruit yet, and the vegetables weren't ripe. The foul smell was gone, replaced by a faint floral scent from the plants and trees. Joan happily ran to the spiritual spring for a look. The water was crystal clear, without any murkiness, probably drinkable now. She was unsure if the space would fully recover before, but now it seemed it was possible. Joan then went inside the villa to check again. The furniture inside has been completely refreshed. The priceless crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling is restored to its original shining, luxurious state, with all the fallen crystals on the ground gone. The food in the kitchen is no longer spoiled and crawling with maggots. The entire villa is spotless and so clean that it reflects light. Joan suddenly had a strange idea. Excited, she ran to the bedroom on the second floor. The bedroom is simple yet luxurious, with a black, white, and gray style. Every item inside is very valuable. As soon as Joan entered, she threw herself onto the large 3-meter bed, burying her face in the pillow. Then she looked up and swallowed hard. Her mind started to wander to strange thoughts. What would it be like to do something fun with Jong-hee here? On this soft big bed. Thinking about it made Joan's face turn red. She cleared her throat twice, patted her head, trying to push away these unwanted thoughts. After all, if she was here, no sound would be heard outside. Every time she was with Jong-hee, she had to be careful, afraid that if she made too much noise, someone might hear. But given Jong-hee's personality, with such a good place to do whatever he wanted, she probably couldn't handle it. Thinking this, Joan instinctively touched her waist, then turned over and lay flat on the big bed. Her peripheral vision caught sight of something red inside the wardrobe. Curious, she walked over and looked closely. The next second, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she couldn't help but step back a few paces. Is this lingerie? Why would there be something like this? He never had other women in his past life, so how could there be lingerie in his wardrobe? Joan unfolded it and looked at it, her face flushing even more. This was something she had never worn before. In her past life, she had only seen it on her phone. A new, blush-inducing thought suddenly popped into her mind. Meanwhile, he had just finished his shower. When he returned to the room, he found Joan wasn't there. Knowing she had gone into the space, he wasn't worried. He casually locked the door and took out a book to read on the bed. Recently, he had been reading every night. He had finished all the books, but some details he didn't remember very well. Half an hour later, he gently frowned because Joan had not come out of the space yet. He changed his position and kept watching. Another half hour passed, and he couldn't wait any longer. He closed the book with a snap, focused his mind, and entered the space. This time, the space returned to its original look. He was surprised for a moment. This was how it normally looked, especially the villa. He had never seen a house built so beautifully. He looked around briefly. There was no sign of Joan outside, so he went inside the villa. I'm upstairs. Joan's voice came from the second floor. He looked up and then walked up the stairs. There was more than one bedroom on the second floor. He didn't know exactly which one Joan was in, so he opened each door one by one. Hearing Hee's footsteps getting closer, Joan quickly tugged at her newly changed lingerie, lay on the bed, and posed in a very tempting way. Joan didn't lock the door. When Jiang He entered, he saw her half reclining on the big bed, looking seductive. Jiang He's gaze froze for a moment, then his face visibly turned red. This was the first time since marrying Joan that he felt shy. Joan's cheeks remained flushed from earlier until now. Being stared at like this by Jiang He made her even more embarrassed. The lingerie was bright red, with black lace trim. The top was just a very thin strap, revealing a large area of her white back. The skirt on her lower body was pitifully short. Although Joan shyly reached out and pulled it down a bit to cover herself, most of her rounded hips were still exposed. Honey, Jiang He had never seen Joan wear such clothes before. His mind couldn't react right away, and he stammered a little. But Joan was very pleased with his reaction, which meant the outfit was working as intended. Enduring her shame, Joan beckoned him with a finger. Come here quickly. Although shy, Jiang He's gaze stayed on Joan. He slowly moved closer to the bed. Joan patted the spot beside her, signaling him to lie down. When Jiang He lay down, Joan reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. How do I look? Am I pretty? You're beautiful, Jiang He answered without hesitation. Joan turned over and sat on Jiang He's lap, removing his shirt. Her fingers traced along his chest down to his stomach, and she playfully pinched him. Then she leaned close to Jiang He's ear and softly exhaled. Do you like that? Jiang He's muscles tensed slightly, and his eyes showed deeper desire in response to Joan's boldness. Several times, he wanted to kiss her soft lips, but she kept avoiding him. He felt a bit anxious and asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Joan suddenly changed her attitude, got off him, and ran into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Before she did, she made a funny face to tease him. It seems this outfit works well. Too bad, I only wanted you to see it. You always tease me, after all. When she said tease, she meant during their intimate moments. Then she mischievously looked at Jiang He's lower body and said, Haha, you can handle it yourself. She stuck out her tongue and locked the bathroom door. Joan was about to change back into her usual clothes when she heard the doorknob turn outside. Honey, open the door. Joan smiled proudly. No, I won't. If the door opened, it would be asking for trouble. She wasn't that foolish. She'd rather sleep in the bathroom tonight than come out. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang outside. Jiang He appeared at the door, having broken the lock. Joan was stunned. Wait, wasn't this door bought online for only 9 yuan? How could Jiang He open it so easily? She instinctively took a few steps back. Listen, this is what happened. Please hear me out. Jiang He quickly came over and lifted her up horizontally. Joan gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Put me down. She already sensed that her back might be sore tonight. Jiang He threw Joan onto the bed and supported himself with his hands on either side of her. His deep, warm voice sounded in her ear. Honey, you played with me this afternoon, and now you want to do it again. Joan understood what he meant. She immediately apologized softly. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Jiang He remained unmoved. Joan continued to work hard. I was really wrong. You're so generous. You shouldn't be so petty, right? Jiang He reached out and covered Joan's mouth, leaning close to her ear. It doesn't work that way. He gently bit her earlobe. Do you remember what you said this afternoon? Joan definitely remembered. She had said Jiang He wasn't capable. Now, feeling desperate, she said, I was just joking. You're capable, you're the best. No, I think I need to prove myself to you, so you don't keep talking nonsense all the time. Jiang He's large hand explored Joan's back. He gently pulled, and her top loosened instantly. He lifted it slightly, revealing her chest. Joan quickly covered her chest, feeling shy. Jiang He easily grabbed both her wrists and held them above her head. His other hand moved toward her skirt. Soft kisses moved from her earlobe to her collarbone. Joan's body softened, and she mumbled. Jiang He covered her mouth with his lips. Time passed slowly. Joan couldn't take it anymore and tried to crawl away. Jiang He grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. Joan looked very upset, almost crying. "Aher, I really know I was wrong. I promise I won't tease you again." But no matter what she said, Jong-hee seemed not to hear her. Joan promised she would never wear such clothes again. She also wouldn't dare to tease Jong-hee anymore, or there would be only one outcome. That was being held down on the bed and taken care of firmly. When Joan woke up, no one was around. She rubbed her aching waist, which felt like it might break. She endured her discomfort and got up to get dressed, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Loo Yan-jun had already prepared breakfast. When Jong-hee brought it in, Joan had already come out of her space. She was glaring at him with a pout, like a little resentful wife. "Cough, cough, you can't blame me for last night," Jong-hee said as he set the breakfast on the table. Joan sneered, "You?" Just as she was about to speak, she realized her throat was a bit hoarse. Her voice was weak and tired. Without leaning in close, it was hard to tell what she was saying. Joan waved to Jong-hee, signaling him to come over. Jong-hee moved closer, and Xiaowen grabbed his ear, pulling with some force. But it didn't hurt Jong-hee at all, and he still cooperated with a small hiss. Xiaowen, in a hoarse voice, said, "Listen, I'm almost mute now. Blame me or blame someone else." Jong-hee shyly looked away. "Blame me, blame me. But you also have a part in this. You wore that outfit last night to tease me, and I just couldn't hold back." He then suddenly looked seriously at Xiaowen, with a faint pink blush on his ear tip. "I have to say, wife, that outfit looks very nice. Wear it again next time for me." Xiaowen threw a pillow at him. "Don't even think about it. Wearing that again? That would be the end of her. Anyway, she would never wear it again." At noon, Xiaowen overheard villagers gossiping about Su Yenqing being hit by a wild boar. They said he was badly hurt, quite seriously, and wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for more than half a month. Xiaowen was very happy about this. Serves him right. Who asked him to be so annoying? Even the wild boar seemed to dislike him. Too bad it didn't manage to chase him away, for good. At dinner, Xiaowen ate 3 big bowls with a big appetite. Jong-hee and the others were stunned. Normally, Xiaowen would take several meals to finish that much. Loo Yan-jun had an idea. She pulled Xiaowen aside and whispered, "And how long has it been since you last came here?" Xiaowen was confused. "I came this month." Just after she said that, she suddenly realized. A little red spread across her face. "Mom, I'm not pregnant." The story about Su Yenqing being hospitalized was quite the topic, so she just ate a few more bowls. She didn't expect Loo Yan-jun to think so much. Hearing this, Loo Yan-jun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaowen didn't understand. "Since you know I'm not pregnant, why do you look so relaxed?" Loo Yan-jun smiled and held her hand, patting it gently. "Having a baby is like stepping into the gates of. If you really get pregnant, I'll be happy, but I'll also worry about you suffering." A warm feeling filled Xiaowen's heart. Such a kind mother-in-law like Loo Yan-jun was rare. In this village, most mothers-in-law hoped their daughters-in-law would give birth to a big, healthy boy. If it was a girl, they would look down on her. After 9 months of hard pregnancy, giving birth to a child doesn't bring any warmth or care. To put it bluntly, they see you as just a tool for passing on the family line. Even if you have a son, there will still be many chores waiting for you to do. Those people only care about their own grandchildren and never think about whether you're tired or in pain. Joan is also quite afraid of giving birth because she heard it hurts a lot. They talk about contractions and opening 4 or 5 centimeters. When the opens to 5 centimeters, it's about the size of a big fruit, with each finger representing 1 centimeter. Just thinking about this makes Joan shiver. It's said that the pain of childbirth is like breaking 20 bones at once, which is considered a level 10 pain in hospitals. If the baby can't come out, it could be deadly. Some men think it's no big deal and believe that giving birth is a woman's duty. Otherwise, what are women good for? Besides, it's just having a baby. If others can do it, why can't she? What's the point of women if they don't have children? They spend so much money to marry women just to pass on the family line. Joan saw many such comments online in her past life. She even argued with those people, which made her so angry she couldn't eat all day. She once saw a man say that once artificial wombs are invented, women will be completely useless. There will be no need to marry, and women will just become extinct. Joan was so furious she argued with that inhuman creature all night. Women are not just tools for giving birth. Although Joan is afraid of pain, just thinking that her baby is the result of her love with Ahi makes her look forward to it. She doesn't know what their future child will be like. Thinking of this, Joan starts to worry. Until she goes to bed at night, she still feels anxious. After bathing, Jong-hee gets into bed and immediately pulls her into his arms. He gently strokes her hair and asks, "What's wrong?" Joan can't understand why. She turns over, lies on Jong-hee, and looks up at him. Why is it that every time we didn't use protection, I still didn't get pregnant?" Jong-hee smiled. "Every time it was close, I just came out, didn't I?" Chow-in gently coughed, blushing. "But there's still a chance. From what I know, during that process, some might leak out. It's not very likely, but it can happen." Jong-hee reached out and pinched Chow-in's cheek. "You said yourself the chance is small. Isn't it normal if you're not pregnant?" Chow-in's mind suddenly filled with all sorts of messy thoughts. She stared at Jong-hee seriously. "You think I can't get pregnant?" Seeing her serious expression, Jong-hee couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you laughing? Your thoughts are so unexpected. I already said it's normal, and the chance of it happening outside is very low. It's not that you can't get pregnant. Stop overthinking, wife." Jong-hee said this, then gently pinched Chow-in's chin and kissed her lips. Suddenly, Chow-in seemed to have an epiphany and blurted out, "If it's not my problem, could it be that you can't have children?" Jong-hee's face instantly darkened, looking very serious. "You think I can't have children?" Chow-in kept talking to herself. "No, you don't have any bad habits, you don't smoke or drink, and you're in great health." Before she finished, Jong-hee pressed her down on the bed and covered her mouth with a kiss. Days passed, and the small home belonging to Chow-in and Jong-hee was finally completed. But they didn't move in right away. Because the newly built house had a lot of formaldehyde, they needed to let it sit for a while until the smell disappeared before moving in. If they ventilated it well, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to be safe. Jong-hee opened all the doors and windows and placed some green plants inside. By the 4th month, the house was completely odor-free and Chow-in and Jong-hee prepared to move in. They just needed to move the furniture from the old house, but they also had to find a village carpenter to make a big table for the yard. The new house was very close by. When Lu Yanjun mentioned holding a banquet, she didn't understand why at first. She didn't understand this area, and she thought it was simple, just move in directly. However, after Lu Yanjun explained, she learned a lot. Moving into a new home is a traditional custom, especially in rural areas. It is called moving into a new house and is an important ceremony where friends and family are invited to celebrate. But the Jong family has almost no relatives, just 1 or 2. They never visit because they think the Jong family is poor and might ask for money. The Jong family also doesn't bother to keep in touch with such relatives. So, only villagers come to the housewarming party. The new house isn't very big, which Chow-in requested, because their whole family plans to move to Beijing in the future. They probably won't return to Xiaoxi village, so building a large house isn't useful, and they won't live there forever. The house has only 3 rooms, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The toilet is built in the corner of the yard. But now, Chow-in feels building this house was unnecessary. Originally, they planned to build a house because the soundproofing was poor and it was inconvenient. But who would have thought Jong-hee could also enter the space? If she had known earlier, there would be no need to build it. Still, it's not completely unnecessary, since she and Jong-hee don't stay in the space all the time. Lu Yanjun cooks dishes that suit everyone's taste. Even picky eaters will open their appetite after trying her food. The men like to drink some wine. Jong-hee bought a lot of wulyangye the day before from the county. Everyone eats and drinks happily. Only Chow-in quietly sneaks to the kitchen. Jong-hee tries to follow but is stopped by Jong-ming, who firmly presses her shoulder and sits her down again. Little he hiccup. Jong-ming is already drunk, and his hiccups smell strongly of alcohol. Jong-hee has a good tolerance for alcohol and doesn't turn red or feel dizzy after drinking for a while. Jong-ming picks up a bottle of wine from the table, intending to pour some for Jong-hee, but suddenly his lips puff into a big shape. Jiang-hee immediately realizes he's about to, and aims at his pants. He quickly steps back, half a meter in shock. Just as he thought Jiangming was about to, he suddenly swallows what he was about to spit out with a loud gurgle. His expression instantly stiffens, and Jiang-hee feels a shiver run down her spine. Jiangming actually swallowed the back. Now Jiangming is about to, but he refuses to do so. Little he, come here. I want to talk to you, Jiangming said, wiping his mouth and waving at Jiang-hee. But in the next second, he collapsed onto the table and lost consciousness. Jiang-hee had no choice but to drag him back. Later, everyone gradually left. Many men were drunk. Lu Yanjun, who has a very poor drinking capacity, drank quite a lot but not as much as Jiangming. She staggered home on her own. Xiao and was secretly hiding in the kitchen. When Jiang-hee came in, he saw her sitting on the floor, holding a cup. Jiang-hee squatted down and gently took her small hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao angrily pushed him away. Don't touch me, or I'll hit you, and I might even cut you into pieces, believe it or not. Hick, Jiang-hee was speechless. That's not right. Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned her head sharply and stared at Jiang-hee. How are you still alive, Li Xiaona? Jiang-hee was confused. She was mistaking him for someone else. He wondered why Xiao had sneaked into the kitchen earlier. Turns out, she was hiding to drink. He didn't know how much she drank, but she was so drunk she could barely stand. I'm Ahi, your husband. Why did you drink so much? Xiao looked puzzled. Ahi? She stared at Jiang-hee's face carefully for a while, then suddenly hugged him and started crying. Ahi, I feel so dizzy. Who told you to secretly drink so much? Sigh. I'll carry you back to your room. Jiang-hee picked her up horizontally and carried her inside, then gently laid her on the big bed. I'll go get some water. Xiao grabbed his hand tightly and pointed at the ground. There's water right here. Jiang-hee looked in the direction she pointed. The ground was empty. Water? Xiao was hallucinating from drinking. He sighed and tried to comfort her like a child. Grandma, there's nothing on the ground. Stay still. I'll get hot water to wash your feet. No, you're not allowed to leave. Xiao refused to let Jiang-hee go, holding his hand tightly. Jiang-hee gave in. All right, I won't go. But can I at least take off your shoes? Joan smiled happily as she lay flat on the big bed, stretching her legs. I'll accept it reluctantly. When Jiang-hee bent down to take off Joan's shoe, she started acting up again. She kicked her legs around carelessly and said dissatisfiedly, I want a different person. You're not making me comfortable at all. Find someone else to serve me. Jiang-hee was speechless. Is this really not good enough service? This was the first time he saw Joan drunk and acting crazy like this. From now on, he definitely wouldn't let Joan have a drop of alcohol again. Joan sat up with her eyes shimmering with tears. Why haven't you left yet? Jiang-hee sighed helplessly. If I leave, who will take care of you? Joan scoffed disdainfully, pointing at Jiang-hee and then at the door. You're not making me comfortable at all. Go out and call Xiao Gu in. I want him to serve me. That name clearly sounded like a man's name. Jiang-hee clenched his teeth and kept a stern face. Tell me clearly, who is this Xiao Gu you're talking about? Joan thought carefully in her mind. I don't think I said Xiao Gu just now. I think I said Xiao Lin, right? Xiao Gu is someone else. He's only about 1.7 meters tall, not as tall as Xiao Lin, and not as handsome. Xiao Lin, first there was Xiao Gu, and now there's Xiao Lin. Jiang-hee finally couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed Joan onto the bed, grabbed her chin, and clenched his teeth so tightly that his molars almost cracked. Joan, you'd better explain clearly to me. Who are these two wild men? How dare you be so fierce with me? Joan glared at Jiang-hee. They are much gentler than you. There's someone even fiercer. Outside the window, rain was pouring heavily. The kerosene lamp inside was lit, but there was no sign of anyone inside. Joan slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if a cart had run over her. Her head still hurt a little. When she looked around and saw the furnishings, she realized she was in the room on the second floor. When did she come in? She had no memory of it. It must have been Jiang-hee. Yesterday, She saw someone drinking alcohol, and she also poured herself a glass to smell it. At first, she was just curious, but in the end, the smell was really good and drinking it was even better. But he didn't let her drink, so she sneaked into the kitchen to secretly drink. As a result, she accidentally got drunk. Joan rubbed her temples and turned over, facing those sharp eyes. She was startled. He propped his head with one hand, lying half on the bed, staring at her without blinking. Feeling uneasy under his intense gaze, Joan asked, "What's wrong?" He sneered. "What's wrong? You probably don't remember, do you?" Joan was confused. What should she remember? Just a friendly reminder. You were drunk last night and called out the names of 2 wild men. He moved closer, and Joan saw his face getting bigger in front of her, which made her even more nervous. He squinted with a fake smile. "Honey, you still haven't explained who Xiaogu and Xiaolin are." Joan quickly shrank back. "What's Xiaogu and Xiaolin? Did I say anything about them last night? No, right? Maybe you heard wrong." Joan felt these names sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember why. Suddenly, he smiled, but it was a very sinister smile. "Are you pretending to forget? But it's okay, honey, if you can't remember, I can help you." He leaned down and reached into the quilt with his hand. Joan felt a warm sensation on her hips. She quickly moved back, but he grabbed her waist and pulled her back down. "Wait, wait, wait." He's face was emotionless, but he didn't stop and even became more aggressive. Joan trembled and shouted loudly. "I remember now." Hearing this, he finally stopped. Joan let out a breath of relief. She couldn't handle he's teasing anymore. Last night, she didn't know how she got through it, only that she seemed to faint afterward. But he was tireless. Even when she fainted, he didn't stop. He was really a beast. However, just now, after being scared by she really remembered everything. He looked at Joan, his tone cold but not warm. "Speak quickly." Joan swallowed hard. "Xiaogu and Xiaolin, they are definitely men." At this point, Joan clearly felt he's big hands tighten around her waist. "Let me finish first. They are men, but just characters in a comic. They don't exist in real life, you know? They are just the main male characters in the story." Joan read out 2 names last night, both of which she had seen in a comic app in her previous life. She liked these 2 characters from the typical bossy CEO-type comics. They were very handsome. Although they weren't as handsome as she still thought they looked good. But still, she had too much to drink and accidentally called out their names. She felt guilty all night because of it. It was her own fault, and she couldn't escape the consequences. Joan reached out and wrapped her arms around he's neck, giving him a quick kiss on the lips. "Jealous? Now you understand, right? You're not mad anymore? Don't think I won't hold you accountable just because I said that. Last night, you said I didn't take good care of you, and that you felt uncomfortable, and you wanted that little goo to look after you. I haven't forgotten." Joan smiled awkwardly. "Even a fictional character's jealousy? I love you the most. Please don't be mad." He looked into her eyes, his gaze deepening. "No, it's 2. Even if they're just characters, it's not okay. You can only have me in your heart." After saying that, he continued what he had started earlier. "What are you doing?" In the end, Joan fainted crying. That noon, he heard that Su Yensheng was going to be discharged the next day and started to think. Su Yensheng had been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. His injuries were almost healed, and he could move normally. But he didn't want him to have an easy time. The next day, at dawn, he went to the county. He entered a narrow alley near the hospital alone. It was empty and full of trash. This alley was the only way Su Yensheng would pass. When Su Yensheng came out of the hospital, he suddenly appeared, covering his head with a sack and dragging him into the alley. Su Yensheng panicked immediately. He was walking on the street just fine, then suddenly found himself in this situation. He couldn't see, so he didn't know what he looked like. "Who are you? What do you want? Are you robbing me? I tell you, that's illegal. If you think I won't call the police." Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The person punched and kicked him in the head and stomach, using full strength.
Ah!
Su Yensheng grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. His wound from the wild boar had just healed, but now he had a new injury on top of the old one. He even felt as if his ribs were about to break, but the attacker still didn't stop, showing a fierce attitude like he wanted to kill him. He didn't know how much time passed, but Su Yensheng was about to faint from the pain when the attacker finally stopped. Before leaving, he spat on Su Yensheng. When Su Yensheng finally managed to remove the sack over his head, he was alone in the alley. The man who had beaten him had already run away. Su Yensheng covered his head and stomach, furious at one person. It must have been that Xiaoan.
Ah!
Someone's hurt. Help! Help! An old woman passing by the alley saw Su Yensheng covered in blood and screamed for help. A few people came over, carried Su Yensheng, and took him to the hospital. Time passed quickly, and soon it was New Year's. The weather turned colder. Xiaoan wore a black down jacket and was busy working in the space vegetable garden. Jianghe followed behind her, helping to carry the fruits and vegetables she picked. Wife, we're not leaving for Jing City until next week. There's no need to rush. Xiaoan reached out and picked some pears. Just get everything ready early. There's nothing else to do today. She was preparing to take these things home later. Although they could buy these outside, there were fresh ones in the space and they didn't have to spend money. Fruits are very expensive these days. But it's not about money. She wasn't short of that. The fruits in the space were better in every way, bigger, sweeter, and more tender. Xiaoan also found that soaking the fruits in spiritual spring water made them taste like they had drunk the spring water themselves. But the effect wasn't very obvious. For example, with apples, she needed to eat 5 to match the effect of a sip of spiritual spring water. It's understandable, since it's just a quick soak, not immersing the fruits fully in the spring water. Jianghe looked at the 4 large snakeskin bags full of fruits on the ground and 2 bags of vegetables. He supported his forehead and sighed. Wife, do you want to see how full the bags are now? People who didn't know might think Xiao and was doing wholesale trading. There are so many. I think they might not be finished eating them all in a month. Joan looked down and took a quick glance.
Yes.
It really seems like too much. Unknowingly, she had packed so many. If they didn't eat them, they would spoil. Although they are stored in a space, they only stay fresh there forever. Joan smiled awkwardly. It does seem like too much. Let's split each bag in half. Soon, Jianghe efficiently divided the items, carried them to the edge of the spiritual spring, and poured them into a large basin prepared earlier, then added spring water. Joan walked toward the back of the garden to see if there was anything else to take home. The farther she went, the bigger the garden seemed. Her legs started to ache from walking so much. But she still found something interesting. She was surprised to see a small forest at the end of the garden, surrounded by a fence. Driven by curiosity, Joan walked over. When she saw what was inside the fence, her mouth opened in surprise. She stepped inside without hesitation, not caring about getting dirty, and started digging the soil with her hands. After a while, she finally dug out a root. She wiped the dirt off the root and examined it carefully. This ginseng root was over 160 centimeters long, with the root hairs making up about 30% of the main body. Joan remembered seeing something like this on TV in her previous life. Her mind raced quickly to recall more. After a moment, she was even more shocked, feeling as if the ginseng in her hand was glowing. This was no ordinary ginseng. It was a 1,000-year-old king ginseng. Its value was at least 20 million. And even if she had money, she couldn't buy it because it was extremely rare. The longer ginseng grows, the better its effects. The one in her hand was like a fighting ginseng among ginsengs. Many people in later generations started planting ginseng, but none matched the wild ones. The one she had was not artificially cultivated. It was probably wild. Plus, it was in the space, so its effects must be even better. If she sold it, she could make a lot of money. But Joan didn't plan to sell it because she only had 4 roots in total, including the ones she hadn't dug out yet. She could sell other things, but not something this precious. It couldn't be sold cheaply, even if it would grow again. She felt that this thing probably wouldn't grow as quickly as fruits and vegetables. Joan dug out another one, holding it like a treasure, and happily ran to find Jiang He. From afar, Jiang He could hear her calling. Soon, Joan was panting as she stood in front of Jiang He, holding up what she found to show him. Look what I discovered. Jiang He glanced at it. Ginseng. Aren't you surprised? Jiang He looked calm because he didn't realize that what Joan was holding wasn't ordinary ginseng. A few days ago, I also dug up a root in the mountains, but it wasn't as big as this. Joan interrupted him. Oh, that's nothing compared to this. This is 1,000-year-old ginseng king, worth at least 20 million. Although, in later times, that was the price. Hearing this, Jiang He's face showed a hint of shock, but he quickly recovered. 20 million? That's so valuable. Compared to that, Joan seemed like a naive country girl who hadn't seen much of the world. But she didn't mind. Excited, she washed the ginseng clean and then found 2 elegant long boxes from the villa to store it. The night before returning to Beijing, Lu Yanjun and Joan were packing their luggage to take home. All the packed items were Joan's. Jiang He had finished packing earlier. Outside the yard, someone was standing and calling inside. Joan put down the clothes she was folding and went out to see. She went over, pulled Fong Hong to sit down, and poured a cup of hot water. Why are you here? By the way, will you go home for the new year? I heard most of the educated youths aren't going back this year. Fong Hong smiled. Yes, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. That's why I came today to say goodbye. Joan found Fong Hong's behavior strange. Although she was smiling, it seemed like she was trying to hide something. What's wrong? When Joan asked, Fong Hong's smile paused for a moment. Then she said, Nothing's wrong. I'm just saying goodbye. Even so, Joan still felt something was off. Suddenly, she remembered Fong Hong's fate in her past life, being married off to a second-rate man by her stepmother and dying in childbirth. But according to her past life's timeline, that hadn't happened so quickly. Fong Hong's parents are not divorced yet, but there is a possibility that things might happen earlier. Maybe something has already gone wrong at home. Fong Hong looked at Xiao and with suspicion and sighed. It's not a big deal. My dad wrote a letter a few days ago saying my mom is sick. The situation is actually more serious than Fong Hong described, but since it's close to the new year, she didn't want her family issues to affect Xiao and's mood. Xiao noticed that Fong Hong was hiding something, but she didn't want to ask, so she didn't press further. I'm also taking the train back to Beijing tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? At least we can talk on the way. After saying that, Xiao held Fong Hong's hand. If you're having any trouble, you must tell me. I can help you think of a way. Fong Hong felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Her mother's situation was beyond help now, and there was nothing she could do. Still, she smiled and said, It's okay. I can handle it myself. If I really can't solve something, I will tell you. I won't be polite. The two of them talked for a while longer before Fong Hong stood up to leave. She hadn't packed her luggage yet and needed to go back quickly. Before leaving, they agreed to meet at the village entrance the next morning to go back to Beijing together. Xiao got up early to get ready. After washing up, she sat in front of the mirror, holding a small white ceramic jar, and used her finger to apply some of its contents to her face. Jiang He had no idea what it was, and Xiao applied it as if nothing was there, with no visible change. Today, they were wearing the same down jackets they bought from foreigners during Jiang He's trip to Haishur, black and matching. A few days ago, they prepared some things to take home in the space, but they didn't bring them out yet. They planned to take them when they got in the car. Otherwise, carrying so many things all the way would be troublesome, even if Jiang He was carrying them. It would be tiring. However, Lu Yanjun still thought they hadn't prepared anything and scolded Jiang He. You're going home for the first time with an N and you're not bringing anything? Oh. Don't say I'm your mother if you go out. You don't even understand basic manners. It's embarrassing for me. While scolding Jiang He, Lu Yanjun carried out a bunch of miscellaneous things from the kitchen, several bags full. Luckily, I prepared everything for you yesterday. Inside, there are some smoked meats we made ourselves, some sauces, and local specialties. By the way, there are 2 glass jars with homemade jam I made recently. Be careful not to break them. There are also a few other things. Jiang He and Xiaoan listened and started to swallow hard. Wow, now they are really like wholesale traders. These items, along with what they packed in the space a few days ago, add up to about 6 or 7 bags. Before leaving, Lu Yanjun repeatedly warned, don't be afraid to spend money on the way. Buy whatever you want to eat. Don't go hungry. It's okay to be a little uncomfortable, but don't make Mianan suffer. Then Lu Yanjun pulled Jiang He aside and whispered, remember to be polite. You don't need me to tell you how to behave, right? Jiang He rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Mom, I know all that. Lu Yanjun patted his head. I just worry you'll embarrass me. All right, you two, hurry up and leave. If you're any later, you'll miss the bus. Under Lu Yanjun's watch, Xiaoan and Jiang He headed toward the village entrance. They didn't see each other anymore. Lu Yanjun sighed, still worried about Jiang He. Besides Xiaoze, Xiaoan has 2 older brothers. This time, Jiang He might have a tough time again. When they reached the village entrance, Fang Hong was already sitting on the ox cart waiting. Besides her, a few young workers were also sitting there. Anen, come up quickly. I saved a spot for you. If Fang Hong hadn't taken the spot, there wouldn't be room for Xiaoan and Jiang He on the cart. Because a young woman worker packed her bags and wanted to fill every seat, refusing to fold her things to make space. Finally, before Fang Hong used force, she voluntarily folded her belongings to make room. Xiaoan and Jiang He got on the ox cart. The driver, seeing no one else, started heading toward the county. It was 2 hours later when they arrived. Jiang He got off first, then carried Xiaoan down, and went to retrieve the things on the cart. Fang Hong didn't bring much, just a box of luggage. She was strong and moved quickly without needing help. One of the young women on the cart looked at her messy luggage and gave Jiang He a pitiful look. He Jianghe didn't look at her at all. His attention was fully on Xiaoan. If Lu Yanjun hadn't brought so many things, he could have held Xiao and small hand. Sigh. The young female worker saw he didn't respond, so she took the initiative to speak. Comrade, can you help me carry this? It's too heavy for me. Just help me put it in the car, and I will thank you very much. I also have some candies in my bag that I can give you. Xiaoan felt uncomfortable when she heard her tone, as if Jianghe was her servant. Why should he help you? Is your thank you some special thing? Everyone has eaten candy before. It's not that rare. Let's go. Jianghe, ignore her. Fang Hong followed behind and didn't forget to scold the young woman. Lin Xiaoya, when we were in the village earlier, didn't you carry all that luggage by yourself? Why can't you carry it now? Acting fragile? Just because you see a man, you act submissive. After scolding her, she ran off, not caring about Lin Xiaoya's angry glare. Lin Xiaoya usually hated her, and they often argued fiercely. But it was never her fault. Lin Xiaoya was always acting overly submissive, feeling uncomfortable if she didn't. She would complain about every little thing. Once, Lin Xiaoya got her shoes dirty in the field, and she even dared to use a scarf she accidentally left under a tree to wipe her shoes. She immediately fought with Lin Xiaoya after finding out. That scarf was a gift from her late grandmother. Fang Hong seemed to be easygoing on the surface, but she played with contrasts. Lin Xiaoya was always annoyed by her, but couldn't argue back. As the new year approached, the train station was busy with people. Xiaoan was almost pushed over, but Jianghe protected her. Fang Hong, the unlucky one, didn't know where she was pushed to. Xiaoan looked around and finally found her. Fang Hong was exhausted from being squeezed and finally managed to reach Xiao and sighed after great effort. Phew, I'm so tired. Suddenly, a scream came from nearby, and everyone looked in that direction. They saw Lin Xiaoya squeezed among the crowd, her luggage scattered on the ground, pieces of it everywhere. Are you all blind? You stepped on my clothes. Ah, my skirt. It's very expensive. Seeing this, Fang Hong was delighted. Serves her right. 3 people got on the train, and immediately a strong bad smell hit them. The smell was a mix of body odor, sweat, and other unpleasant odors, making it hard to breathe. The hard seat carriage was very different from the soft sleeper carriage. In this time, ordinary people rarely could book a soft sleeper compartment, so there were few people inside, and it was very quiet. Fong Hong was unlucky and only managed to book a hard sleeper. For the next few days, she kept thinking about the foul smell and wished she could just disappear. But Xiao En and Jiang He were different. Their carriage was not a hard seat or a soft sleeper. It was a private compartment with nicer facilities. Of course, Qiao Shang had booked the tickets for them and sent them over. Without that, neither she nor Jiang He could have gotten such treatment, and they probably wouldn't have been able to book a soft sleeper either. Jiang He put his things inside the compartment. It was different from outside. Inside was a private room with just him and Qiao, and the air was fresh, unlike the hard seat carriage, which was full of bad smells. Less than half an hour after getting on the train, Fong Hong's face turned pale and then purple. Auntie across from her was spitting saliva while talking, and some of it landed on her face. She was also cracking sunflower seeds, and the shells were scattered everywhere on the floor. Her son was wearing shoes and stepping on the bed. The man on the upper bunk, Fong Hong, had a serious foot odor, and his foot was swinging on the bed frame. It smelled like old pickled vegetables that had been stored for decades. If only she had wings like a bird in the sky, she could fly straight home. She bought her ticket herself and didn't ask her father for help, mainly because she forgot. If she had written a letter a few days earlier, she might have managed to book a soft sleeper instead of just A.E. Qiao, and originally wanted to invite Fong Hong to share a compartment with her, mainly to learn more about her family during the trip. But the compartment only had 2 single beds, so she couldn't let Fong Hong sleep on the floor. Jiang He also couldn't accommodate her, so she gave up. Meanwhile, far away in the military district of Beijing, a man in uniform sat in an office chair. He had a tall, slender figure, with sharp, well-defined fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. He had high, arched eyebrows, a straight nose, and a flawless face that radiated a cold, stern aura. In his dark eyes, there was a hint of tenderness. At this moment, he was staring intently at the envelope in his hand, with a faint, almost unnoticed smile on his lips. Opposite him stood a young soldier, standing very respectfully and straight. He didn't dare even breathe loudly in front of the man. After a long while, the man carefully placed the envelope into a drawer, treating it like a treasure. Then he slowly looked up, his gaze fixed on the soldier in front of him. The tenderness in his eyes had disappeared. The soldier was nervously waiting for his next command. Nothing more. You can go now. The man spoke very quickly, clearly, with a cold voice. The young soldier saluted and said, yes. As soon as the soldier stepped out of the office, he let out a big breath and covered his pounding heart. Wow, he thought to himself, he wasn't afraid of much. But facing the cold-faced lord of the army, Zhao Jingyan, he felt like a mouse seeing a cat. No, it was more like a tiger. No, even tigers seemed gentler than this man. Compared to that, he'd rather face a fierce adult tiger. Not long after the soldier left, a man wearing a gray sweater stormed into the office. Yes, it was Zhao Zhe. Zhao Jingyan, my little sister will be in the capital city tomorrow. Are you still not willing to go home? Actually, he wanted to keep the news of Jiao An's return to himself. He planned to go to the station to meet Jiao An without telling Zhao Jingyan. But that second brother found out. His mind was faster than a frisbee, and he was very cunning. Every time Zhao Zhe tried to outsmart him, he failed. It made him so angry. But Zhao Jingyan was different.
How was that saying?
If it weren't for this matter, he wouldn't have come to find Zhao Jingyan on his own or told him that Jiao An was arriving in the city tomorrow. Zhao Jingyan looked at the documents in his hand, glancing at Zhao Zhe with a cold, icy stare.
Rude.
This is the military district. Don't you knock? And the people below are really something, letting in irrelevant personnel. After speaking, Zhao Jingyan rubbed his forehead in frustration. Zhao Zhe, the irrelevant person, said, "Do I need to knock?" As he finished speaking, he only heard the sound of a pen hitting the desk heavily. So, he quickly ran to the door, raised his hand, and knocked on it angrily. His older brother at home is very different from the one in the army. Although he also looks tired at home, he is much more easygoing and friendly. People in the military district all know who Qiao Zhe is and know his relationship with Qiao Jingyan. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him from entering. Honestly, he doesn't dare to be too bold in front of his older brother, Qiao Jingyan, because Qiao Jingyan is very clever and resourceful. Even though they are family, he doesn't care about that blood relation at all.
But what Qiao Zhe fears isn't that.
Most importantly, Qiao Jingyan has many secrets on him. He doesn't understand how Qiao Jingyan knows about his private matters. If this information gets out, he would lose face completely. Since his secrets are in Qiao Jingyan's hands, he doesn't dare to provoke him. He simply can't afford to. And even Xiao Shang sometimes has to listen to Qiao Jingyan. His status is probably just below Qiao. After about a minute, Qiao Zhe heard a reply, "Come in." He then entered and repeated what he had just said. Qiao Jingyan glanced at the drawer where the letter was just placed, giving Qiao Zhe a look like he was looking at a fool. Qiao Zhe. That look was a bit too much, huh? Qiao Jingyan stopped paying attention to him and focused on the documents in his hand, without even lifting his head. If he wants to come, let him. There are many things in the military district and they can't be finished quickly. Qiao Zhe was almost stunned. He was going to pick up Qiao, yet his brother was so calm. From the tone, it seemed like he didn't even plan to go. Something was definitely wrong. Qiao Zhe thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Are you possessed by a ghost?" Besides being possessed by a ghost, he really couldn't think of any other way to explain Qiao Jingyan's calmness. He cares for Qiao, and just as much as they do. Qiao Jingyan shot him a cold look, rubbed his forehead, and said, "Possessed by a ghost? You seem pretty bored. Why don't you come help me handle some military affairs? I happen to be too busy to manage everything. Of course, if you mess up, even if you're my biological brother, you'll be punished."
Qiao Zhe was speechless.
He really didn't care anymore. It seemed like he couldn't persuade him. This isn't a good place to stay long, and he still wants him to handle official business? Unless he's really bored. "You won't pick up your little sister tomorrow. Don't regret it, and don't say I didn't warn you." After saying this, Qiao Zhe left, planning his fight with his second brother for tomorrow. Once the person left, Qiao Jingyan couldn't help but let out a small laugh from his chest. He slowly opened the drawer and took out a letter. It was written by Qiao and originally sent back home, but his men intercepted it halfway. The young soldier, just now, was the one delivering the letter. The message was that Qiao would return 2 days later than originally planned. Those two silly brothers going to pick him up tomorrow? TSK, TSK. Qiao Zhe got up early to wash and dress. He rummaged through his wardrobe, making a mess. With his looks and figure, he could wear anything and look great like a walking clothes rack. But he felt that these clothes no longer suited him today. After much hesitation, he finally chose his outfit. When he reached his car, he realized the tires had been stolen by some heartless person. Qiao Zhe clenched his fists, instantly knowing who was responsible. Besides his boring second brother, Qiao Yanqiu. To save time, he quickly went home and saw Qiao Shang, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa. "Dad, can I borrow your car?" Qiao Shang picked up the tea brewed by Xinzi on the table and took a sip. "Too late. Your second brother came early this morning and took it."
Qiao Zhe's fists clenched even tighter.
"Doesn't he have his own car? God knows. Maybe my car looks better." Qiao Zhe gritted his teeth in frustration. Such tricks, huh? Meanwhile, a military green off-road vehicle slowly stopped near the station. As the driver's door opened, a tall, broad-shouldered man stepped out, wearing gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose. This was Qiao Yanqiu, Qiao's second brother. His delicate features and handsome face always drew attention wherever he went. "Look at that."
Who is he?
"I've never seen such a handsome man. That aura, he must be a soldier, right? Look at the car he's driving. That's a military vehicle." A few girls were talking softly, and their voices reached the man's ears. But he seemed used to it and casually looked at his watch. In 2 hours, he would finally see his sister, whom he missed so much. He caught a glimpse of a street stall selling roasted chestnuts, remembering that his sister loved to eat them. So he stood up and walked over. The girls talking about him saw him approaching and quickly looked down shyly, afraid to meet his eyes. Looks like he's coming this way. Maybe he heard us talking about him. We told you to keep it down earlier, but you didn't listen. Now he's coming, the girls whispered nervously as Zhou Yanchu walked past them. A faint scent of sandalwood followed him. Although he didn't look at them, they felt their hearts race even faster. He bought a bag of roasted chestnuts from the vendor and then returned to his car, waiting patiently. Time passed slowly. It was winter, and he could have waited inside the car, but he wanted to be the first to see his sister.
Soon, 2 hours had gone by.
A green train slowly arrived at the station. Zhou Yanchu hurried over, scanning the crowd as people disembarked. Gradually, everyone had gotten off the train, but he couldn't find his sister. Zhou, and wasn't she supposed to arrive today? He wondered if maybe it wasn't this train. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder from behind. He immediately showed a look of impatience. Zhou Yanchu has a serious cleanliness obsession and hates being touched by strangers, especially casually. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Zhou gritted his teeth and said, "Nice, you even took off my tire." Zhou Yanchu turned around and looked directly at him. "Huh, which I saw that I did it." Zhou sneered, "Such a wicked thing. I can't think of anyone else but you." Fortunately, he had already put the tire back on, though it was a bit slow. But it seemed he wasn't late after all. From Zhou Yanchu's expression, it was clear he still hadn't found Zhou. Later, Anan will arrive and definitely sit in my car. After all, a few months ago when I visited her, she said she liked me the most, her handsome and charming third brother. Hearing Qiao Zishuan boast, Zhou Yanchu raised an eyebrow. Handsome and charming? I think the first 2 words are unnecessary. And Anan likes you the most? Her face isn't that easy to fool. Qiao Zishuan was momentarily speechless by Qiao Yanchu's sharp reply. His words were always so witty. "Qiao Zishuan, you're just jealous of me. Don't think I don't know. Anyway, I advise you not to wait too long. If Anan comes and gets into my car and someone starts crying, I will definitely laugh." Qiao Yanchu seemed to hear something very funny. He raised his hand and adjusted his glasses with his index finger. He sneered sarcastically. "Jealous of me? Qiao Zishuan? That's the first time I've heard such an insult." Qiao Zishuan almost spat out his drink. He didn't believe he couldn't argue better than Qiao Yanchu. They kept arguing back and forth, hurting each other with words. Before they knew it, it was past 6 in the evening. The sun was setting, and the train station was getting less crowded. By 9 o'clock at night, only 2 lonely figures remained, standing in the wind. Qiao Zishuan couldn't help sneezing. "It's so late, and we haven't even seen a single soul." Qiao Yanchu also felt a bit hopeless. He had been waiting since morning, and had never waited so long in his life. Waiting so long was one thing, but waiting for nothing was another. It was like waiting for air. He sighed deeply. It seemed the information in Qiao Zishuan's letter was wrong, which made him wait in vain. But he was waiting for Qiao, and he was willing to do so. "Just wait here if you want. I'm leaving." Qiao Yanchu said this and walked toward a military green SUV. He opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Qiao Zishuan also drove away. It was so late, and there were no more buses. Why was he still waiting? But if he kept waiting, he might really see a ghost. Who knew? Xiaoan was supposed to arrive today, so why hadn't he seen her all day? Qiao Zishuan couldn't figure it out. Since he didn't see her, he could only sheepishly go home. What they didn't know was that Xiaoan was sound asleep at this moment. The next morning, Zhang He took out 2 metal lunchboxes and some tickets, planning to buy food from the dining car. At this time, train staff did not push carts to sell food. Passengers had to buy it themselves. Before Zhang He left the compartment, Xiaoan called out to him, "No need to buy food. We have a small kitchen here, remember?" Zhang He suddenly forgot that they could cook inside the space. They entered the space and quickly ate a few buns. Zhang He had little appetite and only ate one, feeling full afterward. The buns inside the space had lots of filling and were bigger than those sold outside. Xiaoan ate 3 buns in a row but still wasn't full, so she used her mind to create a bowl of beef noodles, a large bowl. In Jiang-hee's surprised eyes, Chow-en quickly finished the whole bowl of beef noodles, even drinking all the broth. After leaving the space, Chow-en lay flat on the bed, not wanting to move. Jiang-hee sat nearby, holding a small knife and peeling an apple. You just finished eating. Don't lie down. It's bad for your health. Chow-en half opened her eyes and said, I'm sleepy. She yawned after speaking. Jiang-hee looked at her and asked, Didn't you just wake up? It had only been about an hour since she woke up and ate, yet she was already sleepy. Yesterday, before dark, Chow-en had already gone to sleep and slept straight through until this morning. I don't know, I just feel very sleepy and want to sleep. Chow-en turned over as she spoke. Jiang-hee handed her a peeled apple and asked, Do you want to eat the apple? When they were inside the space, Chow-en said she wanted to eat, so Jiang-hee picked it from the garden. Chow-en opened her mouth to take a bite, then stopped moving, holding the small piece of apple silently. After a few seconds, she chewed and said, I don't want to eat anymore. You can have it. Chow-en's eyes were closed while she spoke, and her voice was soft, showing she was very tired. Jiang-hee didn't say anything else. He covered her more tightly with the blanket. Chow-en slept until after 1 p.m., then got up to eat a little, played for a while, and then went back to sleep. Dinner was also eaten inside the space, with eggplant soup, meatballs, and stir-fried garlic stalks with cured meat, more than enough for a restaurant meal. Chow-en ate 2 bowls of plain rice, and almost all the dishes on her plate were finished. Jiang-hee gradually felt something was wrong. Wife, are you feeling unwell? Joan shook her head. I'm not feeling unwell. I eat well and sleep soundly. Why do you suddenly ask? Jiang-hee had a reason for asking. Recently, Joan had been eating a lot and sleeping a lot, more than usual. Just now at dinner, she not only ate 3 bowls of rice but also finished all the dishes. Normally, it would take her 2 days to finish that much food. This was unusual, and Jiang-hee started to suspect she might be sick. Suddenly, 2 words popped into his mind. He remembered hearing that pregnant women often become very sleepy, have a bigger appetite, and sometimes feel nauseous. Joan showed 2 of these signs perfectly. Honey, I remember you didn't come to that appointment this month, right? Jiang-hee wanted to confirm. He thought Joan hadn't gone this month, but he was afraid he might be mistaken, so he asked just to be sure. Joan was about to reply when she suddenly felt nauseous and almost wanted to. Seeing this, Jiang-hee was more certain that Joan might be pregnant, but they needed to wait until after they got off the train to go to the hospital for a checkup. He quickly found a plastic bag, held it under Joan's mouth, and helped her into it. Joan only dry-heaved a few times, but couldn't. Honey, you might be pregnant, but we can't be sure yet. After we get off the train, we'll go to the hospital for a check. Joan was very likely pregnant. Jiang-hee was actually quite happy, but also a little sad. He hadn't planned for Joan to get pregnant so soon. He had even thought about not having children in this life, because giving birth is very painful, and he had looked into it. If something went wrong, it could be dangerous, even deadly, and he didn't want to take that risk, even if the chances were small. Even if they didn't want children, life could still be good. Jiang-hee had promised Joan that he wouldn't let her get pregnant until he was ready. But ultimately, it was his fault. They couldn't find a suitable umbrella for Xiaoyu, and he thought the chances were low, so he didn't take it seriously. For the first time, Jiang-hee felt incredibly stupid. He should have been more careful. Compared to him, Joan was much happier. Now that you mention it, I also think I might really be pregnant. She wondered why she had been eating so much and sleeping so well lately. But then she started to worry again about the upcoming college entrance exam. Less than a year remains before the nationwide college entrance exam is restored. Counting carefully, there are only about 10 months left. She still needs to take university entrance exams and continue her studies. At this critical time, she is pregnant. She probably can't go to the exam with a big belly. Jiang-hee noticed Chow-en's worry. We can't be sure yet if you're pregnant. You can go to the hospital for a checkup later, and you'll find out then. Don't worry too much. Chow-en was thinking if the test shows she is really pregnant, what should she do then? Should she have an abortion and still take the exam? Or should she focus on carrying the baby and give up the exam? If she decides to have an abortion, she probably can't go through with it because it's a life, and it hasn't done anything wrong. But then Xiaoan suddenly thought, why give up the exam just because she's pregnant? No one said pregnant women can't take the exam. Xiaoan suddenly remembered that pregnant women can not only take the exam, but also have special exam rooms prepared for them, with comfortable seats and a good environment. Because this era values knowledge and education so much, even if you're pregnant, no one will stop you from taking the exam. Everyone is treated equally. Thinking about this, Xiao An's worries suddenly disappeared. But she shouldn't be too happy too early. She still isn't sure whether she's pregnant or not. 2 days later, before dawn, before it was even light and early, Xiaoan woke up early. She rested her head by the window, looking outside. The train was gradually approaching Beijing City and would arrive before noon. Xiaoan felt an uncontrollable excitement inside. Meanwhile, inside the military district, the desk lamp in Xiao Jingyan's office had been on all night. He finished organizing the last document on his desk, rubbed his forehead, and there was a dark circle under his eyes. Xiao Jingyan hadn't slept all night, just to free up more time. He looked out the window, lost in thought. After a while, he withdrew his gaze, checked the watch on his wrist. It's 4 o'clock. He reached out and turned off the desk lamp, then left the office and headed toward the training ground. The soldiers are required to get up at 5 in the morning, but it was obviously not time yet. On the field, quite a few soldiers, about 10 or so, were already doing physical training. At the sight of Xiao Jingyan, everyone stopped what they were doing and lined up neatly. Commander Xiao Jingyan stepped forward in military boots, making a tapping sound on the ground. The scene was very quiet. The soldiers didn't dare move, and it felt like you could hear their sweat dripping onto the floor. Why are you all so nervous? Xiao Jingyan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at them sharply. His gaze finally settled on the soldier on the far left of the front row, who had a scar on his face. That soldier was already nervous, and now he was even more so. Fortunately, Xiao Jingyan quickly looked away, and he silently let out a breath of relief. How long have you been training here? The soldier in the middle took a step forward and explained that they had been doing physical training on the training ground since around 3 a.m. Not bad, Xiao Jingyan said with a slight smile. The soldiers felt a strange surge of excitement. It was unbelievable. They had never seen Xiao Jingyan smile before, let alone praise them. But in the next second, that smile disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. His cold eyes swept over everyone. Do you think I will praise you for being eager? Usually, soldiers wake up around 5 a.m. Mealtimes are fixed. 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. time is strictly controlled to ensure each soldier has enough time to eat and rest. Training is also very important, usually in the morning and afternoon, so each soldier has enough time for different exercises. But these soldiers came to the training ground early at 3 a.m., trying to become stronger. Xiao Jingyan paced back and forth in his military boots, his voice cold. Military rules are clear. Do I need to tell you what to do at what time? At this hour, you should be in bed resting to recover for the intense training in the morning and afternoon. Not getting up early at 3 a.m. just because you think you've rested enough, right? As he finished speaking, the soldiers immediately tensed up, probably expecting what he would say next. Every soldier should strictly follow discipline. Since your intense daily training makes you feel relaxed, I will give you a taste of the joy of waking up early. Each of you run 30 laps around this training ground. When you finish, you can rest. If you can't finish. Although Xiao Jingyan didn't say the rest aloud, the soldiers understood. Half an hour later, Xiao Jingyan still stood there motionless, watching the soldiers run. He is strict with himself and also with his subordinates. If they don't follow discipline, they should suffer a little. They came to the training ground at 3 in the morning, which should be rest time. Without enough strength, how can they handle the next day's training? This hardship is what they deserve. The soldiers, feeling his gaze, became more serious and ran harder. Xiao Jingyan looked away, took off his military jacket, revealing a white shirt underneath. He rolled up his sleeves to his forearms, then walked to the pull-up bar and grabbed it with both hands. As he moved up and down, his arm muscles tightened and bulged. The soldiers started whispering among themselves. The officer's posture is so precise. Even though he's not in a shirt, his figure must be amazing. Through the shirt, I think I can see his chest muscles. I wish I could train to look like him someday. Stop whispering. 30 laps aren't enough? Don't let your chatter cause the officer to make us run extra laps later. They probably can't hear us if we speak quietly. As they spoke, they suddenly felt like something was watching them. Turning their heads, they saw Qiao Jingyan looking at them. They all shut up quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang he just woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Qiao An's face enlarged. Jiang he wasn't scared, but Qiao An was startled. Why did you wake up so suddenly? Jiang he pulled the blanket in half and hugged her. Still sleepy, his voice was a bit hoarse. Someone was touching my face while I was asleep. It tickled, so I woke up. Qiao An sat up, cupped Jiang He's face, and kissed him with a pop sound. Not long now, we'll arrive in Jing City. My brothers will definitely come to pick me up. Are you nervous? Tension was high, but now is not the time to think about that. Jiang he pointed to Qiao An's leg. Qiao An looked confused. Huh, do you feel like you've pressed on something? Qiao An reached out with his hand to check. Something hard like a stone. In the next second, Qiao An quickly pulled his hand back, blushing. You just woke up and you're like this. Jiang he looked innocent. It's not my fault. It's normal. Besides, you're like this. Qiao An snorted and ignored him, slowly getting out of bed. Before his feet touched the ground, Jiang he picked him up again, pressing him down, covering both of them with a blanket, leaving only their heads visible. What are you doing? You wouldn't want to do something bad, right? Jiang he pressed his forehead to Qiao An's. It's not like that. I just want to kiss you. After saying that, he leaned in and kissed him gently. Qiao Jingyan finished his morning workout, sweating all over. His shirt was soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to his skin. He went back to his room, took off all his clothes, and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. He just came out of the bathroom, completely showing off his attractive figure. Just like the soldier said, his body really was excellent. His perfect physique was outlined clearly in the sunlight coming through the window. His strong chest, honey-colored skin, defined and firm, without any movement, yet full of charm. His short hair was still wet, dripping water down. From his sharp face to his collarbones and chest, then to his well-defined abs and further down. Qiao Jingyan grabbed a towel from the nearby shelf and casually dried his hair. Then he picked out a simple winter outfit from the wardrobe and put it on, topped with a black wool coat. Most of his clothes in the wardrobe were black, white, or gray, with no patterns. Because he didn't like flashy clothes, he mostly wore military uniforms, so these clothes didn't get much use. When Qiao Jingyan finished packing and was ready to leave, half an hour had passed. He was heading to the train station. The army commander has a dedicated driver responsible for driving the vehicle. Usually the driver is a soldier or non-commissioned officer in the military. They all receive professional driving training to ensure the safety and timely arrival of the commander at their destination. When the driver sees Qiao Jingyan, he first salutes and then opens the back door of the car. After Qiao Jingyan gets into the back seat, the driver starts the car. At noon, the train heading to Beijing slowly arrives at the final station. Qiao An excitedly looks out the window at the familiar city, feeling happy inside. Finally, she has arrived. This is her first time back since her rebirth. Jiang he packs up his belongings, including the vegetables and fruits he had prepared in the space to take back. Then, the two of them get off the train. Fong Hong, carrying her luggage, stands on the platform and waves when she sees Qiao An, and then Qiao An thought she had already left. Fong Hong's face looks very tired. After the tough days on the train, she feels like she is about to faint. When she got off the train, she couldn't help it again, and now she feels nauseous again. Qiao An pats Fong Hong on the back. Are you okay? After a moment, Fong Hong straightens up.
I've fine.
You don't know how bad the hard seat carriage was. That smell, holding it in almost made it come through your nose. Qiao An laughed softly. It was really stinky. I smelled it when I got on too. You endured so long. You're really strong. Fortunately, Xiao Shang had booked a ticket for her in advance and sent it back with a private compartment. Otherwise, she would have had to suffer in the hard-seat carriage. Xiao and quietly listens to Fong Hong complain about how bad the carriage was. Soon, she hears someone calling her. A familiar voice reaches her ears. Even with the busy, noisy train station, she hears it clearly. Xiaoan suddenly turns her head and looks toward the direction of the voice. She immediately spots the man in a black coat standing in front of a jeep, waving at her. In that instant, when their eyes meet, a smile appears on Xiao Jingyan's face. The driver behind him looks quite frightened. It's more surprising than the end of the world. Before Xiao Jingyan can make a move, Xiaoan runs over first, hugging his waist tightly. Joan was already prepared for the meeting in the car. She thought she wouldn't cry, but at the moment they met, she couldn't hold back. Jiang He followed behind Joan. When he heard her call Zhou Jingyan big brother, he paused briefly and then also called out, "Big brother." Fong Hong was stunned and frozen in place. Just now, what did Nin call this man? He isn't Nin's big brother? Fong Hong covered her pounding heart, her eyes fixed on Zhou Jingyan's delicate face. Oh my goodness, I can't take it, I really can't. Is such a handsome man really real? Joan didn't notice Fong Hong's reaction. She kept saying to Zhou Jingyan, "Big brother, I miss you so much." "Me too," Zhou Jingyan said affectionately, patting her head. Then he wiped her tears with his finger. "It's been so long, and you still cry so easily." Looking carefully, Zhou Jingyan's eyes also looked a little red at the corners. He stared intently at Joan's face. It was still as beautiful as before. He was finally seeing his sister. "The weather is cold, let's get in the car." After saying that, he released Joan and personally opened the car door for her. Then, as if noticing Jiang He behind her, he said politely, "This is the kind-hearted comrade helping you carry your luggage, right?" He stepped forward and took the luggage from Jiang He's hand, politely saying, "Comrade, thank you very much." Joan was surprised. Why would her big brother think that? Hadn't third brother told them that she married Jiang He? "Big brother, he's not just a kind-hearted person helping me with my luggage. He is." Joan was about to explain, but Jiang He interrupted her first, taking the initiative. "Big brother, nice to meet you. My name is Jiang He, and I am Annen's husband. We are already married." They have registered their marriage and held a wedding. Snap. Zhou Jingyan's belongings slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. His previously gentle eyes, when seeing Joan, now carried a hint of fierce anger. "What did you say?" Fong Hong stood nearby, looking love-struck, her eyes almost popping out. She covered her nose, afraid that a nosebleed might start at any moment. Wow, even when angry, he looks so handsome. Joan knew Zhou Jingyan was angry. She quickly picked up the things that had fallen on the ground. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. We are all family, okay?" She squeezed between the two people, comforting one after the other. "Big brother, he's right. We're married, and our parents know, even third brother knows. Don't you know? It's all his fault. He didn't tell you. That's so annoying. When we go back, I'll deal with him." Joan threw the pot entirely at Jose, since he wasn't there anyway. "It's just taking the blame, no big deal. Besides, big brother probably wouldn't do anything to him, right?" Zhou Jingyan stared hard at Jiang He, and Jiang He looked back confidently. Joan interrupted before Zhou Jingyan could speak. "Ugh, it's really cold. Big brother, let's get in the car. My hands are frozen." Actually, she wasn't cold at all. She had put several warm packs inside her clothes. She was as warm as a little sun. Zhou Jingyan looked at her deeply, as usual, not telling a lie. "Well, it's better not to cause a scene on the street." He stepped into the car first. Seeing Zhou Jingyan get in, Joan relaxed and whispered to Jiang He, "He, stay strong." As long as she could win over Zhou Jingyan, it would be like winning over Zhou Yanchu too. Just like what Jose said. Zhou Jingyan's words at home carried a lot of weight, and sometimes Zhou Shang had to listen to him. But for Zhou En, it was different. Zhou Jingyan listened to her about everything, but on this matter, it was complicated. Fong Hong came over and patted Zhou En's shoulder. "And you have such a wonderful big brother. Is he a soldier?" Joan nodded. Yes, he's a military commander. You've never asked me before, so I didn't tell you. Hearing this, Fong Hong liked Zhou Jingyan even more. She had always dreamed that her future husband would be a soldier. She liked soldiers because they were brave heroes, unlike those timid ordinary folks. What's your big brother's name? Does he have a girlfriend?
How old is he?
What does he like to eat? Any food he can't eat? Fong Hong asked a lot of questions in a row. Joan was speechless. Aren't you trying to become my sister-in-law? Fong Hong blushed shyly and said, Why not? It's better not to let good things go to outsiders. What do you think? Want to set us up? Joan looked as if she suddenly understood something. Oh, you really want to be my sister-in-law? But I can't help with that. You don't know my older brother well. He's very strict, and he's never even held a girl's hand at his age. Of course, he's strict, but only with outsiders.
Fong Hong nodded happily. Wow.
So he's still a pure-hearted single man. Joan coldly interrupted her. No, he's not pure-hearted. He just doesn't want to date or get married. He's not interested at all. That's why he's so old and still single. Zhou Jingyan is already 27 but refuses to marry. Xinzi and Zhong Shang are worried sick. They've introduced him to many girls, but every time it ends in failure. He hasn't even met the girl before rejecting her. No matter how Zhong Shang and Xinzi persuade him, he refuses. He is completely disinterested in women. Fong Hong looked confused. Could it be because he hasn't met someone he likes? Joan waved her hand. You're wrong if you think that. Let me tell you, you can think of him as a monk who hasn't shaved his head. He doesn't hold prayer beads or anything. Just forget it. Is it really that exaggerated? Such an outstanding man, and he's a non-marriage supporter? That's such a shame. Fong Hong looked a bit anxious. She grabbed Joan's small hand and shook it. How do you know if you don't try? Just give me a little help. I'll handle the rest myself. Joan sighed. Why wouldn't this kid listen? It seems she won't give up until she sees no hope. Joan responded, took Fong Hong by the hand, and led her to the back seat of the car, facing Zhou Jingyan. Big brother, she's my good friend. Her name is Fong Hong.
She's also a countryside youth.
Let's give her a ride. Fong Hong greeted politely from behind. Zhou Jingyan only glanced at her, and then turned his head away. He seemed to accept it. Joan made Fong Hong sit beside him. A soldier helped carry the things into the trunk, then got into the car. Jiang he also got in, but looked a bit wronged because he was sitting in the front passenger seat, and there was no room in the back. He wanted to sit with Joan. The driver held the steering wheel and politely asked, Sir, where are we going now? Joan asked Fong Hong. You haven't told me where your home is yet. Fong Hong nodded twice and then gave the location. It was quite close to Joan's house, about a half-hour drive. Zhou Jingyan looked at Joan with gentle eyes that almost couldn't be hidden. Enin, why don't you sit next to me? Joan awkwardly smiled. Because Fong Hong gets carsick. No, wait, I get carsick. Sitting by the window is better. He couldn't exactly say it was to give them a chance to be alone. Fong Hong also smiled. Yes, I get carsick. No, I mean, she gets carsick. Haha. Zhou Jingyan was amused by her awkward excuse. When did my sister start getting carsick? I can tell some things, and I know what they're thinking. Plus, Fong Hong's obvious behavior makes it clear, I'm not stupid. But Zhou Jingyan chose not to expose Joan. Instead, he ordered, start driving. He had originally wanted to get out and switch seats with Jiang He, but then he thought, wouldn't that be giving that kid a break? Letting him sit in the back would mean he could be close to Joan. The driver received the order and started the car. Fong Hong sat in the middle, nervous, her palms sweating, and she only dared to secretly glance at Zhou Jingyan. Then, in the next second, she quickly looked away. Even at such a close distance, she couldn't see the pores on his face. His skin was so smooth. His eyelashes were long, and his nose was very straight. She thought he looked stunning from afar, but up close, he was incredibly handsome, almost breathtaking. How could anyone live up to that? Joan watched her uncontrollable expression and sighed. Giving her a chance was useless. Zhou Jingyan had already noticed Fong Hong secretly watching him, but said nothing, pretending not to notice. He reached into his coat pocket and took out some chocolates and candies of various flavors, then spread his hand over Fong Hong and placed it in front of Joan. Joan grabbed them. Wow, these are all my favorite flavors. Since childhood, Zhao Jingyan had been putting some of Joan's favorite candies and snacks in his coat pocket every day. Whenever she wanted to eat, she could just take them out. Even if Joan was not with him and went to the countryside to be a young worker, he still kept this habit. However, today, he finally had the chance to take these candies out of his pocket. I brought a lot, and there are more after I finish. After saying that, Zhao Jingyan thought for a moment, took out a few more candies from his pocket, and handed them to Fong Hong. He said softly, "Do you want some?" Although he knew Fong Hong's idea was impossible to succeed, she was Anne's friend. Fong Hong excitedly took the candies, but didn't peel off the wrappers.
Because she didn't want to eat them yet.
Zhou and immediately saw through this. Girls who fall in love are just different. She peeled off a piece of chocolate and gently fed it to Jiang He's mouth. Jiang He's face showed a look of grievance, but also happiness. He obediently opened his mouth, and the piece of chocolate was just fed into his mouth by Zhou and felt a chill run down her back. She turned her head and met Zhou Jingyan's sharp gaze. So she peeled another piece of chocolate and held it near Zhou Jingyan's mouth. Ahem, big brother, you should try some too. It's very sweet and delicious. Zhou Jingyan was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth and ate it. He usually didn't eat sweets, but since Zhou fed him, he ate it. The driver, who was driving and watching through the rearview mirror, saw everything and felt very happy inside. Even the commander had such a gentle side. When they got back to the military area, he would definitely share this surprising news with his teammates. Zhou Jingyan seemed to understand his thoughts and looked coldly at the rearview mirror. Are you really planning to drive to your house without saying a word? Let me tell you, if you don't seize the chance now, it will be difficult later. Fong Hong kept thinking about what to say. Zhou and said, if I don't say anything now, I might never get another chance. After a while, she finally gathered her courage and looked at Xiao Jingyan beside her. Have you had breakfast? Zhou and she grabbed Fong Hong's hand and whispered, can't you ask a nicer question? It's already noon. It shows that Fong Hong has zero emotional intelligence. It's already noon, and she still asks if he has eaten breakfast. But Xiao Jingyan really hasn't eaten.
Fong Hong blushed chilly.
Then I'll ask something else. She took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Jingyan again. Have you had lunch? Zhou and Xiao Jingyan. The car suddenly became very quiet. The driver, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it that funny? Xiao Jingyan's cold voice came, and he stopped smiling immediately. Fong Hong covered her face in embarrassment. She felt she had made a big fool of herself. She secretly peeked at Xiao Jingyan through her fingers. Phew, luckily, he looks normal. Zhou and finally understood what it was like to have a teammate who acts like a fool. She had become numb to Fong Hong. Until the car stopped steadily in front of Fong Hong's house, she still shyly covered her face. It was Xiao and who reminded her, we're here. Fong Hong finally lowered her hand. Already so soon, Zhou and sighed inwardly. How could it not be quick? Besides those two questions, Fong Hong kept her face covered the whole time, blushing all the way. She didn't do anything else or say anything more. The driver got out and took her luggage from the trunk. Fong Hong looked at Xiao Jingyan and stammered a thank you. Thank you for bringing me back. Goodbye. Zhou and also got out of the car and stood at the gate of Fong Hong's yard, looking around. Fong Hong didn't plan to invite them inside because her mother was sick and some things were inconvenient. Thinking of this, Fong Hong felt a bit upset. Joan patted her arm gently and hugged her. Remember, you can talk to me about anything. I will always help you. She then sat back in the car and waved to Fong Hong. We're leaving now.
Bye-bye.
If I have time, I'll come visit you. Fong Hong carried her luggage and said goodbye. Okay, bye-bye. The jeep slowly drove away down the road, and a cold wind blew, making her hair flutter. She brushed her loose hair behind her ear and stepped into the house she hadn't visited in a long time. Joan held Jiang Yan's arm. Big brother, what do you think of Fong Hong? Jiang Yan thought for a moment. She's pretty good. He didn't know Fong Hong well, just a brief encounter, so he didn't say much. Joan was a bit excited. How good? Is she so good that you feel like falling in love? Jiang smiled and tapped her forehead with his finger. What are you thinking? I'm so old, and you want me to fall in love with her? Joan covered her forehead and pouted. That doesn't matter. As long as you love each other, age isn't a problem, and he was like an old cow eating tender grass. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness on his face. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Even if she were the same age as me, we wouldn't be together. Joan looked at him confused. I know you don't want to get married, but don't you envy others with happy families? He probably did, right? He might envy others having a partner, and his children calling him dad happily. No, Jiang Yan said firmly. He truly didn't want to now or in the future. For Jiang Yan, family, a partner, children, he didn't need or want any of that. He didn't want to fall in love or get married. Even if he spent his life alone, he wouldn't envy others' families. He also wouldn't regret his decision. Sigh, Joan sighed. Why was he so content with nothing? Boring. You really are like a monk who doesn't wear prayer beads. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. So, stop wasting your friend's time on me. So far, he had met many beautiful women. Some are cunning and sharp, only interested in his status and appearance, so they want to be with him. Others are pure and genuinely kind-hearted. But no matter how perfect they are, like a piece of pure jade, Qiao Jingyan has no extra thoughts and wouldn't even bother to look at them. He is very happy with himself this way. Apart from his career and his sister, he doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't want other women in his life. He only wants to give all his tenderness to Qiao and not letting anyone share even a little. He cares for her, protects her, and supports her. If Qiao knew how he felt, she would be very shocked and say, Really, big brother? You love your sister this much? Qiao boredly looked out the window, then suddenly turned around as if she just remembered. Why didn't second brother and third brother come to pick me up? If those two knew she was back, they would definitely come. Qiao Jingyan just looked at her calmly, with no hint of guilt, and said, Who knows? There was no shame on his face. Meanwhile, at the military district compound, Qiao Shang and Shun Zi stood at the gate, looking around anxiously. Qiao Zhe was lazily sitting on the sofa, eating an apple, glancing toward the gate. He really didn't understand what they were waiting for. They had been standing there since early morning and didn't seem cold at all. At this moment, an elderly man from the Hu family who also lived in the compound approached Shinzi and Qiao Shang. He couldn't help but ask curiously, What are you waiting for? You've been here since early morning. We're waiting for my daughter, the old man said, touching his beard with a happy look on his face. Oh, Anin is coming back. She hasn't been home since she went to the countryside. Shinzi covered her mouth and smiled, saying nothing more. The old man from the Hu family had a little plan in mind, his eyes darting around. He moved closer to the two, asking, Anin is about 19 this year, right? Not young anymore. Is she thinking about finding a partner? Qiao Shang immediately saw what he was up to, probably trying to introduce his grandson to her. Sure enough, the old man continued, My grandson is only 21. Standing with Anin, they make a perfect match. This year, he will also come back for the new year. When that happens, the two children can spend more time together. If it works out, it will be a happy event. Shun Zi sighed silently. This old man has been making plans for many years. Since Qiaoan was young, he has been secretly and openly trying to match her with someone. His grandson is a good person, looks nice, and has a good personality in many ways. But it's clear he will never be a suitable son-in-law for the Qiao family. He also doesn't like Qiaoan and avoids contact with her. Shun Zi didn't want to hide it anymore. Maya and En is already married. You shouldn't keep thinking about it. Old Who looked surprised. Really? Married? When did that happen? This year, Shun Zi replied. Old Who sighed with regret. Where is the young man from? What does his family do? He liked Qiaoan very much and envied Qiao Shang, who had such a beautiful little daughter-in-law. His daughter-in-law had 3 children, all boys. When Shinzi was giving birth in the hospital, Old Who eagerly followed the Qiao family to see her. He even held Xiao, and when she was born, she was so soft and cute. He was very envious. He started to think about making her his daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, she got married. Ding ding. Just as Shinzi was about to tell Old Hu about Jiang He, a sudden honking of a car interrupted him. They've arrived. Shunzi held Xiao Shang's hand and stepped forward. Old Hu followed, wanting to see what kind of man Xiaoan married. The car slowly stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Xiaoan immediately opened the door and jumped out, giving Shinzi a big hug. Tears welled up in Shunzi's eyes. My baby is finally back. You must be tired after such a long train ride. Xiao Shang also had red eyes.
He pointed to himself.
And Dad too. Come give Dad a hug. Xiaoan let go of Shinzi and gave him a big hug. Dad still acts like a little kid. Old Hu also came forward and looked at the young girl in front of him. He couldn't help but feel emotional. She had been away in the countryside for so long, but she seemed to have changed a lot. And she was becoming more and more beautiful. And do you remember who I am? Joan heard this and looked at Old Man Hu, then boldly touched his beard. Of course I remember, Old Hu. Your beard has grown longer than before. Old Man Hu pretended to be angry and glared at her, but he couldn't hide his smile. You're so rude. Call me Grandpa Hu, not Old Hu. Joan didn't care about that and called him Old Hu a few more times. Since she was a child, Joan liked to grab his beard because it was long, and he always called her Old Hu, never Grandpa Hu. The group gathered around Joan, asking about her well-being. Old Man Hu even forgot he wanted to see Joan's husband. Look at you, you've lost weight. Your little hands are even thinner than before. By the way, Mom cleaned your room and cooked a big table of your favorite dishes. Eat more later. And Dad bought you many pretty new dresses, all the latest styles. He also bought lots of snacks, all in your room. When you're done eating, Dad will buy more for you. Joan Zhe was originally eating an apple and reading Joan Shang's newspaper. When he heard faint noises at the gate, he couldn't help but look. And he seemed to hear Joan's voice too. He immediately put down what he was holding and ran outside. There, he saw everyone gathered around Joan, asking about her. He wasn't mistaken, his sister was really back. He was very excited and pushed forward, but someone kicked him away. Joan Zhe. He angrily got up and pushed forward again, but in the next second, he fell to the ground, with a handprint on his face. Jiang He stood nearby holding something, watching the scene. Joan Jingyan also looked at him with a look of disbelief. Joan Zhe covered his left cheek. That slap was definitely from Shinzi. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Joan. Joan noticed the handprint on his face and couldn't help but smile a little. Joan Zhe didn't care and asked her, "Why are you only back now? According to the letter you sent, you should have arrived earlier. That day, I waited with your third brother at the train station until after 9 at night, but we didn't see you." Joan was confused by this. She had sent a letter home and was supposed to return at the time mentioned in the letter, but there was a small unexpected situation, and she had to change her plans. However, she later sent another letter back. Could it be that she didn't receive it? Joan explained the whole story to Zhou. Zhou glanced at Zhou Jingyan nearby and understood everything. No wonder he was indifferent when he went to the military district that day. But thinking carefully, if Joan was coming back, how could Zhou Jingyan not go to meet her? The case is solved. Everything is clear now. The letter Joan sent back later was definitely intercepted by him. Then he secretly went to meet her himself. He only told Zhou Shang and Shinzi. He wondered why these two were waiting at the gate so early. Zhou Jingyan looked expressionless, with a hint of disdain in his dark eyes, and his eyes slightly raised. It seemed to say, "What does it matter if you know?" Zhou was not willing to accept this. He thought that Zhou Yanqu removing his car tires was already enough of a problem. But he never expected that Zhou Jingyan was even more unreasonable. "Zhou, I will definitely ask my mom to introduce you to more marriage prospects later. By the way," Old Hu finally remembered, "I heard your mother say you're married. Hurry up and introduce her to me." Old Hu looked past Zhou Jingyan at Jiang He. This look was quite intense. "Are you Ann's husband?" Jiang He politely nodded. "Hello, Grandpa." "Yes, I am." Many neighbors watching the scene couldn't help but praise. This young man is really handsome, tall and strong. His looks are just as good as the three sons of the Zhou family. Yes, he's well-behaved, polite, and neatly dressed. He must come from a notable family. Such a big family like the Zhou family, everyone is extraordinary. Their son-in-law must also be outstanding. However, a woman surnamed Gao pushed through the crowd with a look of disdain. Wearing nice clothes doesn't prove anything. Old who was annoyed when he saw her. Gao Weihong, stop causing trouble here. The Zhou family members also looked displeased. Gao Pa pretended not to hear him and walked straight to Jiang He, inspecting him. This look made Jiang He very uncomfortable. Gao Pa was not friendly. What's your family do? Gao Pa asked directly. Jiang He honestly replied, my parents are farmers. Everyone present, except for the informed members of the Qiao family, was shocked, including Qiao Jingyan. Grandma Gao's face, which was originally a bit sour, now broke into a big smile and laughed loudly. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? The little daughter of the Qiao family married a country bumpkin from the countryside. Everyone thought it was some important person. It turns out she just married a rustic villager, someone who farms in a poor, remote village. Xiaoan immediately got angry. She retorted, who are you calling a country bumpkin? What's wrong with rural folks? For 3 generations, who isn't a farmer? No wonder old man Li once said he regretted marrying a wife like you. At first, she didn't know the reason, but today she finally understood. It's because you look down on others and have a foul mouth. Before Qiao and moved to the countryside, she often heard old man Li arguing with Grandma Gao. Old man Li often said, why would I marry someone as shameless as you, a loud-mouthed woman? Old master, who also spoke up, all you do is yap with that broken mouth of yours. You have no manners at all, like a shrew. If I were old man Li, having a wife like you at home would be terrifying. Grandma Gao looked embarrassed. Her family had a granddaughter, a chubby girl about 20 years old, who had never married. Grandma Gao wanted to marry her to Qiao Jingyan, but he refused without even looking. Later, she stubbornly set her sights on Qiao Yanchu and Qiao Zhe, the 2 brothers. But unsurprisingly, she was rejected again. This became a joke among neighbors living in the military compound. Grandma Gao lost face and started to oppose the Qiao family everywhere. She even spread rumors that Qiao Jingyan had knelt and begged her family's granddaughter to marry him. But everyone with common sense knew what kind of person Qiao Jingyan was. He wouldn't do such a thing. Everyone knew she was making it up, so they ignored her. Grandma Gao, holding her identity as a rural person from Jianghe, mocked her. Qiaoan, your family's reputation is completely ruined because of you. It's a shame you're so pretty, but have such poor judgment. You could have married well, but instead, you chose a rural man. Oh, I see. You want to spend the rest of your life farming with him. Jiang He knows he doesn't deserve Qiaoan, but he'll try his best. At this moment, the strange looks from everyone make him feel a little heavy-hearted. Shen Ziyi looks very upset, holding back a lot of swear words, but her good manners make her hold back. She scolds sharply. What does our Qiao family have to do with you? My son-in-law is kind and handsome. Besides being from a different background, he's no worse than city folks. Aren't you just trying to push your chubby granddaughter onto our Qiao family as a daughter-in-law, but got rejected? Instead of wasting time here seeking attention, you should think about whether your granddaughter can get married in her life. Grandma Gao is hit hard and gets very angry. Even if my granddaughter can't get married, she won't marry a rough man like your daughter did. With her eyes closed. Although Qiao Zhe doesn't have much feeling for Jiang He, since he married Qiaoan, he is still part of the Qiao family. Can he let an outsider bully him? Old lady, your grammar is wrong. It's not just that your granddaughter can't get married. She simply won't marry anyone. My sister's choice of a man has nothing to do with you. What's wrong if he's poor? Our Qiao family is big and powerful. We don't care about that. Everyone is speaking up for Jiang He, and he feels quite touched. His mood lightens a bit. Grandma Gao doesn't know what to say for a moment. Qiaoan, holding Jiang He's big hand, glares angrily at Grandma Gao. Your granddaughter probably won't get married in her life. Unlike me, I have such a handsome and excellent husband. You must be jealous. Grandma Gao laughs angrily. Excellent? Where is he excellent? A farmer can be anything special? In your next life, you'll just be digging potatoes and corn in the fields with him. What do I have to be jealous of? At least my granddaughter still has a chance to choose a good man. While speaking, Grandma Gao points at Jiang He with her finger, mocking, You should be grateful to marry such a foolish and easily fooled person. No one's luck in 8 lifetimes can compare to yours. Hearing this, Xiaoan quickly grabs her hand. This old woman's words are really mean. She hasn't even done anything yet and Grandma Gao suddenly gets scared. What? Do you want to hit me or what? Xiaoan is just holding her hand, but in the next second, she raises her hand to slap her. Before the slap lands, she hears the sound of a gun being cocked. Grandma Gao was stunned and stopped her slap midair. She turned her head and saw Qiao Jingyan carefully cleaning his loaded gun, with a group of police officers standing behind him, though she didn't know when they arrived. The leader seemed to be a police chief, who was rubbing his hands and nodding politely to him. The noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and Qiao Jingyan still seemed a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Grandma Gao with a sharp gaze, like a poisoned dagger, and said, Don't worry, keep causing trouble. Grandma Gao knew what kind of person Qiao Jingyan was. She was completely frightened by his calm and slow way of cleaning his gun. Everyone in the military compound knew that the Qiao family's favorite was their younger sister. Qiao and Qiao Jingyan could even be called extreme. If someone or something hurt Qiao, he would do anything, even risk his life. If he had slapped her just now, he might have shot her right then. Shenzi, seeing Grandma Gao looking so timid, teased, Oh, why aren't you talking now? She was loud and fierce earlier, but now she looked scared like a little bird. Zhao, standing nearby, silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder he was in the army. Grandma Gao swallowed hard and said, What do you want to do? I tell you, don't mess around. She was really worried that Qiao Jingyan might accidentally shoot her. Xiaoan also started to worry. She walked over and held Qiao Jingyan's arm, smoothing his hair. Big brother, it's just a small matter. Don't scare her with the gun. Be careful of accidental firing. If Qiao Jingyan really shot Grandma Gao today, she wouldn't be safe either. But Qiao Jingyan didn't care and spoke calmly. I'm not trying to scare her. As soon as he said that, Grandma Gao's face looked worse. So he really wanted to shoot her. Xiaoan continued to smooth his hair. Put the gun away quickly. She's already scared. If something happens later, she'll definitely blame our Qiao family. Qiao Jingyan looked coldly at Grandma Gao, then, after hearing Xiaoan, he put away the gun. He turned to the bald police chief behind him. Are you clear about this? The bald police chief nodded quickly. Very clear. Very clear. Could he not see clearly? He had been here since Grandma Gao caused trouble, watching the whole process. And he couldn't say he hadn't seen clearly. He ordered his officers, Arrest this troublemaking old woman. Grandma Gao panicked. I haven't done anything. You can't do this, she struggled, but the officers held her down. The bald police chief said, I've been watching from the start. It was you who caused the trouble first. You even tried to hit a young girl earlier. If not you, then who? After that, he ordered, Take her away. No one present spoke up for Grandma Gao. Most agreed with Qiao Jingyan's actions. She was the one who started the trouble and spoke so rudely. All right, let's go inside quickly. My legs are sore from standing so long. Qiaoan held Jiang He's hand, and with her other hand, she held Shenzi's. Xiaozhe looked at his empty hands and was about to go over when Qiaoan said, Third brother, please carry those things inside. Xiaozhe, he silently looked at the many items. Wow, so many? Is this wholesale or what? He was about to ask Qiao Jingyan for help. Before he finished, Qiao Jingyan had already gone ahead with Qiaoan and the others. Very good, very good. When they got home, Qiaoan smelled a strange smell. It was hard to describe, but it definitely wasn't nice. Shenzi excitedly brought out all the dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the table. Everyone sat around, feeling complicated. Only Jiang He looked confused, not knowing what was happening. Qiao Jingyan just glanced at the food on the table and stood up first. Mom, Dad, the army's busy and I have things to handle. I won't eat lunch today. Shinzi felt a bit worried for her eldest son. Oh, you're so busy, you don't even have time to eat. If you have something to do, go ahead. Qiao Jingyan nodded, looked at Xiaoan, and put all the candies from his coat pocket into her hand. Wait for me to come back tomorrow, and I'll take you out for a good walk. Xiaoan smiled sweetly. Okay, big brother, take care. Before leaving, Qiao Jingyan gave Jiang He a meaningful look, then clenched and loosened his fist in his coat pocket. Xiao Zhe looked at the food in front of him and swallowed. Mom, where's Aunt Wang? Why are you cooking yourself? Shinzi explained. It's almost New Year's, so I let her go home early. Before she returns, I will personally cook delicious meals for you. How does that sound? Are you touched? The people in the Qiao family. We dare not. Really, we dare not. With one bite, the hospital might be overwhelmed. Shenzi saw everyone hesitating to eat and urged, come on, eat quickly. Why aren't you eating? Qiao Zhe stood up, imitating Qiao Jingyan, and said, Mom, the hospital still has things to do. Can I? Shenzi slapped the table with her chopsticks, and Qiao Zhe immediately sat back obediently. Is my cooking really that bad? The Qiao family. Whether it's bad or not, you should know yourself. Shenzi told Jiang He, relax, Xiaohe. Just treat this place like your home. Since you and Anan are married, we are family. Don't be so nervous.
Come on, eat.
These dishes are all made by me to welcome you and Anan. I put a lot of effort into them. Jiang He didn't understand the current situation and politely nodded. Shenzi scooped a piece of chicken wing onto his plate. Inside, Qiao silently prayed. Mom, if you give him a piece, you can't give me one, okay? But it was useless. The next piece of chicken wing was still carefully placed into her bowl. Jiang He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed the chicken wing. Not only Shinzi, but everyone else stared at him without blinking, especially Qiao Zhe, whose eyes seemed to say, Brother, you're brave enough. Jiang He found it strange. Why were they all staring at him like that? He took a bite of the chicken wing, and in the next second, he understood why. He had never eaten anything so bad in his life. The taste was complicated, burnt, bitter, and very salty, as if a whole bag of salt had been added. Most importantly, it was not cooked through. Jiang He silently looked at the part he had just bitten, which was still red inside. Shunzi looked at him expectantly. How is it, Xiaohe? Jiang He struggled to swallow and said, Delicious, Mom. Your cooking is really amazing. Shinzi was overjoyed, smiling so widely her mouth couldn't close. Oh, you're such a good talker. If it's tasty, eat more. She liked Jiang He more and more now, and scooped some other dishes onto his plate. Jiang He ate everything without hesitation. Zhou Zhe secretly admired himself, praising his own bravery. Truly a hero among heroes. Shinzi also gave him a piece of chicken wing. Good son, here, you should eat too. Zhou Zhe looked helpless and said, Mom, I'm not very hungry. Are you going to eat or not? I'm really not hungry. Are you saying you won't eat? Are you sure? I'll eat. Zhou couldn't bring himself to eat and just licked the food with his tongue. In the next second, he pulled back, unable to believe how Jiang He managed to eat it. But Shunzi was watching her closely, so she thought, I might as well eat it too. Oh, Mom, where's third brother? Zhou cleverly changed the subject, but Shinzi didn't fall for it. Don't change the subject, Zhou. In the end, she couldn't escape. Zhou Shang was sitting nearby reading the newspaper and laughing. Shinzi took the paper from him. Then she brought out another dish from the kitchen and placed it in front of Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang couldn't smile anymore. Wife, what is this? Shinzi proudly lifted her chin. It's a new dish I learned. Fig steamed with lean meat, with century eggs added. Very nutritious. You've been having a poor appetite lately, right? I made this just for you. Wait, did I hear that right? Fig steamed with what? Steamed lean meat? And she even added century eggs. Could it be more outrageous? Now, everyone else started laughing. This dark dish was already as bizarre as it could get. Zhou Zhe laughed the loudest, trembling all over. Shinzi thought he also wanted to eat, so she divided half of her bowl into his. Zhou Zhe, Zhou and Jiang He wanted to laugh but dared not, and they quietly ate their chicken wings. After a meal that Shinzi enjoyed alone, everyone felt exhausted and unmotivated. Jose felt like his life was about to end, figs steamed with lean meat and century eggs. At this moment, he deeply missed Liu Yanjun's cooking skills. Suddenly, he sharply looked at the bags brought back by Zhou and Jianghe. He asked, "And in what's inside those bags?" Zhou almost forgot about it and went over to open the bags. Inside, there are various fruits and local specialties prepared by Liu Yanjun. These fruits are big and sweet. I thought you all loved to eat them, so I bought more. The jams are all made by my mother-in-law herself. Chowan smiled and took out some cured meat. This is also smoked by my mother-in-law. It's very tasty and authentic. A smoky aroma filled the air. The Chow family all enjoy eating smoked cured meat, but some people can't handle the smell. However, when stir-fried with a little garlic sprout, it smells wonderful. Xiao Zhe picked up 2 glass jars. "What's inside these?" Jianghe looked and said, "It's jam." Xiao Zhe couldn't wait to open one and wanted to taste it, just plain, without anything else. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed a spoon, scooped out half, and put it in a bowl, then started eating. His taste buds were instantly satisfied. It was definitely made by Liu Yanjun. The stomach that was just upset by Shinzi suddenly felt better. Seeing Xiao Zhe's excited expression, Qiao Shang couldn't help asking, "Is it really that delicious?" He took the spoon from Xiao Zhe and, without hesitation, scooped a spoonful to taste. In the next moment, he looked just as amazed as Xiao Zhe. Yes, it's so much better than what your mom made recently." He whispered this, so Shinzi wouldn't hear. The old and young finished the entire jar together. Shinzi held a bright red, large apple, washed it, and took a bite. "This apple is so tender and juicy. I've never had one like this before." Qiao Zhe and Qiao Shang each washed and ate one after hearing that. "Really, it's bigger than usual and it tastes so good, and I don't know why, but I feel warm all over." Qiao smiled. Of course it was warm. These were soaked in spiritual spring water. Although the effects aren't as direct as drinking the spring water, they're still good. In the afternoon, Qiao and Jiang, he both felt a bit speechless. They brought so much fruit, but in less than half a day, most of it was eaten. Even though the fruits are from the space and won't cause stomach issues, do they really not feel full at all? Shinzi was fine, eating 3 or 4 pieces and stopping, but Qiao Zhe and Qiao Shang couldn't stop at all. Joan asked worriedly, "Third brother, Dad, if you eat so much now, you won't be able to have dinner later." Joe shook his head.
You don't understand.
"The more I eat this fruit, the more comfortable I feel, like I've been enchanted." Zhou Shang said, "I feel the same way." Maybe it's because Enan bought it. Mostly, once they were full, Shinzi wouldn't force them to eat dinner. This little plan was working perfectly. Sure enough, when dinner time came, Shinzi didn't force them to eat. Zhou and Zhou Shang looked at each other and smiled happily. By the way, Dad, Joan suddenly remembered she still had a gift she hadn't shown. She looked through those bags but couldn't find it. She clearly remembered putting the 1,000-year-old ginseng into the bag, so why was it missing? Joan searched through other bags but still couldn't find it. No way, she really hadn't put it in? Joan kept searching, almost tearing the bags apart, and finally found something wrapped in white cloth. She opened it and saw her ginseng box. The outer cloth was probably wrapped by Jianghe. Everyone in the family, except Jianghe, was curious about what was inside. Joan didn't keep them waiting and placed the box on the table. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she opened it. In an instant, everyone felt as if a golden light flashed before their eyes. When they saw what was inside, they all gasped in surprise. Especially Zhou Shang, who knew a lot about this. And the family had several ginseng roots, but none of them could compare to this one. The ginseng stem was 160 centimeters long. Even someone who didn't know much about ginseng could tell how precious it was. Zhou Shang stammered, "Oh my God, I've never seen such a ginseng. It must be over 1,000 years old." Joan smiled. "Dad, you're right. This is the 1,000-year-old ginseng king. It's rare in the world, and it's very hard to find a second one. For others, it might be impossible to find, but for Joan it was easy." Anan, where did you get this? Shinzi was also stunned. Although she didn't know as much about ginseng as Zhou Shang, she could tell that this was extraordinary. Joan's gift is perfect in every way. Joan linked her arm with Jiang He and said, "This was dug out of the mountains by Ah He. I want to give it to Dad as a present." Jiang He looked at her with some doubt. Joan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The space is yours, and everything inside it is yours too. So, of course, you should give it to Dad." Joan's tone was excited. "Xiao He, such a precious thing. Are you really going to give it to me?" Jiang He pushed the box with ginseng toward Joan's father. "Dad, haven't you been feeling unwell lately? This ginseng can help strengthen your stomach and lungs, calm your mind, and improve your memory. Besides, I don't need it, so giving it to you makes it useful." Joan's father, Qiao Zhe, smiled without speaking. He thought, "You really know how to flatter." Qiao Shang was so moved, he almost cried. Such a valuable gift, and Jiang He was willing to give it freely. He picked up the box, looked at it from all sides, and became more excited. "Child, come on, let me take you to my study. There are many good things inside. Pick whatever you like." Qiao Shang said this and gently put his arm around Jiang He's shoulder, leading him into the study. Joan felt a bit jealous. Earlier, he had wanted to get a pen from Qiao Shang's collection for a long time, but never succeeded. Now, Jiang He could pick anything he wanted. It made him feel a little sour. Joan didn't go with them. Instead, he sat in the living room with Shinzi watching TV. By then, they had started testing color TV broadcasts. Unlike in the 1950s, when only black and white TVs were available. It wasn't like in later years, with many channels and the ability to search for favorite shows. Jiang Zhe washed some grapes in the kitchen, then sat next to Joan and started peeling them. He handed each peeled grape to Joan to eat. At first, Joan enjoyed eating them, but after a few, he stopped. "Not eating anymore?" Joan shook his head. "I don't want to eat anymore." Jiang Zhe glanced at the table. "Then I'll go get you something else. What happened tonight?" "As long as Qiaoan wants to eat something, I will make sure to get it for her." Qiao Zhe grabbed his car keys and left the house. Just as he reached the garage, he ran into his sharp-tongued second brother. His brother was holding a bag of chestnuts, kept warm inside his coat to prevent the heat from escaping. "Why are you back? Didn't you have something to do?" Qiao Yanchu adjusted his glasses, and for a moment, he seemed to think of someone, his smile strangely unsettling to Qiao Zhe. "Don't think I don't know that my little sister's back today." He did have something to do, but once he heard that Qiaoan was back, he finished it quickly. Though it was a bit late. Qiao Zhe's attention was on the bulge inside his coat. "What's in your coat?" "Of course, it's my little sister's favorite snack." Qiao Yanchu said this and even showed Qiao Zhe the chestnuts. Qiao Zhe was quick to try to grab them. Luckily, Qiao Yanchu reacted fast and didn't let him succeed. Suddenly, Qiao Zhe looked behind him with a smile. "And then?" Qiao Yanchu turned around sharply, but there was no one behind him. Qiao Zhe took the chance to the chestnuts and ran home. Now, he didn't need to go out to buy anything. Qiao Yanchu finally realized he had been tricked. There was no way Qiaoan would be in the garage. What a troublemaker. When Qiao Zhe got home, he locked the door. Qiaoan looked at the roasted chestnuts in his hand, surprised. "How come you came back so fast?" He had been out for less than 10 minutes and already brought something back. Qiao Zhe slowly took off his coat and hung it on the rack. Qiaoan took the chestnuts and started peeling them. "Don't move. I'll peel them for you," Qiao Zhe said quickly as he sat beside her, snatching the roasted chestnuts from her hands. He peeled one and then fed it to Qiao, and Qiaoan ate happily. Qiao Zhe loved feeding her snacks, but soon, loud banging came from the front door. A furious male voice followed.
"Qiaosha,
how dare you take my stuff? I think you're trying to start a fight. Open the door." Shunzi looked at the door while watching TV. "Yanchu is back? Isn't he busy? I thought he wouldn't come back today." She was about to get up and open the door. Qiao Zhe quickly stopped her. "Mom, don't open it. Is that really his sister behind the door?" Joan finally understood where the chestnuts came from. She said, "No way they bought them so quickly." Turns out they were snatched from second brother. Zhou Zhe stopped Shinzi from opening the door. Joan got up from the sofa and went straight to open it. As soon as Zhou Yanchu entered, his eyes locked on Zhou Zhe. He rushed forward and grabbed his collar. You playing this game? Huh? Zhou Zhe didn't back down and tugged back. Joan wasn't surprised by this scene. They had been like this for a long time and she was used to it. Shenzi, speechless, separated the two. What's there to fight about? It's late, everyone calm down. Anin just got back, don't argue. Zhou Yanchu looked at Joan, loosened Zhou Zhe's collar, and stepped forward to hug her. Anin, second brother missed you so much. Joan was happy too. I missed you too, but unfortunately, you're busy and didn't come home for dinner. Zhou Zhe frowned. If he had known Joan was coming back today, he would have finished his work early, so he could pick her up. He ignored Zhou Yanchu and pulled Joan to sit on the sofa. Ignore him. Third brother, keep peeling. Zhou Yanchu gritted his teeth as he spoke. I bought these. Zhou Zhe took a chestnut from the bag and cut it with a snap. Aren't they all for Anin to eat? Zhou Yanchu, feeling stubborn, sat on Joan's left and snatched the chestnut. He bought them, so he should be the one feeding his sister, right? Zhou Zhe's hands went empty. He looked at Zhou Yanchu angrily. TSK, look at you being so stingy. He didn't give up and picked up some washed grapes to peel. Anin, eat some grapes. Zhou Yanchu also peeled a chestnut. No, eat the chestnut. It's delicious and sweet. Grapes are sweet too. Grapes are sweet, but after being touched by someone's dirty hands, even the tastiest food loses its flavor. The peeled chestnuts my second brother peeled are better. Anyone can say that. You're all sweaty from the army. Before you showered, you came close to Anin with hands as black as coal. Clearly, the grapes I fed her are sweeter and tastier. Huh. Can't you tell what gloves are? You country bumpkin, low-class trash. Anin likes chestnuts the most. Take your grapes and crawl away. Joan stood in the middle, covering her ears with a look of helplessness. Someone please help her. The two brothers kept arguing back and forth. After a while, Zhou Shang, with Jiang He on his shoulder, came out of the study. He was holding a small wooden doll, which was quite ugly. This was a gift Jiang He chose himself. At first, Zhou Shang wanted to give him a house. But Jiang He didn't want it, and Zhou Shang insisted on giving him something. In the end, Jiang He picked this doll himself. Zhou Shang said it was carved by Joan herself when she was young. It looked a bit funny, but he liked it very much. It was small enough to hang on a keychain. As they came out, they saw Zhou Yanchu just arriving home. Zhou Shang spoke first. I wonder why I heard noise in the living room just now. Zhou Yanchu was still arguing with Zhou Zhe about which fruit was better, chestnuts or grapes. When he heard Zhou Shang, he looked up, right at Jiang He's gaze. Is someone visiting us? Zhou Shang, with Jiang He on his shoulder, smiled and said, You don't know? Let me introduce him. This is my good son-in-law, your sister's husband. His name is Jiang He. He's married to Anin. From now on, we're all family. They had only been in the study for a little while, but their relationship seemed closer, like real brothers. Zhou Yanchu was stunned.
What?
Anan's husband, Dad's good son-in-law? That was a lot of information. He felt overwhelmed and couldn't process it all, like his brain had frozen. Zhou Zhe, sitting nearby with his legs crossed and arms folded, said, TSK, I found out about this just like you did. Zhou Yanchu looked at him with disbelief. So, I'm the only one who didn't know? Everyone nodded. Zhou Zhe kept adding details. We knew a long time ago, but we couldn't say anything because you didn't know. Big brother probably just found out today, too. But it seems he knew earlier than you. Zhou Yanchu asked, did he agree? Zhou rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. He probably agreed. Zhou Jingyan, aside from the few words he said when he first met Jiang He, hadn't said anything else. He probably agreed, right? Zhou Yanchu couldn't believe it even more. It's impossible. How could Qiao Jingyan agree? Did Jiang He use some extraordinary method to persuade him? No, that's not the main issue now. Can someone tell him why Qiao suddenly got married, and why he has a new brother-in-law? Why wasn't he informed? Xiao Yanchu looked at Qiao An and pointed at Jiang He. How do you know him? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing like your marriage? Qiao An also didn't want to hide anything. This year, he brought Jiang He home for the new year, mainly so everyone in the family could meet him. I met He in the countryside. When we got married, only my parents came. We didn't tell you. Because you definitely wouldn't agree for me to marry him, and you would have forced me to go back to Beijing with him. In the end, you probably wouldn't let me see Ahi for the rest of my life, so I didn't tell you. Sorry, second brother. Qiaoan said all this, but Qiao Yenshu caught the main point. You met him in the countryside. Qiao Yenshu suddenly stood up from the sofa. He's from the countryside. His sister married a farmer? Xiao Shang stepped forward to speak for Jiang He. Second brother, don't look down on rural folks. Xiao He is a good kid. Both my wife and I are satisfied with him. Qiao Yenshu's face showed some anger. Is that the problem? Dad, I'm not looking down on rural people. What do you and Mom like about him? Anan has been spoiled since she was a child. She was raised with care, and Jiang, he can't give her happiness. Do you want her to spend her whole life working the land with him, or is it that the Qiao family is supporting him? Yes, the Qiao family doesn't care about small money or lacking connections. But Jiang he is incapable and unskilled. Why does he deserve a sister? Even if they get married, they can always divorce. Qiao Shang knew what Qiao Yenshu was worried about, but he also believed Jiang he could give Qiao happiness. Xiao Zhe, standing nearby, advised him to accept reality. Come on, brother, accept it. Don't worry. I've seen it myself. This guy treats An very well and doesn't want her to suffer. Besides being a bit poor, there's nothing wrong with him. He noticed this during his days in Xiaoxi village. Jiang He's mother also treats Qiaoan like her own daughter, never letting her do any chores, worried she might get tired. Xiao Yenshu narrowed his eyes and walked straight up to Jiang He, grinding his teeth in frustration. You're really something, huh? You've even managed to win over my family. No matter what tricks you used, they definitely won't work on me. Is your name Jiang He? Let's forget about everything else. Let's fight first. He was eager to pin Jiang He down and hit him hard. Just as they were about to start fighting, everyone hurried over to stop them. Qiao pulled Xiao Yenshu aside. Second brother, you can't always be fighting. Can't you control your temper? Xiao Yenshu felt his heart break. You're still defending him? Qiaoan nodded. But you're all very important to me. I hope we can sit down and talk nicely, without hurting each other's feelings. We're all family. Shunzi also thought her second son was too quick to get angry. Jiang he hadn't even said much, but he was already rolling up his sleeves to fight.
Sigh.
He could stay calm in most things, but as soon as it involved Qiaoan, he lost all reason. Come with me, Qiao Shang said seriously to Qiao Yenshu, then walked into the study. Qiao Yenshu's face was full of anger as he grabbed Jiang He's collar. You just wait and see. After saying that, he followed inside. Once they left, Qiaoan quickly went over and sat Jiang He down. My second brother's temper is like that. He's just impulsive. She picked up a chestnut, ready to peel it for him. Jiang He snatched it away and started peeling himself. I understand. He's your brother, and you love your sister. If she married a country person, anyone would be upset. Although he was from the countryside, he would try his best. He wouldn't let Qiaoan suffer. Even though Qiao Yenshu had just attacked him out of anger, he wouldn't fight back because he understood his brother's worries. Everyone hopes their sister marries well and lives happily, without worries about daily chores or money, living a life of comfort. So he really understood Qiao Yenshu. Just a little more time, and he was confident he could help Qiaoan settle in Jing City. Qiao Yenshu didn't understand at all. Dad, why did you agree to An marrying him? Are you really sure he'll treat her well? What if he's not sincere? Moreover, marriage is such an important event. An didn't tell me, and she didn't even tell you or Mom. Zhou Shang didn't rush to reply. Instead, he slowly walked to the window, looked outside, and sighed. After a long while, he spoke softly. Don't just blame you. Even we don't know when Anan and Xiao He started their relationship. That day, your mother and I received a letter from Anan. At that time, you three were at home. Only your mother and I saw the letter. Anan said she was doing well in Xiaoxi village and that we shouldn't worry about her. But as we read further, your mother and I became more and more worried. Zhou Shang emphasized the latter part of the story. Anan used the rules of Xiaoxi village to force Jiang He to marry her. Zhou Yanchu completely couldn't believe it. How is that possible?
Anan wouldn't do such a thing.
She definitely wouldn't. Zhou Shang knew he didn't believe it. Didn't he and Shenzi also doubted at first? So he hurried to Xiaoxi village that night. But the facts were clear. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to. No matter if you believe it or not, the fact is that Xiao He is the victim. Even if it was true, Zhou Yanchu couldn't accept it. So what? It doesn't change the fact that he's a poor boy. Anan can't be with him. Even if Anan really did something like that, even if Jiang He was innocent, he couldn't accept it. He would stand by Anan and think of her. Zhou Shang was speechless. He picked up a newspaper, rolled it into a tube, and hit Zhou Yanchu on the head with a loud bang. I think you're foolish. Xiao He kindly saved Anan's life, and now he's being framed into marriage. How can we blame him for everything? Besides, your mother and I like him too. Although he's poor, he's ambitious. Do you know what gift he gave me today? Zhou Yanchu touched his head, looking at Zhou Shang with a puzzled expression. Zhou Shang, when mentioning the 1,000-year-old ginseng king, couldn't help but get excited. He opened a cabinet and took it out. This ginseng is extraordinary. The 1,000-year-old ginseng king is almost like a spirit. You can't buy it anywhere in the market. To date, I've never heard of such a thing being found. This might be the first one discovered. Zhou Yanchu looked at it with disdain. It's just a ginseng. You're so pleased with it just because you bought it. A broken ginseng root cannot compare to his sister's happiness in the future. Zhou Shang hit him on the head with a newspaper again. You little brat, is your father really that kind of person? Stop talking about the broken ginseng. I know exactly how valuable it is. I can tell that if Jiang He sells it, he will never have to worry about food or clothes in his life. He lives just as well without working, but he still gave me such a good thing. Can't you see that? Besides, when I brought him to the study earlier, he only looked at all these valuable things and didn't want anything. Even when I offered to give him a set of courtyard houses, he refused. Do you know what he chose instead? Zhou Yan was a bit shaken and couldn't help but be curious. What did he want? All these treasures in Zhou Shang's study were very expensive. And a set of courtyard houses was worth a lot. Some people work their whole lives but can't afford one. He offered him these things and he refused? He only wanted a small wooden doll that I keep on my desk. It's the little doll and carved herself out of wood when she was bored. He said he wanted to hang it on his keychain. Hearing this, Zhou Yan was a bit surprised. He refused all these valuable things and only wanted a wooden doll? Zhou Shang ignored his surprised expression and continued. Moreover, he agreed to 3 of my requests. I told him that if he couldn't do it, I would bring Anan back and make them divorce. Zhou Shang recounted everything he had said to Jiang He back then. Zhou Yan's opinion of Jiang He changed a little. It's not easy for a rural man to buy a house in Beijing and settle there within 2 years, especially with a child. And houses in Beijing are not cheap. A set of courtyard houses costs nearly 10,000 yuan. Plus, in this era, the real estate market isn't fully developed and there are limited ways to buy a house, mainly through government or work unit allocations. Zhou Yan was very curious why Jiang He agreed to such a difficult condition set by Zhou Shang. But then he thought, Jiang He probably didn't plan to sell that priceless, 1,000-year-old ginseng root to fulfill his promises. Instead of giving it as a gift, he directly handed it to his father, showing how confident he was in himself. However, Zhou Yanchu still felt a bit upset. His sister went to the countryside to be a young worker and even brought back a husband. Although he knew she was no longer young, he wasn't prepared for this at all. His adorable sister was now married. The surprise was so sudden that he needed some time to process it. Xiao Yanchu came out of the study, told Xiaoan he had something urgent to do and wouldn't be home tonight, then gave Jiang He a fierce glare. Jiang He didn't say much. Second brother, take care on your way. Xiao Yanchu staggered slightly, almost falling. Who was he calling second brother? Shenzi heard the noise and peeked out from the kitchen. You're leaving? I was about to make you some noodles. I have something urgent, so I won't eat, Xiao Yanchu said, his steps quickening unconsciously. He only sat in the driver's seat of the car and finally relaxed. That bowl of noodles wasn't really for eating. He had only taken a bite before feeling overwhelmed and drinking 3 big glasses of water, but it didn't help at all. Later, everyone packed up and prepared to go to bed. Jiang he wanted to sleep with Qiaowen, but Shunzi arranged for him to stay in the guest room. Jiang he felt a little wronged. He was used to sleeping with his wife, and not having her nearby made it hard to sleep, but he couldn't say anything. He lay in bed, tossing and turning for a long time without falling asleep. Qiaowen wasn't doing much better, but it wasn't because Jiang he wasn't beside her. It was because of her pregnancy. She had planned to go to the hospital right after getting off the train, but since Qiao Jingyan was there, she thought it could wait. If she went now, Jiang he might get hurt, so she decided to wait until morning. Qiaowen wondered if her baby was pressing on her when she slept. But if she really was pregnant, the baby was only the size of a soybean and not fully formed yet. Still, she was a bit worried, afraid that if she pressed on her belly by mistake, she might lose the baby. The next morning, Qiaowen woke up early. After washing up and going downstairs, everyone was already awake. But downstairs, only Xinzi and Xiaoshang were there. Xiaoze had gone to the hospital with someone else. After breakfast, Qiaowen suggested taking Jiang He out for a walk. As soon as they left, the two headed straight to the hospital, but they didn't dare go to the place where Xiaoze worked. The female doctor, dressed in a white coat, had one hand in her pocket and was holding a few test reports. She frowned slightly. Your stomach. She suddenly stopped speaking. Joa and Jiang He immediately became tense. Could there be a problem? The female doctor quickly returned to her normal expression. You're not pregnant at all. Hearing this, both of them froze. Joa blurted out, but I've been very sleepy these days, eating twice as much as usual, and I've been vomiting. Aren't those signs of pregnancy? Jiang He also looked confused. You're experiencing false pregnancy. You're not really pregnant. Sleepiness, increased appetite, and vomiting can happen during false pregnancy too. Joa was stunned.
False.
False pregnancy. The female doctor put down the report and patiently explained. You have a hormonal imbalance, which causes your body to produce some early pregnancy symptoms. Like I said, it's false pregnancy. You just need to take some medicine to adjust your body, and you'll be fine. No need to worry. She then picked up a pen, quickly wrote down some medication names on a piece of paper, and handed it to Jiang He, pointing in a direction. Go over there to buy the medicine. Jiang He took the paper, feeling worried inside. He was really concerned about Joa An's mood. After all, yesterday on the train, Joa An looked very hopeful about having this baby. Now hearing this news, she must be feeling upset. Sweetheart, wait for me a moment. I'll go buy the medicine for you, Jiang He said softly, his voice full of care. But his worry was unnecessary. Joa An didn't look as upset as he imagined. Her expression remained calm, but a faint, hard-to-notice look of disappointment flickered in her eyes. She had already told herself not to get too happy too soon because she couldn't be sure if she was really pregnant. So, after hearing this news, she didn't feel too disappointed, just a little regret. But what is meant to come will come eventually. Even if she isn't pregnant now, she will be someday. There was no need to feel sad about it. She was a bit confused, hearing about fake pregnancy for the first time. It had the same symptoms as real pregnancy, caused by hormonal imbalance. No wonder she didn't have her period this month. Jiang He quickly bought medicine and returned, looking worried at Qiao and wife. Don't be too upset. We will have children someday. Qiao smiled and said, It's okay. I'm not upset, just a little disappointed. I didn't expect it to be a false pregnancy. We're still young and there will be more chances. Hearing this, Jiang He's worries eased a bit. He gently hugged Qiao and let's go home. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyan was already waiting in the living room. He had said yesterday that he would take Qiao out for a walk today. Dressed in a military uniform, he looked more authoritative than usual, though not by much. The clock on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock. Zhao Jingyan had been waiting here for 2 hours. He looked at the clock 6 times. Now it was the 7th. His long fingers pressed the brim of his hat, and his gaze shifted to the door. He saw Qiao and Jiang He walking hand in hand. He slightly frowned. His good mood today, because he was taking Qiao out, was now spoiled. especially seeing Jiang He's hand holding Xiao An's. He really wanted to cut it off. Xiao An and Jiang He entered the door chatting happily. When she saw Jiao Jingyan, she let go of Jiang He's hand. She hurried over and sat beside him. Big brother, why are you back? Aren't you busy? Jiao Jingyan, a little helpless, reminded her. Didn't I say yesterday? I was taking you out for a walk. Xiaoan finally remembered. He had mentioned it before leaving yesterday. But his dark circles were too obvious now. You didn't sleep last night, did you? You stayed up late finishing military work, so you could take me out today? Jiao Jingyan didn't notice this, but he lied smoothly. I just didn't sleep well. It's no big deal. In fact, as Xiaoan said, he hadn't slept all night. Although Jiao Jingyan tried to ignore Jiang He's presence, he couldn't ignore the man's strong presence. Thinking about how Jiang He had kissed his sister and done who knows how many more inappropriate things, he couldn't stand it. His anger was rising rapidly. Jiang He noticed his gaze and looked back at him confidently. The living room fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange and cold. Xiao An couldn't help but shiver. Then she broke the awkward silence first, saying, hey, do you want to change your clothes? This one looks a bit too thin. Today is much colder than yesterday. Big brother will take us out later, so you should change into something warmer. Before Jiang He could stand up, Jiang Jingyan immediately gave an order. He's not going. He had said yesterday that he would take Xiaoan out for a walk, but that didn't include Jiang He. The siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time, and this rare moment shouldn't be spoiled by involving unrelated people. Jiang He didn't mind Jiang Jingyan's words and instead smiled. You and Big Brother haven't seen each other in a long time. It's rare to come home, so you should have a good talk. I won't bother you. Just go ahead and don't worry about me. Since he wasn't going, Xiaoan didn't say anything more. Anyway, the atmosphere between the two of them was strange, so it was better that he stayed behind. Not long after, under Jiang He's watchful eye, Xiaoan followed Jiang Jingyan out the door. Today, there was no driver. Jiang Jingyan was driving himself. He slowly parked the car on a busy, lively street in Beijing. Then, he took Xiaoan into a department store with the most complete selection of goods. Everything could be found here, almost anything she wanted to buy. Jiang Jingyan had always liked buying her lots of beautiful clothes. Even when her closet was already full, he kept buying more. As soon as they entered the store, they attracted everyone's attention. A few girls wanted to come over and talk, but Jiang Jingyan's presence was so strong that they didn't dare to step forward. Xiaoan sighed. Big brother, you're so good-looking. So many women must be crazy about you. But who would have thought you're averse to marriage? That's a bit of a waste. It wasn't an exaggeration. Given Jiang Jingyan's looks, his figure, and his status as a military commander from a good family, any woman would find it easy to fall for him. What a pity. Xiaoan couldn't help but ask again. Are you really not considering Fong Hong? It seemed she still wanted to fight for Fong Hong a little. Jiang Jingyan looked into her eyes and calmly gave the same answer he had in the car earlier. Joan sighed again, realizing it was impossible. Zhou Jingyan looked at her with mixed feelings and then looked away. It seemed like her sister really wanted to match him with a girl named Fong Hong. Does she really want him to get married? What's so good about marriage? Life would go on just the same, with someone to keep him company. But he can live well alone, handling everything smoothly. Isn't his sister afraid he might share his affection with another woman? Although she said that he wouldn't do that. Hey, isn't this watch meant to be bought? Why won't you let me buy it? A noisy argument from nearby caught Joan's attention. She grabbed Zhou Jingyan's arm, wanting to see what was happening. As soon as they approached, they saw the woman arguing was Lin Xiaoya, the same girl they met a few days ago when she rode in a cart. Back then, she wanted Jiang He to help carry her luggage and promised him some sweets afterward. Joan remembered her look of disdain and couldn't help but frown. She acted as if she thought she was better than everyone else. Zhou Jingyan watched this scene carefully, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya, who was arguing with a sales clerk. Lin Xiaoya was dressed in the latest fashionable dress with a bow at the collar, clearly showing she came from a wealthy family. But her behavior right now didn't seem very polite or well-mannered. Are you going to sell me this watch or not? The sales clerk looked uncomfortable. Miss, I don't refuse to sell it, but the price is just too high. What does she mean the price is too high? Joan listened carefully, trying to hear better. Lin Xiaoya pointed at the clerk and said, the price is already very high. You won't sell it to me, right? Do you know who my dad is? He's the police chief, and I'm his precious daughter. If you dare to mess with me, I swear I'll have my dad lock you up for a few days. The clerk was a little scared by her words. She was really frightened. But Lin Xiaoya's attitude made things difficult for her. It all started because Lin Xiaoya liked a Shanghai brand watch that cost 120 yuan. But she didn't seem to have enough money, only 80 yuan, and wanted the clerk to give her a 40 yuan discount, so she could buy it for 80. But how can this be? A watch worth 120 yuan, and she insists on wiping off 40 yuan. What about the difference? She is just a small sales clerk. She can't be expected to cover the cost herself. The sales clerk disagreed and said she could keep the watch and wait for Lin Xiaoya to return with enough money to buy it. But Lin Xiaoya was not happy and insisted she be given a discount of 40 yuan. Seeing that the clerk didn't seem to understand, she mentioned her father is a police captain. Ask you one more time, are you going to sell it to me or not? Lin Xiaoya's words almost made the clerk cry. Miss, I am just a small sales clerk. The watch costs 120 yuan, and you want me to wipe off 40. That's really difficult for me. I already said I can hold the watch for you. When you have enough money, you can come back and buy it. Even if your father is a police captain, you can't do this. But Lin Xiaoya didn't care about that. She didn't have extra money anyway. She had spent almost all of it. Having 80 yuan left was already good. So, you mean you're not going to sell it? Fine, I'll go find my dad now. Lin Xiaoya turned to leave, but someone called her back. She smiled confidently, thinking the clerk finally agreed to sell her the watch for 80 yuan. But when she turned around, she saw it was Qiaoan calling her. Lin Xiaoya looked annoyed. Are you the bumpkin from the cart that day? She still remembered Qiaoan. The way Qiaoan had spoken to her that day made her feel embarrassed. A bumpkin daring to talk to her like that. Qiaoan was inexplicably labeled a bumpkin, but she considered herself quite fashionable. Qiaoan smiled instead of getting angry. Don't think just because your dad is a police captain, you can bully sales clerks. What a display of authority. From Lin Xiaoya's conversation with the clerk just now, Qiaoan roughly understood what was going on. Taking advantage of her father being a police captain, she was bullying others. People that are easy to deal with. Qiaoan looked Lin Xiaoya up and down and then said, What brand is that outfit? It looks really shabby. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. It was the first time she heard someone describe her clothes as shabby. You really are a country bumpkin, no mistake. This is the latest fashion, and you could never afford it after working so hard your whole life. This outfit cost her quite a bit of money. Just the dress was 32 yuan, and the shoes were 7 yuan 8. And the cotton coat, filled with real goose down. Her father told her it was bought from a foreign seller, an imported item. Any one of these pieces could buy several outfits for Joanne. Joanne looked at her and felt cold. Wearing such a thin dress in this cold weather is more about style than warmth. Aren't you worried you'll get sick when you're older? Lin Xiaoya's hands were red and frozen, showing how cold she was, and she was trembling slightly. None of your business, Lin Xiaoya snorted proudly, lifting her chin. Are you jealous? Jealous that I can afford such expensive clothes? Unlike you, who dress so poorly. Today, Joanne just put together a simple outfit, but it wasn't much cheaper than what Lin Xiaoya was wearing. It was a style from a few years ago. It was popular for a long time back then, and many wealthy young women bought it. But Lin Xiaoya didn't recognize this style. Clearly, she's the country bumpkin here. Joanne gently pinched the cotton coat Lin Xiaoya was wearing and asked, This coat? Lin Xiaoya brushed her hand away disdainfully. Don't infect my clothes with your cheapness. This is imported, filled with goose down. You could never afford it in your lifetime. Zhou Jingyan stood nearby, watching Joanne closely, almost unable to resist stepping forward. But Joanne had just told him to wait and not go over. Oh well, her sister is smart. She probably won't let herself be taken advantage of. Even if Joanne gets into trouble, Jingyan would make up for it twice as much. Maybe she's just teasing him. Joanne seriously doubted that Lin Xiaoya could tell goose down from cotton. The fabric felt cheap, not like goose down at all. It felt more like cheap cotton and not real either. But Joanne didn't expose her. She just looked at her with a knowing expression, scoffing disdainfully. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip. What does that mean? Scoffing at me? You country bumpkin, just be jealous. Lin Xiaoya snorted coldly, but didn't argue with Xiaoan. She continued to pressure the salesperson, saying, It's already good enough that I offered 80. Are you going to sell it or not? Be careful, I might call my dad to come and make you regret it. Although she said this, Lin Xiaoya didn't really dare to do it. She didn't want outsiders to know about her and her father's relationship, claiming it wasn't the right time yet. She also only dared to scare the salesperson a little, not to truly rely on her father being a police chief to act recklessly. Today was her boyfriend's birthday, and he specifically wanted this watch. Lin Xiaoya didn't have enough money to buy it, but not giving it to him would make her look bad, and her boyfriend might break up with her. She had finally found such a good man. She couldn't just break up. Since the salesperson was timid, a little scare was enough to make him agree to lower the price. The salesperson was unsure what to do, glancing at the watch and then at Lin Xiaoya. She really wished someone could come and help her now. Coincidentally, today the salesperson was quite lucky to meet Xiaoan. But more precisely, he met Xiao Jingyan, who came with Xiao, and Xiao Jingyan stepped forward quickly, confidently pulling out 120 yuan from his wallet and handing it to the salesperson. The salesperson was surprised. With that outfit, he must hold a pretty high rank in the military, right? But for the salesperson, Xiao Jingyan was like a hero saving her. She looked at Xiao Jingyan gratefully and prepared to wrap the watch. Xiao Jingyan waved his hand and said coldly, No need, just give it to me directly. The salesperson nodded respectfully and handed the watch to him. Xiao Jingyan took it, then reached out to hold Xiaoan's right hand, intending to put the watch on her, but he noticed she already had a watch on her wrist. Xiaoan didn't expect him to buy it outright. She looked at her wrist and then at him. Big brother, I already have a watch. You can keep this one, or we can return it. There are plenty of watches in the shop, all kinds, and many are more stylish than these. There's no need to spend money on this. Xiaoan thought Xiao Jingyan was helping out, but that wasn't the case. She didn't care about others' opinions, but she found the way this woman acted so annoying. She even dared to say her sister was a country bumpkin, poor, and jealous of her. She is really funny. What does she have that makes an jealous of her? Although her appearance isn't very attractive, it at least matches her sister's. Zhou Jingyan forcefully put the watch into Zhou-An's pocket and said affectionately, It's okay. You can change it later. Big brother will buy you a better one in the future. Lin Xiaoya couldn't believe it. The watch she liked was almost hers at 80 yuan, but suddenly a stranger bought it instead. No other salesperson would scare her like this. What should she do about the gift she planned to give her partner tonight? Even more surprising was that this man was actually Zhou-An's brother. She was just a poor, simple girl. How could she have such wealthy family members? 120 yuan item bought just like that. The money seemed to come out of nowhere, as if blown by the wind, and she didn't feel a bit of pain. This watch was the first one I liked. Isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate? Lin Xiaoya wanted to get angry, but dared not. Although she lacked experience, she knew she couldn't afford to offend Zhou Jingyan with his military uniform. A regular soldier's uniform has 2 pockets, a general's has 4, and Zhou Jingyan's had exactly 4. That was much higher than her father's official rank, so she couldn't afford to offend him. Zhou-An didn't think there was anything wrong. Was it wrong if Lin Xiaoya couldn't afford it and didn't want others to buy it? If she didn't have enough money, she could ask the salesperson to hold it for her until she had enough to buy it. But she took advantage of her family status to force the salesperson to erase 40 yuan from the price, which was unacceptable. Zhou-An said, I don't know how some people's faces can be so thick. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't stop others from buying. You. Lin Xiaoya's face turned red from being scolded. Who said she couldn't afford it? She just didn't have enough money for now, just temporarily. But because of Zhou Jingyan nearby and their relationship, she didn't dare to say anything and could only complain quietly in her heart. She thought Zhou-An was just a poor, simple girl, but it turned out her family was so powerful. It was really frustrating. But what could she do? She couldn't argue with her, couldn't compare, so she had to accept the loss. Lin Xiaoya stopped talking, glared angrily at Joan, and turned to walk toward the exit of the department store. Joan stared at her back, lost in thought. Could it be that she was overthinking? Lin Xiaoya's features actually looked a bit like Fong Hong's. "Enan, what's wrong?" Zhou Jingyan asked when he saw her staring blankly at the exit. "It's nothing. Let's keep shopping," Joan replied, regaining her composure. She linked her arm with Zhou Jingyan's and wandered off again. Later, the two left the department store, and Zhou Jingyan suggested they go to Guotai Grand Theater to watch a movie. By 3:30 p.m., they finished and went to a restaurant for a meal. As it got dark, they drove home. On the way, Joan sat in the back seat and brought up Jiang He. "Big brother, can you please get along well with Ah He for my sake? Don't make things difficult for him." Zhou Jingyan paused, looked straight ahead, and said calmly, "I haven't made things difficult for him. He really hadn't caused trouble for Jiang He," but Joan wasn't naive. Didn't she know what kind of person her big brother was? Although he hadn't done anything to Jiang He like their second and third brothers, he had secretly prepared many ways to torment him. He might not act now, but if he did, the hospital would be in chaos. Joan wasn't exaggerating. Zhou Jingyan was very extreme about these things. He seemed patient on the surface, calm and unbothered, but inside, he was furious. Joan was worried. "Big brother, I'm not a kid anymore. I will get married sooner or later. Do you want me to stay single forever?" "That's not right." Zhou Jingyan's tone remained calm, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened. "As long as you want, I can support you for life. I don't dislike you getting married, but your taste in men is too poor. I don't believe he can truly take good care of you or treat you well." He wasn't against Joan getting married, but based on her past choice of Su Yansheng, her judgment was poor. Who knew what kind of man she would pick this time? And they married quietly without telling anyone. How could he accept that? He didn't believe Jiang. He was the right man. Joan's head was about to explode. Why was everyone like this? Why do you all only look at Ah He's appearance? You've only known him for a short time and you're already judging him. He may not have money now, but he could earn it. Why weren't they willing to give him more time? Besides lacking money, he may not be worse than city people. In fact, he might be better than many of them. I hope you can try to believe in him and accept him. Jiang He knows best how she feels about him. Although it's a bit difficult for Qiao Jingyan to suddenly accept Jiang He. But Xiaoan still wants to say this. She doesn't want to wait until Jiang He gets hurt to speak up. Qiao Jingyan's tone is a little urgent. Is he really that good? He's just a country person, no education, no money. What's so great about him? Xiaoan knows he won't listen, so she sighs and continues, He is very good. Once you get to know him, you won't think he's bad. He's not some hopeless rural person. He's always been working hard to earn money for a better life. I like him, and I love him even more. We are family. We shouldn't hate him like this. If one day he gets into trouble because of me, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Xiao An's words are serious. If Jiang He really gets into trouble because of her, she wouldn't want to live alone. And although it's not right to threaten like this, she is actually warning Qiao Jingyan. Because she knows he won't listen. Even if she pleads sincerely, he will only believe what he understands. What is meant to happen will happen. Maybe he's already planning how to hurt Jiang He. Hearing this, Qiao Jingyan suddenly slams on the brakes. He only hears the last words. If Jiang He dies, Qiao An won't live either. They would die together. Always calm, Qiao Jingyan is now completely unable to sit still. His eyes turn red as he turns to look at Xiao An. He can't believe what he just heard. His voice trembles badly. Is he really that good? So good that you don't care about your own life and are willing to die for him? This is the first time Xiao An sees such a reaction from Qiao Jingyan. He's truly frightened by her words. But she can't do anything else. She can only say this. Qiao Jingyan wouldn't want to waste time on Jiang He. Big brother, without a he, life isn't complete. I'm willing to do anything for him. I'm not afraid of dying. Xiao An's tone is very firm. Jiang He is like her other half, her soul. She can't be without him. The air inside the car instantly becomes tense. They can hear each other's breathing. Xiao Jingyan looks at Xiao and with red eyes, wanting to say something. But in the next second, he holds back again. What if he said that Jiang He is already dead? Would my sister try to end her life in front of him in his car? Xiao and stopped speaking. She was waiting for Xiao Jingyan's answer. With her there the past few days, Xiao Jingyan wouldn't do anything. But she knew there would be times when she wasn't around. Waiting when she's not there. She's not with Jiang He now and can't protect him. Xiaoan thought of a scary possibility, and her eyes turned red. Big brother, tell me, is Ahi at home now? Xiao Jingyan stayed silent. Xiao An's intuition told her he must have done something. Big brother, say something. Where is Ahi now? Take me to find him. Xiao Jingyan looked down, afraid that Xiao An might do something reckless. He started the car again, this time driving a bit faster. The 3 soldiers he called are trained by him personally. Ordinary people can't fight them. Jiang He works on the farm all day. Even if he's strong, he can't beat those trained soldiers. He probably isn't dead, but he's worried the soldiers might have been too rough. Xiao An's heart was pounding. As the car drove into the countryside, she felt more and more anxious. She was afraid Jiang He was in danger, but she believed he wouldn't be. Half an hour later, the car stopped beside a large rock in the countryside. Almost as soon as the car stopped, Xiao An couldn't wait to open the door and jump out. She was in such a hurry she almost twisted her ankle. Xiao Jingyan quickly caught her. Worried, you need to climb up. I'll carry you. The trail up the mountain is steep. He's afraid Xiao An might fall. Xiao An just wanted to find Jiang He. No need, I can do it. Let's go quickly. This is the right path, right? Without waiting for Xiao Jingyan to reply, she ran ahead. Seeing her anxious and hurried, Xiao Jingyan followed. After about 10 minutes, they reached an old, broken house. Xiao An gently pushed the door open. The inside was dark and hard to see. She instinctively held her breath. She took a few steps forward and felt something wet under her feet. Looking down carefully, she saw a pool of blood. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face, and she almost shouted out loud. But she wasn't afraid of that. She was afraid it was Jiang He's blood. Further inside, there was another room, but no matter how much Xiaoan pushed, she couldn't open the door. Xiao Jingyan pulled her aside and kicked the door open with his foot. With a loud bang, the door slammed open, echoing through the house. The deeper they went inside, the more blood they saw. Xiaoan was very scared and carefully called out, "Ahi, are you there?" The only response was silence. Suddenly, she felt like she stepped on something hard but a little soft, something that was a man's hand, covered in blood. Xiaoan became even more frightened. "Ahi, please be okay." Xiao Jingyan looked at the soldier lying on the ground and crouched down to check his breathing. He was still alive and didn't seem seriously hurt, just fainted. It seemed Jiang He was not dead. He had even managed to take down a soldier. He trained himself. He was quite capable. Xiaoan looked everywhere for Jiang He. She searched the whole room but only saw 3 men lying unconscious on the ground. Jiang He was nowhere to be found. She was so anxious that she squatted down and cried, but since she couldn't find Jiang He, it meant he was safe. Xiao Jingyan stood behind her, feeling complicated. He finally understood how much Xiaoan liked Jiang He. She was so worried, she looked like she was about to cry. "Ahi, where are you?" As she cried, a figure slowly emerged from behind an old cabinet. He was covered in blood, with a long, deep cut on his arm, almost exposing the flesh.
He looked very weak.
Most importantly, he seemed to be drugged. Xiao An's eyes widened. She quickly stood up, ran over and grabbed his arm, asking with concern, "Ahi, does it hurt? Are you okay? Why didn't you come out when I called you earlier? Are you mad at me?" "I'm sorry, Ahi. It's all my fault that you're like this." Tears fell down her cheeks as she cried like a little child, staring at Jiang He's pale, weak face. Jiang He struggled to hold her and said softly, "It's not your fault." Xiao Jingyan kept a cold face the whole time, but then he felt something was a little off. Xiao and helped Jiang He up.
Don't talk anymore.
We're going to the hospital right now. Jiang He felt dizzy and overwhelmed, already at his limit. Anan, don't blame you. It's not Big Brother's fault.
It was.
It was the bandits. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang He suddenly collapsed straight onto the ground. He was too heavy for Qiao to hold, but fortunately, Qiao Jingyan quickly caught him, so he didn't fall hard. Finally, he realized what was wrong. When they arrived at the door, they noticed many footprints of different sizes around. It was clear they were bandits. The initial estimate was at least a dozen people. But right now, the most important thing was to get Jiang He to the hospital quickly. Xiao Jingyan and Qiao first helped Jiang He into the car, then went to bring the 3 fainted soldiers. After more than half an hour, the car finally stopped at the city hospital, specifically, the one where Qiao Zhe was. Almost as soon as Qiao entered the hospital, Qiao Zhe ran out from his office to greet them. Anan, why are you here at the hospital? Are you sick? Do you feel unwell? Third brother will take good care of you. Qiao pointed at Jiang He, who was being carried on Xiao Jingyan's back. Third brother, it's He. He had an accident. Please help him. Xiao Zhe immediately noticed the situation and called the medical staff to carry Jiang He into the operating room on a stretcher. Xiao used the hospital phone to inform the rest of the Qiao family about Jiang He's injury. Soon after, Shen Ziyi and Qiao Shang hurried to the hospital. Anan, what happened? How did little he get hurt? How is he now? Qiao paced back and forth at the door of the operating room, her eyes still red. He's still inside. Mom, it's all because of Big Brother. You should ask him yourself. Shen Ziyi and Qiao Shang instantly understood and said in unison, Jingyan. The couple was still as in sync as ever. Xiao Jingyan was still thinking about what Jiang He said regarding the bandits. When he heard the voices, he finally noticed Qiao Shang and the others. Dad, Mom. Qiao Shang's face showed a rare sternness. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Xiao Jingyan didn't hesitate and explained everything in detail. Shen Ziyi slapped him across the face in anger. How could you do such a thing? Qiao Shang didn't stop her because he truly deserved that slap. With so many bandits, if Jiang He hadn't been capable and lucky, today might have been very dangerous for him. Zhou Jingyan quickly blushed and looked down without speaking. Today's events were indeed his fault. Even a slap was a light punishment. Shen Ziyi felt guilty after hitting him. She had never hit her eldest son before. He had always been very responsible and organized, whether at work or elsewhere, never causing his family worry. But he did something very wrong and unacceptable. Zhou Shang didn't feel upset. Men's skin is tough, and a hit wouldn't hurt much. Do you think your mom hit you by mistake? Zhou Jingyan shook his head. No, when you make a mistake, you should be punished. Zhou Shang continued. That's good to know. You've always been the most steady one in the family. Your mom and I both think highly of you. Back then, Xiao He was forced into marriage by Anan. Now the victim has been hurt by you. How am I supposed to talk to you? Xiao He is a good and smart girl, capable and careful. Besides her background, there's really nothing bad about her. Why can't you accept that? Zhou Jingyan realized he might have been wrong, not just about hurting Jiang He. But whenever he thought about his sister being with a country boy, he couldn't help but get angry. Besides her background, Jiang He seemed to have no other faults. About half an hour later, the door to the operating room opened from inside, and Zhou Zhe was the first to come out. Everyone hurried over. How is she? Zhou Zhe sighed and shook his head. Zhou looked even more anxious. Third brother, what does your head shake mean? How is Ahi? Shen Ziyi thought of a terrible possibility and covered her mouth. Could it be? Zhou's tears suddenly streamed down again. Now it was Zhou Zhe's turn to panic. And then, why are you crying? Jiang He is fine. Everyone immediately relaxed. Then what does your head shake and sigh mean? Zhou Zhe chuckled a little. I was just tired after sewing up his wound. I didn't shake my head. I just turned my neck. It's sore. Third brother, next time don't do actions that can be misunderstood. You little rascal, I think you're just itching for trouble. If we weren't in the hospital, your mom and I would definitely give you a good beating. Family members, please step aside. Several nurses used a stretcher to carry Jiang He, who was still unconscious, out of the room, heading towards the ward. They quickly cleared the way, and Xiao Jingyan followed closely behind. Xiao Zhe was holding a report sheet, writing quickly on it. His arm wound has been stitched up, and there are no major issues for now. He also inhaled some sedative drugs, and we disinfected some minor cuts on his body. Don't give him spicy or oily food for the next few days. Looking at Jiang He, who was weak on the hospital bed, Qiaowen felt very worried. When will he wake up? Xiao Zhe finished writing on the report sheet, capped his pen, and said, if he only inhaled a small amount of sedative, he should wake up by tomorrow morning. But since he inhaled quite a bit, it's not certain. I'll come back later to check on him. He had other patients waiting for him, so after giving quick instructions, he left the room. Jiang He was fine, and Shenzi and Qiao Shangxin also felt relieved. Jiao Jingyan silently left the room as well. Everyone's attention was on Jiang He, so no one noticed him. Shenzi looked at Jiang He's bandaged arm with a lot of concern. This kid has really suffered. She now saw Jiang He as her own child, so of course she felt worried. Qiao Shangxin stood nearby and hummed like a child. Isn't it because you didn't want to hit them? You spoil them. I think men, especially ours, should be disciplined from a young age. Shenzi was annoyed when she heard that. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Is he teasing her? I'm not blaming you, but you do have some responsibility. When you didn't want to hit them at first, I protected them when I did. Look at how spoiled they are now, Shenzi said, but I later didn't protect them anymore, right? Whether boys or girls, they are like parts of her body that fell off her. Though not as precious as Qiaowen, she still felt love for them. Qiao Shangxin used to discipline them with a belt, one strike, and they would line up in the yard to kneel all day, not allowed to eat or drink. Shenzi initially tried to stop him, but later she felt she was spoiling them too much. Since they had grown up and become tougher, she decided to stop interfering. Zhou Shang didn't notice that Shenzi was already close to being angry, and he kept talking loudly. It's too late now. We've spoiled him so much. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such things today. But I'm just saying, honey, don't be mad at me. Shenzi was really angry.
Zhou.
Say that again if you dare. He was probably feeling restless. If he didn't get a good scolding for 3 days, he would be full of energy. If he had a ladder, he might even try to fly. The couple argued, and Xiaowen felt very tired.
Dad, Mom, stop arguing. Keep your voices down.
He is still unconscious and needs rest. Shenzi finally realized she was speaking too loudly and nodded quickly to quiet down. It's all because that troublemaker kept provoking her. Zhou Shang secretly relaxed, almost thinking he was about to get scolded again. Just as he was feeling relieved, Shenzi pulled his arm. Her voice was soft, but you could tell she was upset. Come out here. Just see how I deal with you. Zhou Shang knew that what was coming would come sooner or later. It was good, not bad. Trouble couldn't be avoided. When they returned to the hospital room, Shenzi looked happy. Zhou Shang, on the other hand, looked like a little wife who was upset. His left ear was still red. Though he felt a bit unfair, he didn't dare to say anything. Later, Qiaowen looked at her watch. It was almost 7 o'clock. Then she looked at Shenzi. Mom, you and Dad go home first. I'll stay here alone to watch over Ahi. Shenzi waved her hand. No, that won't do. I'll stay with you, and your dad can go home by himself. Qiaowen still refused. It's already late. You should go rest first. I can really handle it alone. She was determined not to leave, and Shenzi couldn't say anything more. Plus, with Xiao Zhe in the hospital, she felt more at ease. Then if you need anything, just find your third brother. He's not going home today. Shenzi thought about it and decided to lock the door when she got home. Qiaowen hadn't eaten dinner yet and had no appetite. She didn't want to eat. But Shenzi and Zhou Shang still decided to go outside and buy some food for her before going home. Even if she had no appetite, she couldn't skip meals. She was hungry. What if she got stomach problems? The two of them were about to leave when they suddenly saw Qiao Jingyan returning with food. He had just checked on 3 soldiers in another room who were also unconscious from the drug, then went to buy dinner. Xiao Shang immediately looked upset. You little brat, where did you go? You caused this, and you're not here watching over them. You have no responsibility at all. Qiao Jingyan held up the dinner he bought. I went to buy food for Anan. Shin Ziyi rolled her eyes at him. We thought you just left. Looks like you still have some conscience. She took the lunchbox from Qiao Jingyan and was about to go to Qiaoan, then suddenly remembered something. She asked, Have you eaten? Qiao Jingyan shook his head. I'm not hungry. This made Shin Ziyi a little annoyed. Not planning to eat dinner? What if you get a stomach problem someday? Don't you care about yourself at all? Qiao Jingyan often skipped dinner. Sometimes, when busy, he simply didn't eat or forgot to eat. None of them seemed to take their health seriously. Shin Ziyi placed the lunchbox on a small table beside the bed, opened it, and handed the chopsticks to Qiaoan. She also told Xiao Shang, Go outside and buy another one. Xiao Shang received the order and left the room without saying a word. Qiaoan ate the food in her bowl, but it was tasteless. She wondered when Jiang he would wake up. Oh right. Wasn't there spiritual spring water in the space? Qiaoan patted her head. She was such a blockhead. Only now did she remember such an important thing. Shin Ziyi watched her actions with confusion. Anan, what's wrong? Is the food not good? Qiao Jingyan gently frowned, staring at the vegetables in the lunchbox. He had also eaten food from this place before, and it was really good, so it shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that the chef changed? Qiaoan shook her head. No, it's very tasty and suits my taste. Qiao Jingyan relaxed his brow. As long as it's good, then eat more and try to finish it all. Shinzi knew Qiaoan had a small appetite. Every time she cooked, Qiaoan couldn't finish a bowl of rice. When eating out, she usually only ate a little over 1 bowl. But Shinzi didn't know that Qiaoan could eat 2 or 3 bowls of Lu Yanjun's cooking. Still, Qiaoan did start to miss Lu Yanjun's cooking. Although this lunchbox is quite tasty, it is far behind compared to the one Lu Yanjun made. If Lu Yanjun ever opens a restaurant, it would definitely become very popular. However, this idea is not impossible. When she is able to open her own shop in the future, she and Jiang He will help run it and start the restaurant together. 20 minutes later, Qiao Shang returned with the lunchbox. He handed it to Qiao Jingyan and said, You haven't eaten dinner either. This careless kid just makes people worry. Without needing to say anything, Shin Ziyi knew this lunchbox was bought for whom. Although they scolded Qiao Jingyan outside the operating room in the afternoon, he is still their own child. They hit him because he made a mistake, and he deserved it. Not only does he feel pain, but as parents, they also feel heartache. Qiao Jingyan took the lunchbox, and Xiao Shang continued with a stern face, shouting, Don't think it's over. When Xiao He wakes up, you better apologize properly. Do you hear me? After saying that, he covered his mouth again because his voice was too loud. Sure enough, Qiaoan pouted and reminded him, Dad. Qiao Shang put his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. Then, my dad and I will go back first. Shinzi stood up from her chair and left the ward with Qiao Shang. Now, aside from Jiang He, who is in a coma, only Qiaoan and Qiao Jingyan remained. Qiaoan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Instead, Qiao Jingyan spoke first. Anan, I'm sorry. It was my big brother's fault. Qiaoan snorted and turned her face away, not looking at him, and said nothing. Qiao Jingyan stepped closer. Don't ignore your brother. I really know I was wrong. Qiaoan looked at him angrily, her eyes red. You should apologize to He. It's all your fault that he's lying unconscious in the hospital bed. Hearing this, Qiaoan couldn't help but start to cry again. Seeing her like this, Qiao Jingyan felt even worse inside and hurriedly said, Anan, don't cry. It's because of me that he ended up like this. When he wakes up, I will definitely apologize properly. Please don't cry, okay? He never thought he would hear from Joe and that she didn't want to see him or talk to him. It seems she is truly angry this time. Qiao Jingyan wanted to say more. Anan. Joan grew impatient. Just leave. Qiao Jingyan felt like something was stuck in his throat, making him uncomfortable and hurt. He paused for a long time before saying, "Okay, I'll go." He promised himself to reflect carefully on his actions. If he hadn't done those things at the start, Jong-hee wouldn't have been hurt. Jo-eun wouldn't be angry or say such things. She would still call him Big Brother and like him, not dislike him. Jo-eun didn't speak or look at him. Xiao Jingyan didn't expect her to say anything. Before leaving, he added, "When Jong-hee wakes up, I'll come back." After Xiao Jingyan left, only Jo-eun was left in the ward. She sniffed, locked the door, and took a cup of spiritual spring water from the space to feed Jong-hee. Some water slipped from his mouth, and Jo-eun quickly wiped it with a tissue. Then she placed the empty cup on the table, held Jong-hee's hand, and put it on her cheek, as if Jong-hee was touching her. She would probably say again, "And I'm fine." Jo-eun's eyes turned red. She leaned her head on the bed and kept watching Jong-hee's face. As she watched, she fell asleep. Later, Chao Zhe finally finished his work. When he arrived at Jong-hee's ward, he found the door wouldn't open. Jo-eun had just come out of the space and forgot about this. Chao Zhe fiddled with the doorknob for a while, but got no response. He looked through the window on the door. Jo-eun was sleeping soundly beside Jong-hee. Forget it, he thought, I'll come back tomorrow morning. Tonight, he decided to stay at the hospital instead of going home. When Jo-eun woke up, it was already 3 a.m. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, wondering how she fell asleep. Then she looked at Jong-hee. He was still unconscious and hadn't woken up. She stayed like that, watching Jong-hee's pale lips, feeling very sad. She reached out her finger, touched Jong-hee's eyelashes, then his high nose bridge, and his mouth. Was she wrong to bring Jong-hee home? If she hadn't brought Jong-hee back, this wouldn't have happened. From the very beginning, Jong-hee has been treated unfairly. Her family has disliked her from the start, but she has never complained and has quietly endured everything. Why does she have to be treated this way? It shouldn't be like this. Her family always says Jong-hee, as a girl from the countryside, is not good enough for her, can't take good care of her, and can't provide her a wealthy life. But in reality, isn't it she herself who is not good enough? Xiaoan lies on the bed, closes her eyes, and blames herself for everything. "Ah-hee, it's all my fault. It's because of me. I shouldn't have brought you back for the new year. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." As she speaks, she starts crying again, feeling helpless. She doesn't even know how many tears she has shed today. If she had known this would happen, she would never have taken Jong-hee to the city. While talking to herself, she feels a warm hand cover her head, then gently touch her cheek. A weak voice whispers in her ear, "It's not your fault." Chowan shivers, suddenly sits up straight, and looks into a pair of dark eyes. She starts crying again, but then she laughs. "Ah-hee, you're awake." Jong-hee's head is no longer dizzy, but his arm still hurts a lot. He probably knows how much sleeping medicine he took, and also knows that Xiaoan must have fed him spiritual spring water, or he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. He heard everything she just said. Jong-hee speaks softly, with little strength, but gently asks her, "You didn't do anything wrong. Why do you blame yourself for everything?" Xiaoan sniffs, "I didn't do anything, but I did everything." Because of her own actions, Jong-hee got hurt, so she did it. Jong-hee gives a faint smile. "That's not true. You didn't do anything. Even if you did, I wouldn't blame you, but no one expected that they would encounter bandits in the mountains." "And then, did you argue with your older brother?" Xiaoan shakes her head and then nods. "I don't want to bother with him. He's your biological brother, family, and this isn't entirely his fault." Xiaoan didn't expect Jong-hee to still speak up for Jiang Jingyan despite everything. She can't understand. How can Jong-hee be so generous? Joan stood up, wanting to hand him a glass of water, but accidentally touched his injured arm. Jong-hee winced softly in pain. Joan was a bit panicked and kept apologizing. "Sorry, Ah-hee. I didn't mean to. It must hurt, right? Sorry, I just wanted to give you some water." As for the pain, it wasn't too bad because he had drunk spring water, so it wasn't as painful as before. Jong-hee struggled to lift his arm and gently pulled Joan back to sit down, saying, "I'm not thirsty. No need to get water." Joan looked at his arm and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Jong-hee shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. It's just a small wound. It will heal in a few days." But when he said a few days, he probably didn't realize how serious his arm injury really was. Joan said, "Such a deep cut, and you're so casual about it. It looks painful just to see." He honestly didn't think it was that painful. Before he could reply, Joan asked again with care, "How did you end up meeting mountain bandits? Why did you take the sleeping potion?" He thought for a moment and then became serious. Meeting mountain bandits was unexpected for him. Yesterday noon, Joan followed Xiao Jingyan out, and not long after, he also left. But 3 men had been following him the whole time. He knew they were soldiers under Xiao Jingyan. Although those 3 soldiers were personally trained by Xiao Jingyan and not ordinary men, he knew he couldn't be caught if he wanted to run. But he was curious about what Xiao Jingyan was planning and was sure he wouldn't kill him. Even if he did, he believed he could escape. So when those 3 soldiers moved to arrest him, he only resisted a little before being taken outside the city. It wasn't until they entered an abandoned house that he realized there was a group of bandits hiding inside. It seemed they had known he would come and had set an ambush in advance. There were 13 of them, all holding knives, with the leader holding a hunting rifle. They attacked immediately, and the scene was chaotic. Fortunately, the 3 soldiers were skilled, but no matter how good they couldn't fight so many people. However, the bandits only knocked them out and didn't kill them. But he was different. Every attack was aimed at a vital point. The group of bandits was clearly after him, seeming to hold a lot of hatred, but he had no memory of them. If he hadn't been skilled in fighting, he would have been shot dead long ago. However, facing so many enemies, he couldn't avoid getting hurt. One bandit took advantage of his distraction and slashed at his arm with a knife, causing blood to gush out immediately. He ignored the pain, turned, and kicked the attacker in the stomach, sending him flying. Right after, several others with knives lunged at him from behind. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged in time. The leader didn't expect He's agility. With so many people unable to subdue him, he became impatient. He aimed his hunting rifle at He and pulled the trigger. He dodged the shot, but the bullet still grazed his skin. His strength was waning, and he felt increasingly dizzy. Strangely, the bandits also seemed dazed and confused. Even though he had taken a sedative, he didn't dare relax. He fought with all his might against the bandits. Eventually, they couldn't hold on anymore and ran up the mountain with several unconscious comrades. He's resilience was surprisingly strong. He could hold on for so long, making everyone worried he might be killed or turn against them. He still didn't dare relax, fearing they might come back at any moment. Weak and hiding behind a cabinet, he refused to faint, forcing himself to stay conscious. Finally, he saw Qiaowen arrive. After hearing everything, Qiaowen felt even more distressed for He and found the situation unbelievable. "How did that group of bandits all pass out?" she asked. He gave a helpless smile. "Those fools lit some sedative incense inside the house, but they didn't take any precautions themselves." He truly suspected they were all idiots, knowing the incense would make them faint, yet doing nothing to protect themselves. Qiaowen was also shocked. Such strange behavior. Using incense to knock others out, only to be caught in the same trap. It was truly bizarre. Although this behavior was somewhat amusing, He's words made Qiaowen think deeply. She stroked her chin, puzzled. Do you really have no memory of them?" He thought again and shook his head. He truly didn't remember, and those faces were all unfamiliar. This made Qiaowen very confused. "They shouldn't have hated you that much. Could it be because you annoyed someone in the black market before? I have never seen these people before, so why do they have such strong hostility? And why do they want to kill He? He is sure that he has truly never met those mountain bandits before. It probably has something to do with my older brother. Yesterday, I overheard the leader of the bandits mention his name. It seems they are enemies. We need to investigate this carefully. Let's wait until my brother arrives to discuss it." Qiaowen nodded in response. At a ruin on the mountaintop, the bandits there were still dazed, but they hadn't inhaled much, so they were not seriously hurt. The leader of the bandits is named Wang Kai. He has a long, noticeable scar on his face, about 6 centimeters long. Right now, he was furious with a fool under his command. His face was pale with anger as he clutched his chest and took a few steps back. One of his men hurried over to support him. "Big brother, don't get so angry. Lao Lu is just a bit slow." Wang Kai got even angrier. He pushed the man away and pointed at Lao Lu, who was kneeling on the ground. His chest was heaving, and his voice trembled with rage. "He's not just a little slow. He's hopeless." Lao Lu was trembling and said carefully, "Big brother, isn't it you who asked me to buy the sleeping powder and then light it? Sleeping powder, sleeping powder." Wang Kai was so angry, he kicked him in the side. "I told you to buy the kind that's soaked on a handkerchief, not the kind that's lit and drifts around the room." Lao Lu nodded nervously. "You didn't explain clearly either." Wang Kai cursed. What a perfect opportunity, and you ruined it, you idiot." "Now I finally understand what it's like to have a teammate as dumb as a pig. We were so close to killing Xiao Zhe and avenging my brother. But no, you had to mess it up, you fool. You even made our own people faint. You're an idiot. You're going to make me so mad I could explode. Get out of here." Lao Lu was beaten and bloodied, but he didn't know which type of sleeping powder to buy. Aren't all of them the same? They all make people faint. He wanted to explain his foolish mistake, but someone nearby warned him carefully. The boss only moved his foot. He didn't actually attack. "Don't talk and make things worse. Otherwise, tonight, there might be another grave on this mountain. Hurry up and get out." "Another grave?" Lao Lu was so scared, he didn't dare stay any longer. He scrambled and ran out as fast as he could. Jose woke up and went straight to Jiang He's hospital room to check on him. As soon as he entered, he saw that Jiang He was already awake. He was a bit surprised. Jiang He had taken a lot of medicine, yet he woke up after just one night. Could it be that his body is very strong, so he recovered quickly? Jose walked over and looked at Jiang He's arm. "How do you feel today?" Joan stood nearby. Jiang He replied calmly, "Much better now. It doesn't hurt. Can I leave the hospital today?" "TSK. Jose rolled his eyes at him. Even after such injuries, he still tries to act tough in front of his sister. Jose said, "No, you can't leave today. At least the day after tomorrow. You need to change the dressing every day." Jiang He really didn't want to stay in the hospital longer. Anyway, he was fine now, and with the spiritual spring, he'd heal completely in a few days. Plus, the smell of disinfectant everywhere in the hospital made him uncomfortable. Joan also knew he didn't like staying there. "Third brother, just let him leave and come home with me. I'll change his dressings every day." Jose checked Jiang He's condition again. After confirming he was okay, he nodded. "All right, that works." After saying that, he took Joan, and they went to get some medicine and bandages. He explained how to apply the medicine more than 3 times. Joan thought he was like a fly buzzing around. "Third brother, I know how to do this. You don't need to tell me so many times. You're so annoying." Jose pointed at her forehead with his index finger. "Isn't it because I'm worried you won't do it right? And now you say I'm annoying? Let's go. I'll see you out." Joan held Jiang He's uninjured hand and followed Jose out of the hospital. As soon as they got home, they saw Jiang Jingyan kneeling at the door. The weather was very cold today. Joan didn't have a heating pad. Even though she was dressed warmly, her ears still hurt from the cold. Jiang Jingyan was only wearing a white shirt and military pants, not changed. His eyes were heavily bruised. Had he been kneeling all night? A few neighbors sitting on stools outside their door watched curiously, wondering what mistake he had made but afraid to ask. "Why are you kneeling here? Did Dad and Mom punish you?" Joan saw that Jiang Jingyan's lips looked a little pale. She couldn't help but touch his face. It was very cold. She quickly withdrew her hand. Zhou Jingyan's voice was still strong and powerful. "This is what I deserve to be punished for. Sister, you all go inside quickly. It's very cold today, don't catch a cold." He had been kneeling all night, but his back was still straight. But for him, it wasn't much. He was just a little cold. In the past, when he was on the battlefield, he walked for 2 days and nights in a blizzard, so this really wasn't a big deal. Although Jo-eun was angry with him, she cared more about his health. That won't do. You didn't sleep all night before you took me out shopping yesterday, right? Plus this time, you're really not afraid of danger, Jo-eun said as she tried to pull his arm, wanting to help him up from the ground. Don't worry about me. Jo Jingyan felt warm inside. Suddenly, he didn't feel cold anymore, but he stubbornly refused to get up. He really did something wrong this time. Compared to Jeong-hee's injuries, it wasn't much. But his sister was so angry, yet still cared about him. That was really nice. He looked at Jeong-hee, then shifted his gaze to his arm, and then looked away. For the first time, he showed concern. Is your arm okay? Jeong-hee paused for a moment. Much better now. Thank you, big brother, for caring. Jo Jingyan was silent for a moment, then said something that surprised Jeong-hee. I'm sorry about yesterday. I apologize for putting you in such danger. If I hadn't had someone take you there, you wouldn't have met the mountain bandits and wouldn't have been hurt. The main person responsible is me. I have a big part of the blame.
I'm really sorry.
After I finish kneeling, you can do whatever you want. I won't blame you at all. Jeong-hee looked shocked, touched his ear, and then turned to look at Jo-eun. And am I hearing things? No, because I heard it too, Jo Jingyan. Jeong-hee actually heard it. He was just joking, but hearing Jo Jingyan say those 3 words himself was quite rare. He cleared his throat. I really don't blame you. No one expected such a thing to happen. You can get up now, don't kneel anymore. Everyone in the yard is watching. I also have something to tell you. We are family. Why are there so many strange things? And besides, this isn't all his fault. Jo Shang heard the noise, put down his newspaper, and came out. When he saw Jeong-hee, he asked warmly, why did you get discharged so quickly? Ozawa said that you inhaled quite a lot of medicine. I thought you might need to rest for a couple of days. How do you feel? Is your head still dizzy? He shook his head. Maybe I recover faster. Besides, my hand still hurts, but everything else is almost fine. That's good, that's good. Come inside. After Xiao Shang finished speaking, his face looked a bit worried. Xiao-eun asked confused, Dad, what's wrong? Your mom is making breakfast. Jeong-hee, Xiao-eun, both of them fell silent. Maybe we should go to the hospital and stay for a couple more days. Before the 3 of them entered, Xiao Shang looked at Xiao Jingyan, who was still kneeling properly, and snorted. Come in too. No need to kneel. Shenzi made breakfast. Why wouldn't he eat? As the saying goes, share happiness and face difficulties together. This unlucky luck, even he, the eldest son, should experience it. Shenzi carried the freshly cooked food out of the kitchen, placed it on the table, then blew on his hands because it was too hot. When everyone entered, they saw the table full of Shenzi's homemade dark dishes, and they all felt a bit scared. Shenzi was happy. Xiao-hee, you're out of the hospital so soon? I made porridge for you. I was planning to bring it to the hospital for you to eat later. He asked Jeong-hee to sit down, then went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of plain porridge. The others also sat around the table. Shenzi was quite confident in her cooking. Eat quickly. Xiao-zhe said you shouldn't eat spicy food these days. This light one is best. Xiao-eun looked at the big bowl in front of Jeong-hee. It was just plain white porridge with some corn, looking much better than the dark dishes on the table. It probably tastes better too. She pouted and said to Shenzi, Mom, why did you only serve a he? I want to eat porridge too. Shenzi couldn't argue with her, so she went back to the kitchen and brought out another bowl. Luckily, she cooked quite a lot. Xiao Shang also preferred plain porridge over the dishes on the table. Wife, I want to eat too. Before he finished, Shenzi said, You're not worthy. Xiao Shang. He was annoyed. Why isn't he worthy? Xiao-eun took a small taste. It was good. It really wasn't as bad as she imagined. The salt was a bit strong, but it wasn't overwhelming. Jo Shang trembled as he quickly ate a piece of food under Shenzi's threatening gaze. He felt like his taste buds were being insulted. He wanted to, but dared not. Jo Jingyan could remain calm even when eating such bad food, which made Jo Shang feel like only he was being mistreated. He carefully said, Wife, this dish is a little salty. More than a little, it's almost unbearable, but he spoke gently. Shinzi took a bite and said, I think it's okay, not too salty, I can eat it. Of course, she didn't think it was salty. Shinzi usually has a strong taste for salt, but the rest of the Zhou family's food is light. For her, these dishes are just a tiny bit salty. Jose couldn't take it anymore and suddenly showed a rare sense of authority. Have we broken a big rule? I seriously suspect you're trying to poison me with this food. As soon as he said that, the other 3 people nodded in admiration, calling him brave. They all looked at Shinzi. Sure enough, Shinzi immediately looked upset. What do you mean? Are you saying I want to poison you with my cooking? Zhou Shang immediately regretted his words and shrank back. The others looked at him like they were watching a show. No, wife, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to protest a little. I definitely didn't say your cooking is like poison. Please don't think that. Shinzi snorted and her expression softened. What do you mean then? Is my cooking really that bad? Zhou Shang coughed a few times, looked at her softened face, and felt braver. It's not really that bad, just too salty. It's just that you're not suited to cook. After saying that, he took Shinzi's hands. Look at your hands, so delicate, white and pretty. How can you use them to cook? He also said he was good at palm reading. Your hands are only good for enjoying life. Listen, wife, let's not cook anymore. It's too tiring. Let the housekeeper do it. You don't feel bad for yourself, but I do. Shinzi pulled her hands back and rolled her eyes at him. She could tell he was just criticizing her cooking. When she first started cooking, Qiao Shang was very happy. He waited by the table before the food was ready, eager to taste his wife's cooking. But after just one meal, he told her to stop cooking, worried it might tire her out. Does her cooking really taste that bad? Shinzi thought about it carefully. Qiao Shang thought she was angry, but she said, All right, I won't cook anymore. Qiaoan choked on her porridge before swallowing it, and Jiang, he quickly patted her back to help. Qiao Shang couldn't believe his ears. He thought he was hearing things. You're really not going to cook anymore? Shinzi turned and went upstairs. You all said my cooking is hard to eat and hard to swallow, right? Then I won't do it anymore. From now on, the housekeeper can cook for us. Shinzi felt a little sad but accepted that her cooking wasn't good enough. She had been trying hard to learn to cook from Aunt Wang, but she just couldn't do it well, even though she followed the same steps. She was sad, but also a little angry. She wanted to learn to cook, so she could make different delicious meals every day for her family. She just wanted to see the happiness on their faces when they ate her food. But it seemed she wasn't cut out for the kitchen. Oh well, from now on, Aunt Wang can do it. Qiao Shang watched Shinzi's back and thought this isn't good. She's really upset. He quickly went after her to comfort her. Qiao An was amazed. She didn't expect Shinzi to really decide not to cook anymore. She had saved her family. After breakfast, both Qiao Shang and Shinzi hadn't come down from upstairs. They were probably still talking. But they had no idea how much Qiao Shang upstairs was feeling like crying. Shinzi turned her face and sat on the bed with her arms crossed, looking upset. I just remembered something. Qiao Shang had a bad feeling. What is it? She had just finished comforting him about cooking, and now she was bringing up something new. Shinzi looked at him with tears in her eyes. Last night, I had a dream. Qiao Shang's heart immediately warned him. He knew what she was about to say. Was she dreaming about him being close to another woman? Darling, it's just a dream. You can't blame me. Besides, I don't even know the woman in your dream. How could I be unfaithful? Shinzi caught the main point. You mean that knowing someone leads to cheating? Well, look at you. You already had this idea. Qiao Shang took a deep breath. How can you think that of me? I love you the most. Even if I knew that woman, I wouldn't do something like cheating. You have to trust me. Shinzi started to cry. I heard from the elders that dreams can be a sign. I wouldn't have such dreams without reason. They must be warning me about something. Once again, Qiao Shang felt how unreasonable women can be. Is what she dreams about something he can control? He also doesn't want her to keep dreaming that he cheats, because in the end, he gets hurt. All the blame for the dreams falls on him. If he had known, he wouldn't have come in to comfort her earlier. What a mistake. Jiang, he seriously told Xiao Jingyan the full story of how they went to the mountain and ran into bandits in the abandoned house. Big brother, we need to investigate this carefully. The leader mentioned your name. I think he might be your enemy. Maybe he's after you, but he can't catch you. Even though they failed this time, there might be a next time. Xiao Jingyan frowned. Do you remember what the leader looked like? Jiang, he has a good memory, and they didn't hide their appearances that day, so he remembers well. He has a scar on his face, about 5 or 6 centimeters long. He has a beard and is bald. After hearing Jiang He's description, Xiao Jingyan already had an idea. He knows who it is. Wang Kai, he remembers this person. He told the two about what happened before. Wang Kai has a younger brother named Wang Bing. Around June last year, Xiao Jingyan led his soldiers on a training mission in a remote area. That place is far from others, with little traffic. But surprisingly, someone was there assaulting a woman in broad daylight. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The woman had already been harmed. The person who assaulted her was Wang Bing, Wang Kai's brother. When he was subdued by the soldiers under Xiao Jingyan's command, he was unconscious and delirious, speaking words that were hard to understand. He still smelled strongly of tobacco, and his behavior clearly showed that he had been using marijuana. The woman who was insulted was named Chun Tsuetsue. She was poor and usually went up the mountain to gather edible wild food. Unexpectedly, she encountered Wang Bing, who was under the influence of marijuana. As a weak woman, facing Wang Bing, a tall and strong man, it was very hard for her to escape being targeted. Chun Tsuetsue was taken advantage of on her first attempt. She had a man she liked, but they had never crossed any lines. They were supposed to get married next year, but this incident changed everything. She was nearly breaking down. Xiao Jingyan felt sorry for her, but didn't know how to comfort her. She didn't say much at the time, only repeating one sentence, "You are soldiers, right? That beast Wang Bing insulted me. He ruined my innocence. You all saw it. I want him dead. I want him dead. You won't ignore this, right?" Of course, they would take action. Xiao Zhe ordered someone to take Wang Bing away and handed Chun Tsuetsue a handkerchief. "Wipe your tears. Rest assured, everything will turn out as you wish. He will die, not to mention his drug use. The crime of assaulting a woman was enough to sentence him to death." Later, Wang Bing was taken to the nearest police station. When he regained consciousness, he tried to defend himself, claiming Chun Tsuetsue seduced him. But Xiao Jingyan and the soldiers were not fools. No matter how he argued, the evidence was clear. Originally, Wang Bing was scheduled to be executed in 2 days, but with Xiao Jingyan's pressure, the execution was carried out that very afternoon. Chun Tsuetsue's wish was fulfilled. Wang Kai was heartbroken over his brother's death. When he found out it was Xiao Jingyan's doing, he became resentful. He came to cause trouble several times, but Xiao Jingyan didn't bother. He saw these as good practice for his soldiers. After that incident, Wang Kai never came back. Jiang he listened to Xiao Jingyan and thought carefully. His mind gradually became clearer, and soon he had an idea. "Big brother, you hold a high position and have influence in the army. Wang Kai knows he can't challenge you, so he shifted his focus to your family." Jiang He's deduction made sense. But Xiaoan was a bit confused. "You've only been in Jing City for a few days. Besides the people in the estate, almost no one knows who you are. How does Wang Kai know about you? However, it is also possible that he has been secretly watching through someone else." Jiao Jingyan also thought about this. Although Jiang He told Xiao and that everything was very reasonable, there might be another possibility. Wang Kai's revenge was probably aimed at his brother or parents. Although Jiang He and Xiaoan are married and considered family, someone like Wang Kai, who is foolish, would not fail to notice if someone was secretly watching. Even if he didn't notice, Wang Kai's people would surely observe that Jiang He and he are not on good terms. Wang Kai wouldn't go so far as to kill someone he disliked and had no blood relation with just for revenge. After a long pause, Jiao Jingyan finally said, "I'll take people up the mountain now." He stood up as he spoke. Xiaoan reminded him, "Big brother, if Wang Kai isn't stupid, he would have already moved his hideout. We probably can't catch him now. Zhao Jingyan picked up his military jacket hanging on the rack and quickly put on his military cap. He's just a fool. Jiang He also stood up from the sofa. Big brother, I want to go with you. Maybe I can help. Zhao Jingyan glanced at his arm. You're still injured. It's fine. Zhao Jingyan didn't say anything more. He took a big step toward the door, as if he agreed. Xiaoan worried. Her, you shouldn't go. Your injury isn't fully healed. Jiang He comforted her. I'm fine. Besides, with Big Brother here, nothing will happen. Then I'll go with you too. Xiaoan wanted to stay and watch over him. She was worried Jiang He's old injury might worsen, or he might get new injuries. Jiang He firmly refused. No, it's too dangerous with guns and knives. You stay at home and wait. Big Brother and I. Before he finished, Xiaoan grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the car. She found Zhao Jingyan's car, opened the door, and got in. I don't care. I want to go too. Zhao Jingyan thought she was just being reckless. It's very dangerous. Get out quickly and stay at home. Xiaoan refused to get out and insisted on going. Let me go. I'll stay in the car and not get out. I won't go anywhere else. I'll just wait in the car for you. She didn't want to see Jiang He get hurt and end up in the hospital again. Zhao Jingyan knew she was stubborn, so he didn't ask her to get out. You can go, but you must promise to listen to me. Stay in the car and don't get out. Just like you said, behave well. And then I can guarantee you won't get hurt, but if things get chaotic, I can't watch you all the time. You know I don't want anything to happen to you. Joan clasped her hands and repeatedly promised, I won't get out of the car. I will listen to you, and I won't cause any trouble. An hour later, the car arrived in the countryside. Besides Zhao Jingyan's car, there was also a military truck with about 12 armed soldiers. Zhao Jingyan was the first to get out of the car. Joan sat alone inside. Jiang He warned her again before getting out, and then followed everyone up the mountain. Joan pressed her face against the window until they disappeared from sight. She wanted to follow, but she couldn't. She promised again to stay in the car and not get out. Only after Zhao Jingyan agreed did she finally go with them. There were so many people this time, and Jiang He was skilled, so nothing like last time should happen. But Joan was still worried about Jiang He's arm. Although he drank the spiritual spring water, only one night had passed, and his wound probably wasn't fully healed. Thinking carefully, Joan realized she was just worrying too much. With Zhao Jingyan here, even if Jiang He wanted to get into trouble, it would be difficult. At the ruins on the mountaintop, Wang Kai gathered all his companions, told everyone to pack up, and prepare to move. He crossed his arms and sat on a bench. He picked up a wine cup from the table and took a big sip, then suddenly snapped the cup in half. Just a little more, and he could finally avenge his brother. He couldn't deal with Zhao Jingyan, and he rarely had trouble with his family either. Although Wang Bing wasn't killed by Zhao Jingyan, wasn't that knife handed to him? If he didn't let someone catch Wang Bing and send him to the police station, and if it wasn't helpful to pressure those people into execution that day, then he could still find a way to rescue him. So, in the end, it's all the fault of that Xiao guy. Wang Kai clenched his fists and slammed them down the wooden table, squinting. Killing someone and paying with your life. Zhao Jingyan killed his brother, so he wanted him to taste the pain of losing a loved one. He had long heard that Zhao Jingyan had a younger brother who worked at a big hospital in the city. Although he didn't know what the other person looked like, he was sure he wouldn't mistake him for someone else. He also heard that all the Zhao brothers looked very handsome, especially Jiang He, so there was no chance of confusing them. But he didn't expect that such a good opportunity would fail because of the foolish actions of his own people. It was even more painful than losing Wang Kai. He felt dizzy from anger and rubbed his temples. However, one thing still puzzled Wang Kai. If he didn't know that Xiao Zhe worked at the hospital, he might even suspect that he was a soldier too. He was so strong that even their group of brothers couldn't handle him that day, which showed he was very skilled. Maybe he liked exercising regularly? Wang Kai touched his chin and thought. That explanation seemed quite reasonable. Although they failed this time, there would be a next time. Next time, he was sure he could succeed. But that would be later. For now, the most important thing was to run away quickly. He thought he could succeed completely that day, so he didn't bother to disguise himself. Now that Xiao Zhe knew what he looked like, and if he told Xiao Jingyan, then the other man would find out everything. He had hurt his own brother, and he knew he wouldn't let him go.
So he needed to run now.
As for revenge, he could think about it later. Wang Kai stood up from the chair, but then sat back down heavily, feeling unsteady.
He sighed.
People, indeed, shouldn't get too angry. Look at him. He was feeling dizzy from anger. Big brother. At this moment, his men had finished packing up and were ready to leave. But he kept feeling that something was wrong. Wang Kai looked at his men, still rubbing his temples. He couldn't help but criticize. You all look like you haven't eaten in days. Do I lack food or clothes for you? We're all working on big things. Get your spirits up. Have you packed everything? We need to move quickly. That Xiao might already be on his way here. His words weren't exaggerated. His men looked like they hadn't slept and seemed ready to collapse at any moment. One of his men couldn't hold on and sat down heavily on the ground. Big brother, I feel like something's not right with my body. Next, the other little brothers couldn't hold on and went to learn from him. They all sat down heavily on the ground, not wanting to get up. Some even lay flat on the ground without moving. Wang Kai looked at them and felt even more angry and frustrated. His head was spinning from the anger. You bunch of fools, get up and fight. If you're caught, you'll go to jail. Do you want to serve time? They were clearly running away now. Wang Kai felt his subordinates were becoming more and more unruly lately. He glanced at everyone and noticed one person was missing. Where's Lao Lu? As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Lu crawled out from the side, looking very exhausted. Weakly, he said, Boss, I'm here. Seeing him like that, Wang Kai also wanted to hit him, but he quickly realized something was wrong. He asked, What's going on with you guys? Why is everyone like this? Lao Lu, trying to stay conscious, replied, I also find it strange. It's like I've been drugged. I feel dizzy. Wang Kai suddenly understood something. Did you guys take some kind of drug? Lao Lu thought Wang Kai had a bad memory and kindly reminded him. Boss, you forgot? Didn't you tell me to get rid of those drugs? I already took care of them. Don't worry, it's fine. Wang Kai's heart sank. How did you handle it? Lao Lu was about to faint but pointed at the incense burner next to Wang Kai's left hand before losing consciousness. He said, Look, I lit the incense inside. It's covered with a lid, so the smell doesn't come out. We can't smell it either. Wasting it would be a shame, right? Even if we can't smell it, it's still useful. Boss, I'm very sleepy now. I'm going to sleep first. Wang Kai's heart completely sank. He trembled as he lifted the lid of the incense burner. When he looked inside, he saw it was filled with drugged incense. These idiots. The lid of the incense burner had holes in it. Wang Kai stood up, took a few steps back, and covered his chest with his right hand, gasping heavily. My heart hurts from anger. He once again cursed himself for having such stupid subordinates. This was a terrible mistake. Bringing Lao Lu in was a complete error. Wang Kai felt regret deep in his heart. He handled the incense and even set it on fire. He wasn't just dealing with the incense, he was risking their lives. Now, he hadn't lost to Xiao Jingyan yet, but he had already been defeated by his own men. Was that sixth man an undercover agent he sent? Wang Kai was furious, but he had no choice. His head was dizzy and heavy, and he couldn't move. He could only run away and hide before he fainted. Xiao Jingyan and his team were hiding nearby in the ruins. He was holding a telescope, staring intently at Wang Kai's group. But his expression was getting more and more annoyed. He saw Wang Kai come out of the ruins, stumble a little, run a short distance, then suddenly fall to the ground and stop moving. The others inside the ruins had all fainted neatly, one after another. The soldiers behind them couldn't hold back anymore. Their faces turned red, and they trembled with effort. They wanted to laugh, but dared not. Jiang He was also speechless. Had he inhaled more of the incense again? He thought it was crazy when they almost got him dizzy last time, but now it was even worse. Was this to make up for not fully dizzying him last time? He had never seen such a foolish bandit. It was true what Xiao Jingyan said, they were really stupid. Suddenly, Xiao Jingyan turned around and gave an order. The soldiers, holding back their laughter, straightened up and moved toward the ruins. When they reached outside the ruins, everyone covered their noses and went inside because the incense in the censer hadn't burned out yet. The bandits who had fallen on the ground were and dragged down the mountain by soldiers, then thrown into military trucks. Xiaoan opened the car door, jumped out, and looked around Jiang He. When she saw he was okay, she let out a sigh of relief. Good, you're not hurt. But why did you come back so quickly? It had only been a little over half an hour since they went up the mountain. Jiang He told her everything from start to finish. Xiaoan couldn't help but chuckle. If I'd known it was like that, I really should have gone up the mountain with you. What a pity. It was such an exciting operation, and she wasn't there. That was really a shame. Xiao Jing'an opened the back door of the car. Let's go back first. After Qiaoan got in, he closed the door, sat in the driver's seat, and Jiang He quietly opened the right door and sat down too. Zhou Jing'an personally took the two of them back to the military district compound, then said goodbye and drove away. He wanted to personally question Wang Kai. Although Jiang He was very curious about the real reason why Wang Kai and his group attacked him, he was not involved and decided not to follow. Anyway, Zhou Jing'an had said he would tell him later. As they entered the living room, Zhou Shang just happened to come out of the kitchen carrying clean fruit. Do you want some fruit? Zhou shook her head. Zhou Shang continued, I didn't see you when I went downstairs earlier. You left without saying a word. Where's your older brother? Didn't he come back? He took me and Ahi home and then left again. He has things to do. After saying this, Zhou looked at the fruit in Zhou Shang's hand and smiled. Dad, I have to say, you washed the fruit very clean. She could tell right away that his wife wasn't in a good mood. Zhou Shang pouted and sighed. Sigh, talking about it makes me sad. I just went to deliver fruit to your mom. He felt that Shenzi had become harder to please lately. From the time Zhou and the others left until now, he finally managed to cheer her up. When she said she wanted fruit earlier, he immediately went to wash some. He worked hard like a beast, though he usually just accepted being a workhorse. Zhou waved her hand and also sighed. Zhou Shang asked, Why are you sighing? Zhou, it's nothing, just feeling sad for someone who's afraid of their wife. Hearing this, Zhou Shang immediately defended himself, sounding a bit anxious. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm afraid of my wife? I love your mom, so I spoil her. I willingly let her boss me around. Plus, I speak with authority in front of your mom. Privately, I say one thing. She dares not say two. If I go west, she dares not go east. I just give her some face in front of you guys. And besides, if your mom bosses me around, it just shows she loves me. Why wouldn't she boss you guys around? Zhou seriously suspected that Zhou Shang had recently become love-struck, or maybe he was just love-struck himself. She directly exposed him. TSK, your explanations are just cover-ups. Cover-ups are just the truth. Mom doesn't boss me around because she can't bear to. Zhou Shang's fear of his wife was well known. Zhou patted Jiang He beside her. You must not learn from Dad and talk nonsense in the future. Jiang He nodded seriously. Zhou Shang didn't expect his words to persuade the two people. He just wanted to struggle uselessly, even though his efforts failed. Who's talking nonsense? You're young and don't understand some things. Dad doesn't blame you. Zhou Shang huffed proudly and carried some fruit upstairs. When he looked up, he saw Shenzi standing at the top of the stairs, arms crossed. He was startled. Oh, dear wife. When did Shenzi stand there? How did I not notice? Shenzi's anger flared up again. Just now, she told Zhou Shang to go downstairs and wash some fruit. He took so long that she wondered if he had died in the kitchen. She was getting impatient and came out to see what was happening. Luckily, she came out, or she wouldn't have heard Zhou Shang's words. Zhou had already started to laugh secretly. Sure enough, pretending to be impressive has its price. Shenzi gritted her teeth and said, You say one thing privately, and I dare not say two? You point east and I don't dare go west? It's just to give me some face in front of an N and the others. Zhou Shang felt a chill down his back. Wife, I was joking. Do you think I believe that? After saying this, Shenzi glared at him and went into the house. Zhou Shang immediately felt deflated. Sigh. It's so hard to please her again. He patted his mouth. This bad mouth of mine. I said I wouldn't say these things, but I did, and now she heard. What a disaster. Zhou was already laughing so hard her stomach hurt. With her current look, Jiang He was afraid she might suddenly burst out laughing and not stop. Later, Zhou Jingyan returned home and told the two about the investigation results. After hearing this, Jiang He finally understood why Wang Kai and his group wanted to kill him. It turned out Wang Kai was originally targeting Zhou Zai, wanting Zhou Jingyan to experience the pain of losing a younger brother. But Wang Kai mistakenly thought Jiang He looked like Zhou Zai and attacked him instead. Wang Kai was such a failure. He was caught easily by Zhou Jingyan, ended up in jail, and from the start, he had the wrong person. How smart do you have to be that clueless? The next day, finally New Year's Eve, Qiao Zai had returned home from the hospital last night, and early this morning, Qiao Yanchu also came back from the team before dawn. Every family was preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, except the Qiao family, where everyone was sitting together at the table. Shinzi was the first to stand up, tying her apron behind her back, which immediately made everyone feel tense. Xiao Shang pounded the table and also stood up, raising his voice loudly. Don't move. Everyone was stunned by a shout. Had they forgotten how they calmed their wife yesterday? How dare he shout so loudly now? Shinzi's face immediately fell. Who are you shouting at? Xiao Shang, who had been a good listener for many years, wanted to be brave today. This was a special day. They shouldn't be eating simple or unappetizing food on New Year's Eve. He tugged at his clothes, looked around at everyone, and then said very firmly, "Watch how I set an example for you." Then he walked angrily toward Shinzi. She rubbed her wrist, already ready to fight back. Xiao Shang reached her and suddenly pulled off her apron, speaking sternly. Who told you to wear an apron? Did you forget what you said yesterday, that you wouldn't cook anymore? Shinzi grabbed her apron back. It's New Year's Eve. I won't cook. Do you want us to go hungry or what? Xiao Shang snatched it again, holding it high so she couldn't take it back. Cooking is such hard work. Not just today, but from now on, you're not even allowed to step into the kitchen. Look at my comrades. None of them let their wives cook.
I don't even want to talk about you.
Is your hand for washing vegetables and cooking? Go sit down. I choose whether to cook or not. Don't make me beg you, everyone. They thought Xiao Shang would finally stand up, but he only said the most timid words in the harshest tone. He threw the apron at Qiao Zai and ordered, "You, go cook." Qiao Zai, so Dad meant that he could choose freely. I don't know how to cook. I can only boil noodles. Are we really going to sit around the table eating egg noodles on New Year's Eve? Xiao Shang, maybe forget it. Just thinking about that scene makes him feel uncomfortable. He looked at Xiao Yanchu again. Then you do it. Xiao Yanchu shrugged his shoulders. Before he could speak, Xiao Shang regretted his choice. Forget it, you're useless too. I can't rely on you. I still have to do it myself, as the father. Xiao Yanchu. Okay, although I was about to say I wouldn't do it. No one in this big family knows how to cook. I really don't know how we will get through this year. Jiang He stood up, took the apron in front of Qiao Zai, tied it around himself, and said, I can cook. I'll do it. Everyone looked at him in surprise. You can cook too? Qiao proudly crossed his arms. Of course. He can do everything. Qiao Zai was skeptical. Are you sure you won't make some weird dish? Jiang He didn't bother to reply and went straight into the kitchen. Xiao Shang also had the same worry as Qiao Zai. He stayed nearby to help Jiang He, but was refused. Dad, I can do it myself. You can rest now. Reluctantly, Xiao Shang could only stand and watch. The others gathered at the kitchen door, doubting Jiang He could really cook. But Jiang He was very confident in his cooking skills. He often practiced at home. Although he might not be better than Liu Yanjun, his dishes were quite tasty. He moved quickly, washing and chopping vegetables efficiently and in order. Jiang He really could cook. Xiao Zai's doubts were completely gone. Xiao Shang patted his head. What are you just standing there for? Go help out. You'll get to eat soon. Xiao Zai rubbed his aching head and walked over to Jiang He. He pointed at the vegetables in the basket. Do these need washing? And this one after washing, should I cut it? I'll do the chopping. Oh, and this fish, let's make sweet and sour fish later, he said this aloud. But in his mind, he silently muttered, hurry up and send me away, just like you did with Dad earlier. Although he kept chattering like a silly bird, Jiang, he was very much like wanting to send him out. But he still kept him in the kitchen.
He smiled at Xiao Zhe.
Thanks for helping me, third brother. All those vegetables need washing, and you handled that fish, right? You should be able to do it, right? If not, I can teach you. Xiao Zhe. Why does this person always do things differently from the usual? But how could Xiao Zhe do this work alone? He looked at Xiao Yanchu and Xiao Jingyan outside the kitchen door. He said, stand there like two big statues. What are you looking at? Come help with the work. All you do is eat every day. Shenzi rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. I may not know how to cook, but I can help too. Let's all do it together. More people means more strength. On New Year's Eve, if only Jiang he does all the work, it would be very tiring. Besides, Jiang he is good at cooking, so we shouldn't just sit and wait to eat. The others didn't say a word and also rolled up their sleeves to help in the kitchen. The whole family chatted and worked together, laughing and talking. Before coming back, he had already thought everything through. Jiang he is actually a pretty good guy. He may not have achieved much now, but who knows what the future holds. And Xiao is very happy now. He doesn't want to ruin that happiness. Anyway, if Jiang he ever bullies Xiao in the future, the three brothers will definitely teach him a lesson, making sure he pays the price. No one can bully his sister. Although he still feels some pain now, he believes he'll get along well with Jiang he in the future. As everyone chatted and joked, time quickly passed. At 6 p.m., the kitchen was filled with the aroma of delicious food. As dishes were served to the table, the scent even spread into the living room. Everyone couldn't help but salivate at the smell. Soon, the table was full of tasty dishes. Xiao Shang happily took a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet, something he usually didn't dare to drink. Except for Xiaoan and Shenzi, who had juice, everyone else had wine. After working so hard, they could finally enjoy this New Year's Eve dinner. Xiao Shang raised his glass. Xiao he made so many dishes. It must have been a lot of work. Let's all toast and celebrate together. Everyone raised their glasses halfway. The glasses clinked with a clang. Then they all said together, Happy New Year, little crane, we must have a good drink together. On New Year's Eve, every family is lively and bustling. The joyful atmosphere fills every corner, and everyone's face is bright with happiness. Red lanterns hang high, and lucky spring couplets are pasted everywhere. The familiar smell of the new year is in the air, and the festive spirit of the spring festival is in full swing. After dinner, everyone sits together to celebrate the new year. On New Year's Eve, the night is filled with fireworks and bright lights. Every home is brightly lit. Fireworks bloom everywhere. Firecrackers sound continuously, and everyone stays up to welcome the new year. On this night, a string of firecrackers is also set off called Going Out, symbolizing stepping into a new year. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family, Xiao Yanchu hesitated before speaking, thinking for a moment, then asked, And do you want to go out shopping with second brother tomorrow? Qiao has become sensitive to the word shopping. After all, last time, it was Xiao Jingyan who took her out shopping, and when she wasn't there, Jiang he had that incident. It made her a bit scared. Xiaoan, if you're going, then everyone should go together. Xiao Yanchu casually said, No, just take you alone.
She's a bit shy.
Everyone caught the main point from this sentence. Lying on the sofa, Xiao Zhe suddenly sat up sharply. Him? Which him? The one with the single character or the female character? Everyone looked at Xiao Yanchu, curious. Xiao Yanchu didn't hide anything, since the family would find out sooner or later, so he just said it directly. Of course, a woman. Mom has been urging me to find a partner, hasn't she? Xiaoan was a bit excited. So, I have a sister-in-law now. Xiao Yanchu was silent for a moment and did nod. I guess so. Xiao Zhe was so surprised his jaw almost dropped.
What?
You found a partner? Shinzi was overjoyed and asked a bunch of questions in a row. Whose girl is she? When did you start dating? How old is she this year? Where does she live? What do her parents do? Qiao Shang also said, such an important thing. Why didn't you tell us earlier? A few days ago, I even asked Aunt Lu next door to help find a match for you. Come on, bring her home to meet us soon. If possible, get married quickly. Don't let the girl regret, and not want you later. The sooner you settle it, the better. As for why these two only asked others to arrange a marriage match for Qiao Yanchu, but didn't do the same for Qiao Jingyan, there is only one reason. He is no longer capable. Shinzi and Qiao Shang have already given up hope that he'll get married. Any arrangements would be pointless, but Qiao Yanchu might still be able to be saved. Honestly, I think we shouldn't go out tomorrow. Just bring the person home so mom can see her properly. Qiao Yanchu was already feeling stressed. He took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. No need to rush to meet her. She's afraid of too many people, and she's always wanted to meet Min. I was thinking of taking An out tomorrow to meet her. Qiaoan was very happy and quickly nodded. I'll go. After all, Qiao Jingyan was quite old, and this was his first time dating. She could give him some tips on how to make the girl happy. Seeing her so excited, Qiao Yanchu also smiled. Are you that happy? You look so pleased. Qiaoan smiled. I have a sister-in-law now, of course I'm happy. What time are we going tomorrow? Can I wake up at 9? Or is that too late? I'll get up at 7 just in case. She also planned to pick out her outfit for the outing because it was their first meeting and she wanted to make a good impression. Qiao Yanchu thought she was overdoing it. Waking up so early wasn't necessary. Just sleep until you wake up naturally. When you wake up, we'll leave.
No rules.
She's available anytime. Not getting enough sleep makes you sleepy, and she didn't want her sister to get up so early just to meet her. Moreover, it's only a temporary match. Whether it will work out depends on how she gets along with her sister tomorrow. Qiao Zhe was very restless, pointing at himself excitedly. I want to go too. Take me along. Qiao Yanchu shot him a cold look and immediately refused. Get lost, don't make trouble. Qiao Zhe's mood instantly soured. I'm your brother. Isn't it okay to meet the future sister-in-law? Anin can go, so why can't I? I don't care, I want to go. Qiao Yanchu was too tired to bother with him. His face showed clear rejection. No matter what Qiao Zhe said, he simply wouldn't agree. Qiao Zhe pouted and sat back on the sofa, acting spoiled. Fine, I won't go. I don't really want to anyway. Qiao Yanchu did not speak. Qiao Zhe secretly glanced at him and then asked, won't you take me along? Qiao Yanchu gave him not even a glance. Go away. Qiao Zhe chuckled. Fine, then I won't go. Early in the morning, Qiaoan had already gotten up. Although Qiao Yanchu said she could sleep until she naturally woke up before leaving, she felt it wasn't right. Meeting her future sister-in-law for the first time, she didn't want to make her wait too long or seem unimportant. So she got up a bit earlier, finished her morning routine, and went downstairs. Qiao Yanchu was already awake and sitting in the living room waiting for Qiaoan. When he saw her come down, he glanced at the clock on the wall and then frowned. It's only 8 o'clock. Didn't we agree last night that whenever you wake up, we leave? If you get up so early, you must still be tired. Go back to your room and sleep a bit more. Qiaoan jumped happily and sat next to him. Second brother, I'm not tired anymore. When are we leaving? Maybe we should go to the department store first. She also wanted to buy a gift for her future sister-in-law but wasn't sure what she liked. Never mind, she thought she could choose more carefully when they got there. After breakfast, the two set out. Jiang He stayed at home, looking like an old person waiting for Qiaoan to return. By the time they arrived at the department store, about half an hour had passed. Qiaoan looked around but couldn't decide what to buy. She asked Qiao Yanchu, what kind of things does my sister-in-law usually like? Qiao Yanchu replied calmly, how would I know what she likes? Qiaoan was surprised. You don't even know what she likes. Forget it. She decided to choose herself. After half an hour, Qiaoan finally picked out a gift. She remembered Qiao Yanchu mentioning that her future sister-in-law loved beauty and paid special attention to her appearance, so she bought a pair of gemstone earrings. The small green gemstone was delicately set in the center, with a metal base that moved with her body. From both the color and the design, the earrings were very unique and versatile. Although they were quite expensive, costing over 100 yuan, Xiaoan felt it was worth it. Xiao Yanchu originally wanted to pay, but Xiaoan refused. She said that gifts bought with her own money are more meaningful. Xiao Yanchu had no choice but to give up. After leaving the department store, they got into the car. Xiaoan held the wrapped gift, excitedly looking out the window. She didn't know what her future sister-in-law would be like, but she hoped they would get along well. Half an hour later, Xiao Yanchu parked the car and took Xiao and into a restaurant. Although there weren't many customers inside, the restaurant had a good reputation. Xiao Yanchu looked around and found a seat by the window to sit down. As soon as Xiaoan sat down, she asked, "When is my sister-in-law coming?" She kept calling her sister-in-law, which made Xiao Yanchu feel a bit overwhelmed. "I don't know. She should be coming soon. Let's wait a bit. Also, don't keep calling her sister-in-law. Maybe she's not coming after all. When she arrives, you can see if you like her. If not, second brother can forget her. He didn't have any feelings for that woman. He just thought she looked good and came from a good family." It was also a good way to deal with Shenzi and Xiaoshang, so his parents wouldn't keep arranging blind dates for him. Xiaoan was surprised that her words seemed so important. According to Xiao Yanchu, if he didn't like her, he would just dismiss her? But that seemed too childish. Xiaoan shook her head. "She's living with you, not with me. Whether I like her or not doesn't matter. The important thing is whether you like her." Xiao Yanchu frowned and didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Anan, are you hungry? Should we order something to eat first?" Xiaoan shook her head. "Wait until my sister-in-law arrives." "I'm not hungry yet," Xiao Yanchu said. "All right then." Xiaoan rested her chin on her hand, boredly tapping her fingers on the table, occasionally glancing out the window. They waited like this for half an hour, but still didn't see any young woman walking over. Xiao Yanchu looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. They hadn't seen her yet, and he was very annoyed. "Hurry up. I don't know what she's doing. I already told her yesterday to leave early, and it's almost 12 now, but there's not even a shadow of her." Previously, she was excited and eager to meet his sister, but when the time came, she became hesitant. She made him wait, and even asked his sister to wait too. Did she think she was very important? Although Joan was bored waiting, she understood. It's okay. Girls care a lot about how they look when they go out. It takes time to get ready. Let's wait a little longer. They waited another hour, but still no one showed up. Now Joan was getting impatient. She looked at Zhou Yanchu with suspicion. "Second brother, I seriously doubt you're lying to me. Do you actually have someone, or are you just joking?" Zhou Yanchu was unfairly accused of being a liar, but he explained, "And I'm not lying. I really found someone." Zhou looked expressionless. "Then why hasn't she appeared yet?" Zhou Yanchu guessed. Maybe something came up. Zhou suddenly stood up from her chair, placing her hands on the table. "I'll ask you, where is she from? What does she do? How do you know her?" Zhou Yanchu thought for a moment, but Zhou felt he was just trying to come up with a lie. After a while, Zhou Yanchu said, "She's probably local. I don't know what she does. I was eating at a restaurant that day, and she came over to talk to me. I don't know much about her." And he didn't want to know since it was just to deal with Shinzi and Zhou Shang. Also, she was the one who approached Zhou Yanchu first. He thought she looked nice, so he agreed. His words made Zhou more sure she was being tricked. "I don't believe it. You can't just know her name and not know anything else. You're definitely lying." She was annoyed she got up early and even bought a gift. "You're a big liar. I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going home. You can wait here by yourself." Humph. After saying that, Zhou headed straight for the door. If he didn't have a girlfriend, so what? If he lied to her, she was upset after waiting so long. Zhou Yanchu quickly stood up and chased after her. "Wait, Anan. I really didn't lie to you." Zhou didn't bother to listen and kept walking on her own. Zhou Yanchu caught up quickly, still saying, "Anan, I swear I didn't lie. I really do have someone." Zhou didn't believe it at all. "You're just a liar. I shouldn't believe that this eternal iron tree will bloom." Humph. Zhou Yanchu pointed at the car passing on the busy street. If my brother is lying, he might get hit by a car later, and then Joan immediately covered his mouth, a bit angry. What nonsense are you talking? It's bad luck to talk about death. Okay, I believe you. Seeing that she finally believed him, Zhou Yanchu smiled happily. That's good. I'll take you out to play. We won't wait for those who have no sense of time. They got in the car, went to the Guotai Grand Theater to watch a movie, then strolled through the department store. They didn't eat out, just bought some snacks from the street and went home. Because Zhou Yanchu had something to do. After dropping Joan off at her house, he went to the team. As soon as he parked the car, he saw a woman with heavy makeup standing ahead. His brow furrowed instantly. He got out of the car, and a soldier at the door came over. Captain, this woman claims to be your wife, but we're not sure. We can only ask her to wait here. Zhou Yanchu's team knew what kind of person he was. An old iron tree doesn't bloom in old age, and he hasn't even held a woman's hand, so he couldn't possibly have a wife. They didn't dare let her in, afraid of offending Zhou Yanchu. The woman saw Zhou Yanchu and looked very aggrieved. She quickly moved closer. Yanchu, look at your men. They don't understand anything. They don't even recognize me, and won't let me in. I've been waiting outside for a long time, and my legs are sore. Zhou Yanchu didn't even look at her and walked straight inside. The woman twisted her hips and followed. But Zhou Yanchu suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked down at her from above. His voice was cold. Is this a place a woman like you can just walk into? The woman looked even more wronged, her voice soft and fragile. Yanchu, I am your fiancé. I'm not a stranger. Can I come in too? Zhou Yanchu's eyes showed no warmth, and his tone was calm. Lin Xiaoya, stop calling yourself my fiancé. I solemnly tell you, from now on, we have no relationship at all. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya immediately got upset. She bit her lip, looking pitiful. Yanchu, are you breaking up with me? Did I do something wrong? What a joke. She finally managed to attract a truly outstanding man like Qiao Yanchu, and now he wants to leave just like that. For Qiao Yanchu, she even gave up her recent wealthy boyfriend who was eager to be with her, leaving no backup plan. Because if she married Qiao Yanchu, she would truly become a wealthy wife. Qiao Yanchu is the best man she has ever seen, in both family background and appearance. Such a good man must belong to her, Lin Xiaoya, and she won't let go easily. Qiao Yanchu didn't want to say more and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya quickly grabbed his sleeve. Yanchu, is it because I didn't go to the restaurant at noon that you're angry? Qiao Yanchu slapped her hand away. You're asking knowingly. Lin Xiaoya, I remember I told you in advance, right? Today, I was meeting someone important, my sister, the most important woman in my life. She waited for you for a long time, but you were late. You have no sense of time at all, which shows you don't really care about my sister and don't know how to respect others. Lin Xiaoya blinked, looking hesitant, then sighed. She continued, I later went to the restaurant to find you and my brother-in-law, but by then, you had already left. Yanchu, I didn't mean to be late. I didn't want to make you wait so long either. It was just that something came up at home, and I couldn't get away. Well, forget it. You'll find out sooner or later. Under Qiao Yanchu's curious gaze, Lin Xiaoya slowly unbuttoned her coat, revealing the bruises on her arm. Qiao Yanchu only glanced briefly before looking away. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip, tears slipping down her cheeks. Not long ago, I found out that my father has a secret daughter outside. Recently, he's been arguing with my mother a lot, sometimes even hitting her. This morning, he brought that daughter home. He said she would live with us from now on. My mother has a heart condition and couldn't handle the shock, so she's in the hospital. The bruises on my arm were caused by my father. I didn't want to tell you all this, but As she spoke, Lin Xiaoya stopped, quietly watching Qiao Yanchu's face. After hearing this explanation, Qiao Yanchu was no longer angry. Instead, he felt a bit sorry for her. I didn't expect your family situation to be like this. I misunderstood you. This was exactly what Lin Xiaoya wanted to hear. Yanchu, I was at the hospital this morning taking care of my mom, so I couldn't meet you and my sister at the restaurant on time. Please don't blame me anymore. Don't abandon me. Carefully, Lin Xiaoya held onto Qiao Yanchu's sleeve, secretly feeling relieved. Luckily, he believed her, or she wouldn't know how to explain herself. She could have arrived on time in the morning, but her ex showed up unexpectedly and caused trouble, refusing to let her go, which delayed her. Xiao Yanchu took a step back and nodded. Lin Xiaoya smiled happily. It's so good that you don't blame me. I was almost scared to death when you said we wouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore. Please don't say that again. It really hurts me. After saying this, she tiptoed to try to kiss Xiao Yanchu's face. Startled, Xiao Yanchu quickly dodged and kept at least a meter away from her. Don't do that. We're in a public place. Please watch your words and actions. We're just dating, not close enough for that. Even if they got married later, he wouldn't let her get close to him. Lin Xiaoya thought he was shy and took a little more liberty. Just a kiss on the cheek. What's the big deal? Let me kiss you. She moved closer again. Xiao Yanchu looked unhappy and said seriously, stop fooling around. Lin Xiaoya realized he might be angry and didn't dare to move closer anymore. Really, she couldn't even kiss him on the cheek. Her previous boyfriends had kissed her and done more intimate things, so this was nothing. But as long as Xiao Yanchu didn't argue with her, it was fine. They would eventually kiss anyway. Lin Xiaoya asked, promise me you won't say those things to me again, okay? Xiao Yanchu answered without hesitation, just wait until you meet my sister. If she doesn't like you, no matter what you do, it won't help. This isn't a place for a woman like you. Go back quickly. After saying that, Xiao Yanchu turned and walked inside, ignoring Lin Xiaoya behind him. Until his figure disappeared, Lin Xiaoya's smiling face suddenly fell. Every day, it's just about my sister. I have to ask if he likes my sister before dating? It's so frustrating. We're all adults. Why do I need to ask my sister about feelings? Maybe there's something wrong with me. But I guess it's okay, just want my sister to like him. At worst, I'll put in more effort to please her, and everything can wait until we get married. As long as I marry into the Qiao family, I'll be a true wealthy lady. The Qiao family status in Jing City is unshakable, one of the top noble families, much better than her police chief father. She must hold on to this great wealth. Just convincing her sister is no big deal compared to riches. The soldier watching nearby saw Lin Xiaoya go from happy to angry, then back to happy, almost obsessively. He couldn't help feeling a bit cold behind his back. Why does this woman have two faces, one in front of people and one behind? Lin Xiaoya didn't stay long. She turned and headed home, choosing a small path for convenience. Just as she passed a alley, a figure suddenly appeared and pulled her inside. Lin Xiaoya was pressed against the wall, terrified, and shouted for help, help. There's a pervert. She was panicking, thinking that a hooligan had pulled her into the alley, probably planning something bad. The man behind her quickly covered her mouth. Don't scream. It's me. Lin Xiaoya froze for a second, recognizing the familiar voice, and stopped shouting. The man saw her calm down and released his hand from her mouth. She sighed with relief, still scared, thinking it was some dangerous person, but it was just Wang Zhe, that scoundrel. Wang Zhe pressed close behind her, tucking her hair to the left side of her neck, leaning down to nibble at her. He intentionally or unintentionally pressed his lower body against her hips. He was already overweight, now looking like a wild boar in heat. Wang Zhe suddenly inhaled deeply at her hair. Baby, you smell so good. Lin Xiaoya felt itchy all over and almost lost her balance. She struggled and turned around, pushing Wang Zhe away angrily. Wang Zhe, we're done. Don't mess around. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. She was about to go out, but Wang Zhe stopped her before she could leave. Fearing being seen by others, she asked Wang Zhe to talk in an abandoned warehouse. They had agreed a few days ago to part peacefully, but she didn't expect Wang Zhe to come looking for her. He even asked to have one last intimate moment. If she refused, Wang Zhe threatened to tell Qiao Yanchu about their past issues. Unable to do anything, she thought she couldn't let go of such a good man she had finally attracted, so she reluctantly agreed. They spent the whole morning in that broken warehouse, being intimate. Wang Zhe, who liked rough and exciting things, caused her bruises, which she still had. They had agreed that morning would be the last time, but Wang Zhe suddenly changed his mind. If these things got out to Qiao Yanchu, everything would be ruined. Wang Zhe was stunned by the slap, then, in a rage, grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the wall several times. Trash. You dare hit me. Her head quickly bled from the blows. Wang Zhe was very forceful, and the pain made her beg for mercy. Brother Wang, I was wrong. Hitting you was my mistake. Please, let me go. He spat and threw her to the ground, grabbing her hair. Trying to cut ties with me completely, huh? I tell you, dream on. Don't even think about it. Though angry, she didn't dare to fight back after the beating. She weakly pleaded, Brother Wang, we agreed this morning. You can't just turn your back on me. Do you have any other demands? If you want money or something else, just tell me. My dad is a police chief. He can help me. She said this, but inside, she cursed Wang Zhe 100 times. She knew she shouldn't have gotten involved with such a terrible, crazy man. The only reason she dated Wang Zhe was for his money, power, and status. Although he wasn't as well-connected as Qiao Yanchu, he still had some influence in Beijing. Now that she was involved with someone as powerful as Qiao Yanchu, Lin Xiaoya naturally looked down on Wang Zhe. She immediately wanted to cut all ties with Wang Zhe, but he was like a stubborn rash that wouldn't go away. They had agreed earlier in the morning that it would be the last time, and they wouldn't bother each other again. Yet now he was back again. I'm not interested in your little bit of money, Wang Zhe said, touching his chin and smiling. But I do need a small favor. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. It seemed there was room to negotiate, and Lin Xiaoya finally felt a bit relieved. If Wang Zhe asked for a huge sum, like over 1,000 yuan, she probably couldn't come up with that much no matter what. Brother Wang, just tell me what you need help with. I'll do my best to help, but let's agree on one thing. Once it's done, you go your way and I go mine. We won't bother each other. Wang Zhe agreed quickly. Deal. Lin Xiaoya slowly stood up from the ground and asked, So, what is it that you want me to do, Brother Wang? Wang Zhe grinned mischievously and took 50 yuan out of his pocket, placing it into Lin Xiaoya's hand. Xiaoya, I know you've climbed up high now and looked down on me, but we've known each other for a long time. You can't just cut me off completely. I won't make things difficult for you either. As long as you help me when I need it in the future, I'll give you 50 yuan every month, and I promise I won't go telling anyone about us. He really didn't want to lose Lin Xiaoya. Her face immediately showed shock, and she felt a wave of nausea. She shouted angrily, What do you think I am? I won't have anything to do with you anymore. After saying that, she her hand away from Wang Zhe and turned to leave. She knew what Wang Zhe was asking for, something like this. She always knew this wouldn't be easy to deal with. But Wang Zhe grabbed her arm firmly. Don't refuse and then regret it. If you don't agree, I'll go straight to Qiao Yanchu now. Tell him everything about us. Do you think he'd want you if he knew you were a reckless woman? Lin Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. She knew Wang Zhe was a scoundrel who would do anything. She cannot let Wang Zhe ruin her current life. She needs to find a way to get rid of him. But at the moment, she has no real options. If she refuses Wang Zhe, he might go to Qiao Yanchu and spread rumors, which she cannot allow. Lin Xiaoya clenched her teeth in anger and hated Wang Zhe deeply. She could only agree to him temporarily and think of a plan later. She clenched her fists and said, Fine, I can agree, but please keep your promise. Wang Zhe rubbed his hands together and immediately wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoya's waist. Since you agreed, I won't say anything careless. Lin Xiaoya endured her disgust and didn't move away. Can I leave now? Wang Zhe chuckled softly, and his hand moved down along Lin Xiaoya's waist until she felt her bottom being roughly pinched. Wang Zhe said, That won't do. You made me angry earlier, so you should help me cool down. Lin Xiaoya felt even more sick but couldn't refuse. Then let's change places. She clenched her teeth tightly, determined to find a way to get rid of Wang Zhe and not let this beast ruin her life. Meanwhile, at the Fong family home, Fong Hong, with swollen eyes, was busy in the kitchen. She served the cooked porridge into a ceramic bowl and carried it into the room. On the bed, a middle-aged woman lay there, her face pale and lacking color, looking near death, as if her life was about to run out. This woman was Fong Hong's biological mother, Chen Huijun. Fong Hong gently blew on the hot porridge to cool it, then scooped a small amount with a spoon, tested the temperature by bringing it to her lips. After confirming it wasn't hot, she sat by the bed and fed the porridge to her mother spoon by spoon. Her mother took a few sips but refused to drink more. Fong Hong saw she had only eaten a little and scooped another spoonful. "Mom, you haven't eaten much today. I cooked this porridge for a long time. Please have some." Her mother shook her head. "I really can't eat anymore." Fong Hong sighed and didn't insist. She put down the bowl, took her mother's hand, and softly said, "Mom, as long as you rest well, you'll get better." Her mother forced herself to sit up. Seeing this, Fong Hong immediately placed a pillow behind her back. Her mother sighed, knowing her illness well and understanding that Fong Hong was comforting her. Now, with the current situation at home, even if her illness could be cured, there was no money left to go to the hospital. Mrs. Fong gently touched Fong Hong's cheek, looking at her swollen eyes with concern. "You look so tired from crying. You don't look pretty anymore." Fong Hong immediately started crying again. In the past few days, she hadn't slept well at all. Just thinking about her mother's illness made her break down. She blamed herself for not having enough money to take her mother to the hospital and hated her father for being the way he was. Their family used to be happy and warm, but now everything had changed. When did her father start having another woman outside? It must have been when she was very young, right? After all, that illegitimate daughter is only 2 years younger than her. Thinking about that cruel mother and daughter pair, Fong Hong's anger kept growing. Her mother already had a heart condition and couldn't handle stress. Yet, those women kept provoking her, hoping her mother would die sooner. "Mom, it's all my fault. I can't protect you." Fong Hong leaned on the bed, tears soaking the sheets. Mrs. Fong patted her back gently and comforted her. "It's not your fault, dear. Don't blame yourself." Suddenly, there was noise outside the door. Surely that wicked woman had returned. Fong Hong wiped her tears and saw a flamboyantly dressed, middle-aged woman storm into Mrs. Fong's room. This woman was the outside lover of Fong Hong's father, also Lin Xiaoya's biological mother, Lu Xuejung. Lu Xuejung looked at Mrs. Fong with a hint of disdain. "Oh, so this old woman isn't dead yet?"
Fong Hong sans giflard.
"What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see your mom." Lu Xuejung sat on the bed, pretending to be kind. "Big sister, are you feeling better?" Mrs. Fong looked at her coldly. "There's no need for false kindness. We don't welcome you. Leave now." Mrs. Fong was visibly upset. Fong Hong hurried over to pat her back, worried her heart condition might worsen. "Mom, don't be angry. This wicked woman isn't worth it." Lu Xuejung sneered. "Big sister, don't be so cold. I am your husband's woman and, in a way, your sister. It's only right I care about you. You're not my sister." Fong Hong pushed Lu Xuejung away. "Get out of here." Lu Xuejung glared at Fong Hong. "Humph, you reckless fool. How dare you speak to me like that?" She raised her hand and slapped Fong Hong's face. Soon, her fair cheek bore a red handprint. Fong's mother saw her precious daughter being hit and, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately got out of bed, rushing at Lu Xuejung to hit and scratch her. "How dare you, you wicked woman. How can you hurt my daughter? I won't allow it." Lu Xuejung let out a cry and pushed Fong's mother to the ground. Although the old woman was sick, she still had some strength, and the push made her hurt badly. "Big sister, just be angry. Getting angry is good for your health." She didn't bother to argue with this old woman. After saying that, Lu Xuejung looked at Fong Hong. "Humph. Wait until your father comes back. You'll have a tough time." Then she turned and left. Fong's mother pointed at her back, clutching her chest and gasping heavily.
You,
because she was too upset. Her heart condition flared up again. Fong Hong quickly helped her up and said, "Mom, I'll take you to the hospital now. As for the costs, she would find a way." It had been a while since the new year, and Qiao and Jiang he were also ready to return to Xiaoxi village. When the Qiao family learned they were leaving, they were very reluctant. especially her brothers, who wished they could go back with her. Xiaoan said, "Are you guys my dowry?" The three brothers thought about it and were the first to speak. "That sounds okay. I just want to go back with you." They missed not only Xiaoan but also the delicious food Lu Yanjun cooked. They even dreamed about it. Xiaoan was speechless. What a joke. Other people's dowry was usually things or money. Her dowry was her three brothers? Stop joking. You all have your own things to do. Why come back with me? If you miss me, you can visit later. The three brothers looked like deflated balloons. But after a brief 3-second discussion, everyone agreed that Xiaoan should take turns spending a day with each of them, so they could have fun. Xiaoan expected her brothers' reactions and sighed, accepting their idea. It was also a good chance to explore more and buy some local specialties to bring back. Then he pulled Jiang upstairs because it was sure to be very noisy later. Sure enough, he was right. As soon as they went upstairs, they heard loud arguing from downstairs. They were arguing about who Xiaoan should go out with first tomorrow. Xiaoan sighed again. Oh, life is so unpredictable, like a big sausage wrapping a small sausage. The next morning, Xiaoan left with Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Zhe watched their backs leave and felt very angry. It's unfair, too unfair. Yesterday, after arguing for a while, they decided to decide who Xiaoan would go out with first based on the family ranking. Xiao Yanchu knew he couldn't compete with Xiao Jingyan, so he agreed with this idea. But he's the third child. This is definitely unfair. Unfortunately, he only had one vote, so he had to agree even if he didn't like it. Why is he ranked third? Why didn't Mom and Dad have him earlier? Then he could be the first, and today he would go out with Anan. But if Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yanchu didn't go out first, wouldn't he be left out? Why can't he go first, then Xiao Jingyan, then Xiao Yanchu?
Ugh.
So complicated. Xiao Zhe got so tangled up that he sat on the sofa, thinking hard but couldn't find an answer. He even wondered whether the chicken or the egg came first. Jiang He saw him looking so serious and thought he must be thinking about work. She didn't know what the problem was, but it seemed really difficult. They had been thinking for hours, but Jiang He, who didn't understand medicine, couldn't help him solve the problem. The next day, it was finally Xiao Yanchu's turn. He got ready early, already prepared to leave as soon as Xiaoan woke up. When he heard movement upstairs, he thought Xiaoan was coming down, but it was actually Xiao Zhe with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Seeing him like that, Xiao Yanchu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Did you go out last night like a thief?" Xiao Zhe passed by him in a gloomy tone, saying, "Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Xiao Yanchu felt a cold wind and shivered. He didn't expect Xiao Zhe to be thinking about such a simple question, showing his intelligence. Of course, the chicken came first. Without a chicken, where would the egg come from? Zhou returned and strongly disagreed with this statement, saying, "A chicken doesn't hatch from an egg? Without an egg, where does the chicken come from?" Zhou Yanchu's intelligence level is extremely low. This made him start to think deeply. Without eggs, there are no chickens. But without chickens, where do the eggs come from? The two sat on the sofa, lost in thought. At this moment, Zhou also came downstairs. She had overheard their discussion earlier. Seeing Zhou, she thought he probably didn't want to find an answer and was having trouble sleeping. This question is neither simple nor difficult. Different people have different opinions and explanations. Zhou poured herself a glass of milk and sat on the sofa, offering her answer from a biological perspective. According to evolution theory, chickens gradually evolved from other animals. During evolution, there was a stage when a creature similar to a chicken appeared, but it might not have been fully like modern chickens. This creature probably laid reproductive cells similar to eggs, which, through genetic changes and mutations, eventually developed into the eggs of modern chickens. Zhou and Zhou Yanchu's eyes brightened. As expected of my sister. She answered our question in just one sentence. Zhou and... She continued, but that's just from a biological point of view. Some people think this question is a logical paradox, because it has no clear starting point or end. Chickens and eggs depend on each other. Without chickens, no eggs. Without eggs, no chickens. It's like asking which came first, the seed or the plant.
They exist at the same time.
People have different opinions and ideas. Wait, why is she discussing such an unimportant topic with them? Joe's confusion was resolved, and he suddenly felt much lighter, as if he had completed an important mission. He didn't sleep well last night and decided to go upstairs for a nap, so he could go out with Joan and have fun all day tomorrow. Joan was getting ready to leave with Jo Yen-chu after finishing her preparations. Jo Yen-chu had already planned the places to visit today. First, they would eat, then go to those fun and beautiful places with lots of delicious food, especially the department stores. Girls love to look beautiful, and her sister is no exception. She plans to buy a few more pretty dresses. Then, she will set aside half an hour to take Joanne to meet his so-called partner. After that, they will go to watch a movie, and on the way back in the evening, they will have dinner together. The plan is perfect. Since today she is going to meet Jo Yenchu's sister, Lin Xiaoya knows how important that person is to him. She naturally doesn't dare to slack off. So, she left early in the morning. They agreed to meet at the same restaurant as last time. She waited alone, from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m., but the person never showed up. She was getting impatient, but what could she do? She couldn't criticize Jo Yenchu harshly, as he was the one protecting her happy life. No matter how angry she was, she had to hold back. Meanwhile, Jo Yenchu was calmly loading all the beautiful dresses he bought for Joanne from the department store into the back seat of the car. He was deliberately making Lin Xiaoya wait. After all, she made Nan wait so long last time. Although there was a reason, he still felt Lin Xiaoya was lying. There was a family issue, and her mother was so upset, she went to the hospital. She looked so pitiful when she spoke, but when she came to see him, she was dressed so fancy and glamorous. Her flirtatious words and actions afterward made it hard to tell where her sadness really was. Originally, he didn't plan to arrange for her to meet Joan today. But when he thought about how Joan had doubted him last time, thinking he had no partner and just wanted to trick her out, he decided to prove himself. So, he planned to take that half hour to meet Lin Xiaoya. Joan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the back seat full of clothes, and thought it was a bit much. Second brother, you're eager to buy everything from the department store like you're stocking up. Jo Yenchu didn't think it was a big deal. Is this a lot? I think it's not enough. Clothes are meant to be worn. His words were rough but reasonable. But just 2 or 3 sets are enough. I already have so many clothes in my closet, I can't wear them all. Jo Yenchu said, if you can't wear them all, just change. Sit properly now. We're going to meet her, eat dinner there, watch a movie, and then go home. Joan immediately sat up straight. Fine. Since he already bought the clothes, there's no point in returning them. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. As the car stopped, Chow and immediately slipped out. Second brother, there's a place selling roasted sweet potatoes over there. I haven't had this in a long time. I'll buy a few. Chow Yen-chu also got out of the car. I'll go with you. Chow and waved his hand. No need. You go ahead first. I'll come over after I buy them. All right. Chow Yen-chu didn't say anything more and went into the restaurant first. He looked around but didn't see Lin Xiaoyu. He only saw a bag on a chair, which he recognized as hers since she had carried it. Maybe she went to the bathroom. He walked a few steps over, sat down, and just a few minutes later, Chow returned with the roasted sweet potatoes. I bought 3. Here. Chow Yen-chu took them, peeled off the blackened skin from the outside, and handed one back to Chow, and Chow was still eating her own, and took another one. She looked at the peeled sweet potato, and then at Chow Yen-chu. Aren't you going to eat? Chow Yen-chu shook his head. It's too sweet. I don't like it. You can have it. Since he said that, Chow didn't refuse. She took a big bite. This smells really good. This scene was seen by Lin Xiaoyu, who had just come back from the bathroom. She clenched her fists, stomped her feet, gritted her teeth in anger, and furiously stormed forward, slapping the roasted sweet potato out of Chow-an's hand onto the ground. Chow-an was happily eating and was about to take another bite when suddenly, the sweet potato was knocked to the ground. She was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she immediately got angry. She looked up and saw it was Lin Xiaoyu. I can't believe there's such a useless person. Turns out it's you, you fool. No wonder. Lin Xiaoyu was even angrier after being scolded like that. She pointed at Xiao and shouted, "How can you be so cheap? You already have one at home, and you want to have another outside. What? One man isn't enough for you, so you need two? I usually don't care about your nonsense. But how dare you try to my man? You're so unfaithful and shameless, like a sly fox. Don't you have any shame?" Lin Xiaoyu's voice was loud, and people nearby quickly noticed what was happening. Oh my god, is this a case of catching someone cheating? Didn't you hear what that older sister said? That young girl is already married, yet she's out trying to attract other men. She just happened to flirt with her husband. That young girl is fair and pretty, and her clothes don't look like they come from a poor family. How could she do such shameful things? It's really embarrassing. People only see the surface and don't know what's inside. From her innocent look, who could guess she's capable of such shameless acts behind the scenes? The crowd's gossip grew louder, and some people started scolding Qiaoan for being shameless. Lin Xiaoya was very pleased to hear this. She lifted her head proudly and looked at Qiaoan with a smug smile. It felt so good. She finally got back at Qiaoan for embarrassing her at the department store last time. So, what if her family is rich, doing such disgraceful things, and still being looked down upon by everyone? She had the nerve to flirt with her man, thinking she was untouchable. Qiaoan, I tell you, my Yanchu isn't someone you can easily reach, like you. Before Lin Xiaoya could finish, she suddenly heard a loud slap. Everyone fell silent instantly. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She covered her burning face and looked at Yanchu in disbelief. "Yanchu, why did you hit me?" But she was met with another slap. Yanchu hit her with full force. Lin Xiaoya's face quickly turned red and swollen, and she cried from the pain. "I didn't say anything wrong. What's wrong with you? Why did you hit me for no reason?" Lin Xiaoya was sure she hadn't done anything wrong. Maybe she thought her words about Qiaoan were too rude, and he didn't like women who cursed. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoya suddenly understood. She hurriedly apologized to Yanchu. Sorry, it's my fault. I usually don't say these things. I know cursing isn't good, but that woman. She dared to flirt with you. I was just too angry. I won't do it again." Qiaoan didn't bother to explain and just watched the scene unfold. From her expression, Lin Xiaoya was probably the second brother's girlfriend. She was surprised to find that the person she had been waiting for was actually this kind of person. If she had known it was Lin Xiaoya earlier, she wouldn't have come. But Brother Tu's taste is really bad. Lin Xiaoya looks pretty average, not even as pretty as Fong Hong. She's also very arrogant and proud, acting like she owes millions to someone. Old Master Yu, Brother Tu finally opened his eyes and found someone, and this is how you set up the matchmaker? You're really not doing a good job. Thinking of this, Qiaoan immediately took back her words. After all, if there really were immortals in this world, what if they heard her complaints and suddenly cut off her connection with Jiang He? No, I better not say anything. I should focus on watching the show. Seeing Lin Xiaoya anxiously apologize to Qiao Yanchu, as if afraid her future wealth and glory would slip away, she couldn't help but laugh. When Lin Xiaoya saw this, her anger surged. She had just been slapped twice and was too angry to show it. How dare Qiaoan laugh at her? You dare to laugh after trying to my man? Qiaoan responded playfully. Oh, your man? Your man sees me every day. Today, we went shopping and watched a movie together. He even bought me a lot of things, all paid for by him. And we even live under the same roof. You must be very jealous of me. She deliberately emphasized the last words. After saying this, she linked arms with Yanchu and smiled provocatively at Lin Xiaoya. Go ahead, get angry, make yourself mad. Sure enough, after hearing these words and seeing her actions, Lin Xiaoya was so furious she almost lost her mind. They meet every day, went shopping today, watched a movie, and even live under the same roof. Lin Xiaoya's jealousy made her eyes turn red. She ignored what she had said to Yanchu earlier, and with a burst of foul language, she raised her hand to slap Qiaoan's face, shouting, "You shameless woman. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." But before the slap could land, Yenshu grabbed her wrist firmly and casually threw her hand to the ground. Lin Xiaoya was unwilling, and tears welled up in her eyes. The next second, tears streamed down her face. "Yenshu, how can you treat me like this? She's just a little third party. I am your real girlfriend, and you hit me because of her." She couldn't believe that such an excellent and perfect man could also be unfaithful. Xiao Yenshu had never hit a woman before. This was the first time because he was truly angry. "Enough, Lin Xiaoya. Do you realize that the person you call a scoundrel, a mistress, is actually my own sister?
We share the same blood.
Originally, I brought her here to meet you. In my opinion, there's nothing more to say now." Xiao Yenshu's voice was full of anger and coldness, without any warmth. He had never scolded Xiaoan before. Speaking to her in a harsh tone made him feel guilty. Today, he was the one being insulted by this outsider.
It was really frustrating.
Slapping Lin Xiaoya a few times was a kindness to her. If it had been a man, it wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Lin Xiaoya stared blankly, frozen in place. She couldn't believe it. Why was Xiaoan actually Xiao Yenshu's sister? How could this be possible? How could Xiaoan have such good luck? The last time at the department store, the high-ranking military officer in uniform was her brother. Now, it turned out that Xiao Yenshu was also her brother?
What was really going on?
Was it true, or just a lie? Wait, she seemed to have overlooked an important point. Xiaoan also had the surname Qiao, the same as Yenshu. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya looked up and stared intently at Xiaoan's face, thinking carefully. Upon closer look, the two of them still looked quite similar in their features. Realizing that what Xiao Yenshu said was true, Lin Xiaoya suddenly felt panicked and nervous. She got up from the ground and awkwardly reached out to hold Xiaoan's hand. "So you're Yenshu's sister?"
I'm sorry.
"It's all my fault. Please don't take what I said to heart, okay? I didn't know you were his sister. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have said those things. Please forgive me, I really didn't mean to." Lin Xiaoya was genuinely panicked. No wonder Xiao Yenshu was so angry. She insulted Xiaoan, so it was no surprise he was upset. But she hadn't expected Xiaoan to be his sister either. Xiaoan disdainfully shook off Lin Xiaoya's hand and said, "You should apologize, but I don't accept it. This act was getting more and more boring." Xiaoan no longer wanted to stay here. Xiao Yenshu immediately saw this, and didn't want to stay either. With Lin Xiaoya around, the air felt foul, let alone eating here. "Anan, let's go. Second brother bought you 2 more roasted sweet potatoes, and we'll change the place for dinner. You definitely can't eat here." Xiao Yenshu naturally took Xiaoan's hand and led her out of the shop, leaving Lin Xiaoya standing alone. His tone when speaking to Xiaoan was very gentle and caring, completely different from before when he was talking to her. He had never spoken to her so softly before, not even once. This shows how important Xiaoan is in his heart, but she just made a terrible mistake earlier. Now everything is ruined. Has her dream of wealth and luxury just vanished? She can't let it end like this. She must ask Xiaoan for forgiveness. Lin Xiaoya hurriedly chased after them, but Xiao Yenshu had already bought the roasted sweet potatoes for Xiaoan and was in the car, waiting only for her to arrive, with only the car's exhaust fumes left. How could she catch up with a car with just her legs? She looked hopelessly at the departing car's taillights and suddenly sank to the ground. This time, she and Xiao Yenshu were completely finished. On the way, Xiaoan kept glancing at Xiao Yenshu, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He asked, "Anan, why do you keep looking at me? Just ask if you have something to say." Xiaoan was very puzzled. "Why do you like Lin Xiaoya? She's so bad, arrogant, and bossy. Your taste is really poor. And she once used her dad being the local police chief to bully a little shop assistant at the department store. Do you know how thick-skinned she is? She had a Shanghai brand watch worth 120 yuan, and she shamelessly bought it for only 80 yuan. I've never seen anyone with such thick skin, and yet you still got involved with her." Xiao Yenshu was embarrassed for a moment. I don't know why she's so bad. I was just looking for someone to deal with my parents. I don't like her at all. After this, I've decided not to look for anyone anymore. Being alone is good, free. Chowan nodded, then shook her head vigorously. No, you should still look for someone. Just not someone like her next time. Suddenly, Chowan became serious, staring directly at Xiao Yanchu. Did you do anything intimate with her? Xiao Yanchu's hands on the steering wheel almost slipped. How is that possible? Nothing happened. Joan believed him, but didn't fully trust him. Really? No kisses or anything more than that, like passionate stuff? Or? Zhou Yanchu felt a chill at the thought of that scene. He quickly stopped Joan from continuing. All right, Anna, don't talk nonsense. I've only met her a few times, never even held her hand, let alone kissed her. These things are impossible. Your big brother is still pure. Joan nodded. That's good. Just thinking about how a good person like you could be taken by that bad girl Lin Xiaoya makes me uncomfortable. Now she was completely convinced. But it made sense. Someone like her second brother wouldn't cross any lines before getting married, so she didn't need to worry about that. Zhou Yanchu said, Let's not talk about this. Do you want anything special to eat? Let's go get some food, then go home. Joan thought for a moment and suddenly remembered Fong Hong. She always felt that Lin Xiaoya had some connection with Fong Hong, and it seemed like they were quite close. Plus, they really did look a bit alike. This gave Zhou a bad feeling. Since she hadn't seen Fong Hong in a while, and the last time they parted, she said she'd visit her at her home. Today was a good chance to meet up and maybe have a meal together. So Joan said, I want hot pot, but it's not much fun with just two people. Brother, do you mind if I bring a friend? Her name is Fong Hong. We both went to Xiaoxi village as young workers. Her home is nearby, not far away. We haven't seen each other in a long time. If you don't mind, we can invite her along. But if you're not okay with it, I won't bring her. Zhou Yanchu thought it was no big deal, just a few more people. Of course, that's fine. Where does she live? Thanks, brother. Turn left at the next intersection. Meanwhile, at Fong's house. Fong Hong was packing her and her mother's clothes. Her mother had decided to divorce Fong Dong, the man she called a dog. The hospital bills were too expensive for her to afford right now. Fong's aunt, her mother's older sister, was furious when she learned what had happened. She felt very sad for them. But facing Fong Dong, who was a police chief, she knew she couldn't fight him. The only thing she could do was to let Fong Hong and the others move to her place. First, so they wouldn't be bullied here, and second, so Fong's mother could rest and recover. Her aunt's family is very kind-hearted. In a few days, she will return to Xiaoxi village, and her mother can stay there for now.
She feels at ease about that.
Her mother was taken away a day ago. Fong Hong just came back to pack her things and will go directly to her aunt's house later. She doesn't mind working hard herself, but her mother's health can't be neglected. However, she won't let others take advantage of their kindness. After returning to Xiaoxi village, she plans to work hard and send all the work points she earns back to her family. Lu Xuezheng sat comfortably in the living room, crossing her legs and sipping tea. When she heard that Chen Huijun, that old woman, was finally going to divorce Fong Dong, she was very happy. Soon, she would become the true lady of this family. She smiled so broadly her mouth almost couldn't close, and looked around at the decorations in the living room. These things are very simple, and she wondered what taste Chen Huijun had. Once she moves out of here, she plans to buy new furniture to avoid bad luck. While she was thinking about what furniture to change, she suddenly heard a loud bang at the door. Startled, Lu Xuezheng spilled her tea. The next moment, she heard Lin Xiaoya's voice. Mom, why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Hurry up and open it. Her daughter was back. Lu Xuezheng happily hurried to open the door. Yeah, you're finally back. How was your meeting today? Smooth, right? As soon as Lin Xiaoya entered, she threw her bag on the ground with a loud crash, making a clattering sound. Thinking of Qiao En's face, she was still very angry. Don't mention it. Everything's ruined. Lu Xuezheng lost her grip, and the teacup fell to the ground. What? You ruined everything? That was Xiao Yanchu. As long as Lin Xiaoya married into the family, she and her daughter would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their lives. How could it be ruined? Lin Xiaoya recounted everything from start to finish. Lu Xuezheng listened, her face full of disappointment. Xiaoya, you're so careless. You were so stupid at a critical moment. How can I not be disappointed in you? Lin Xiaoya felt upset by her words. How was I supposed to know that she was his sister? Now, he definitely won't pay attention to me anymore. Joanna is impossible to forgive or accept me. Everything is already messed up. Please stop mentioning me. I'm already annoyed, and now I'm even more annoyed. Lu Xuezheng also knows there's no turning back now. She sighs deeply, but then a thought comes to her mind. By the way, isn't the young son of the old Zhang family interested in you? His family isn't as wealthy as the Zhou family, but in Beijing, they are quite influential. His father is even more powerful than your father. Anyway, he likes you. Since you can't get Zhou Yanchu, he's a good choice. Lin Xiaoya hears this and instantly gets very angry.
Mom.
That young son of yours not only lost a leg, but he also has a problem with his mind, and he's ugly. Can he even be considered human? Do you really want me to marry someone like that? Are you even my real mom? Although he's disabled, he comes from a wealthy family. Marrying him wouldn't be a bad thing. If you want to marry him, go ahead. I will never marry him. How can you talk like that? What do you mean I should marry? I think you're becoming more and more disobedient. How dare you talk to your mother like that? While the mother and daughter are arguing fiercely, Fong Hong comes out of the room carrying a big bag of luggage. The living room instantly falls silent. Fong Hong doesn't look at them at all and opens the door, about to leave. Stop right there. Lin Xiaoya kicks the door shut with her foot, even pinching Fong Hong's hand. Fong Hong's finger immediately swells visibly, and she starts crying from the pain. Her force in kicking the door was quite strong. If she had pressed harder, she might have broken her finger. She doesn't think much of it. It's just a little pain, after all. It's not like she's the one hurting. Lin Xiaoya doesn't care that Fong Hong's finger is swollen from the door and directly asks, "Are you on good terms with Qiaoan?" She saw Fong Hong with Qiaoan on the train earlier. They seem to get along well. If that's true, she could use this. If Fong Hong can convince Qiaoan not to hold grudges, then the problem would be much easier to solve. Xiao Yanchu loved Qiaoan so much. If Fong Hong had more ability to persuade her, she would have convinced Qiaoan to support her, and then there would be no problem. Xiao Yanchu would listen to everything Qiaoan said. Lin Xiaoya felt very happy thinking about this. When she saw Fong Hong not speaking, she became impatient. "I'm asking you a question." Fong Hong kept her hands over her face, crying from the pain. Lin Xiaoya lost her patience completely. She grabbed Fong Hong's clothes and pulled her hair.
Speak.
Are you mute now? Whether I get along with Anin has nothing to do with you. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want to use me, right? Don't even think about it. I won't help you. Lu Xuezheng overheard Lin Xiaoya and Fong Hong talking while Fong Hong was in the room. Fong Hong had only seen Qiao Jingyan, not Qiao Yanchu, who was probably Qiaoan's second brother. Lin Xiaoya must have used some sneaky tricks to trick Qiaoan's brother. Otherwise, with her kind of person, who would look at her? But it's good that they finally had a falling out. She still wants to use her relationship with Qiaoan to get close to the Qiao family? Such a man, Lin Xiaoya, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lin Xiaoya snorted coldly and confidently said, "Fong Hong, if you help me, I will be merciful and allow your mother, that old woman, to stay at my house to recover. Otherwise, you all have nowhere to go. You might end up homeless, right? With your situation, you don't have money to treat your mother's illness. But I can reluctantly lend you a few dozen yuan. As long as you help me, I'll consider it a good deed. What do you think?" Fong Hong suddenly got angry. All the frustration she had been holding back burst out. "Lin Xiaoya, I've tolerated you enough." She slapped Lin Xiaoya hard across the face with her uninjured hand. Lin Xiaoya was knocked dizzy and felt a ringing in her ears. Before she could react, Fong Hong pressed her head against the wall and forced her to hit it. "You little brat. Your mother isn't a good person either. cheating and scheming like a rotten piece of trash. You and your mother are both the same. I don't say anything, and you think I'm easy to bully? You even come to provoke me. Lu Xuejung saw that Lin Xiaoya's forehead was bleeding and hurried over to stop Fong Hong. Little brat, how dare you hit my daughter? When Fong Dong comes back, I'll make sure he teaches you a lesson. Let go of me. Lu Xuejung pulled Fong Hong aside and helped Lin Xiaoya. Yeah, are you okay? Lin Xiaoya only felt dizzy and said it was nothing serious. Unexpectedly, even Fong Hong dared to hit her. Before, no matter what she said to insult Fong Hong never fought back. But just now, she not only argued but also hit her. Lin Xiaoya touched her forehead, then looked at her fingers. When she saw the blood, she clenched her teeth in anger. Fong Hong, you're getting too bold. Who gave you the courage? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Dad? Fong Hong scoffed. What is Fong Dong? I'm not afraid of him. She has no father now. She used to, but not anymore. Now, she only has her mother, no father. Lin Xiaoya asked, did Xiaoan give you the courage? Is she supporting you behind the scenes? Fong Hong spat on Lin Xiaoya's face. No one supports me, but Fong Dong? I'm not afraid of him. Right now, in my eyes, he's not even a person. After saying that, Fong Hong grabbed her things and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoya felt sick.
Fine.
You dare to spit such disgusting stuff on my face. Mom, hurry up and get her away. Lu Xuejung and Lin Xiaoya rushed out and pulled Fong Hong back inside, fighting her together. Fong Hong was no match for two people. She quickly got some cuts and bruises but kept struggling. Because the door was not closed, Qiao En and Xiao Yanshu saw what was happening. Xiao Yanshu immediately got out of the car, kicked the two people to the ground, and pushed them away. Xiao En pulled Fong Hong behind her to protect her. What are you trying to do? They had come happily to pick Fong Hong up for dinner, but saw this scene. It seemed her guess was right. Fong Hong and Lin Xiaoya had a close relationship. She asked worriedly, are you okay, Fong Hong? Anen. Why are you here? Seeing Qiao En and her protective stance, Fong Hong was very touched. I was planning to have dinner with my second brother nearby. Since we haven't seen each other in a while, I came to find you. I didn't expect to see this. Did they bully you? During this time, besides her mother and auntie, Zhou En was the first person to truly care about her. However, seeing her in such a messy state made Fong Hong feel uncomfortable inside. Lu Xuejung sat on the ground, feeling very painful. She looked up at Xiao Yanshu and said, Little brat, do you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young? Did your parents never teach you about manners? This is our family matter, and it has nothing to do with you. My husband is the local police chief. When he comes back, I will make sure he takes you two to jail. Lu Xuejung had never seen Xiao Yanshu in person, only heard about him, so she didn't recognize him and dared to say all kinds of bold words. It was Lin Xiaoya who quickly reminded her from the side. Mom, he's Xiao Yanshu, and the girl next to him is his sister, Zhou En. Are you trying to get me and you into trouble by talking like that? Hearing this, Lu Xuejung was immediately frightened and quickly stood up. She apologized to Xiao Yanshu. So, you are Yanshu.
Come in, sit down. I'll make some tea for you.
We can talk slowly. Lu Xuejung was inviting, but Xiao Yanshu didn't want to go in. Such a small place. Do I really need to step inside with my sister? Sorry, I'm worried about dirtying my shoes. And the tea you drink might not be good for me, she said. They are dirty, so the tea would be dirty too. Lu Xuejung and Lin Xiaoya were suddenly speechless. If someone else had said these things to them, they would have already lost their temper. But since it was Xiao Yanshu, they didn't dare. Fong Hong had several old scars on her body. It looked like Lin Xiaoya had bullied her a lot recently. Zhou En patted her shoulder and asked, It's okay now. Tell me, what has happened to you lately? Have they been bullying you all the time? Last time they parted, Fong Hong was a lively and cute girl. It hadn't been long, but she looked so worn out. Her messy hair and the wounds on her body, even the needle marks, were visible. Especially her hand, which was now purple and swollen, looking very painful. It was clearly pinched and it must have hurt a lot. These mother and daughter are really not good people. Fong Hong hesitated whether to tell but she was afraid it would make her more worried. Joan saw her thoughts and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. My second brother is here with us. You are my best friend. If you have any worries, just tell us. We will help you." Although she was speaking to Fong Hong, her words were meant for Lu Xuejiang and Lin Xiaoya to hear. After some hesitation, Fong Hong finally told her story. Before returning to the city, Fong's mother sent a letter describing what happened at home and her health condition. She was worried she couldn't hold on and wanted Fong Hong to come back early. At least she wanted to see her daughter one last time before she passed away. Fong Hong looked at the letter and couldn't believe what she read. Long ago, Fong Dong had affairs outside with other women behind Fong's mother's back. Fong's mother said that at night, Fong Dong often called out that woman's name, Lu Xuejiang, his first love he couldn't forget. Later, they somehow lost contact. The next time they met was when Lu Xuejiang brought Lin Xiaoya to visit and meet the family. When Fong Dong learned that Lu Xuejiang had a daughter with him, he was overjoyed. At first, he didn't do anything too extreme. It was Lu Xuejiang who kept provoking him, causing fights and even physical fights with Fong's mother. Lu Xuejiang also deliberately said hurtful things in front of Fong's mother to anger her. She succeeded, and Fong's mother's health worsened. At first, Fong Hong couldn't believe what she saw in the letter. In her mind, her parents had always been loving and never fought or argued, let alone fought physically. But people change, and she later found out that Fong Dong was a bad man. Years ago, he liked Fong's mother, Chen Huijun, but also fell for Lu Xuejiang. He couldn't let go of either. But the heart only has one. How could he love two people at the same time? These were just his cheap excuses. Compared to Chen Huijun, Lu Xuejiang was more favored by Fong Dong. She was fashionable, wore makeup, paid attention to her appearance, and looked much better than the simple Chen Huijun. Such a wife was more presentable when taken out. Compared to Lu Xuejiang, Chen Huijun seemed dull and less attractive. Fong Dong grew more annoyed with her and finally decided to divorce her and reunite with Lu Xuejiang. But Fong Hong was still his biological daughter. He had said before that after divorcing Chen Huijun, Fong Hong could stay with him, but she was not allowed to visit Chen Huijun or give her any money in the future. Fong Hong could never agree to such a father. She decided she didn't want him at all. As she told Xiaoan about these things, her voice choked with emotion. Xiaoan felt uncomfortable listening and almost lost her temper. "How can you be so shameless? It's disgusting," she pointed at Lu Xuejiang. A mistress daring to walk around proudly with her illegitimate child here. Do you know that mistresses are not supposed to be seen in public? It's so disgusting. Then she pointed at Lin Xiaoya. "And you, just an illegitimate child, yet so confident to bully others? If I were you, I'd hide in a hole. You and your mother look like copies of each other. Both of you are shameless." Qiao Yanchu also felt sorry for Fong Hong. His eyes softened when he looked at her. He couldn't believe such a young girl had gone through so much trouble in such a short time. It seemed coming here with an was the right choice. Otherwise, who knew how badly this mother and daughter might have bullied them? Just then, a car slowly stopped in front of Fong Hong's house. "Who dares to cause trouble at my house?" someone asked. It was Fong Dong. When Fong Hong saw him, her hatred was obvious. Fong Dong was followed by a few police officers. He looked proud and powerful, but his confidence only lasted a few seconds. When he saw who was causing trouble, he quickly ran over like a small dog to shake hands with Qiao Yanchu. "Second young Master Qiao, what wind blew you here? Your visit is an honor and a great blessing to our humble home." Qiao Yanchu looked expressionless and took a step back. "Don't try to get close to me. I don't fall for that." Fong Dong was embarrassed and didn't dare say anything. Qiao Yanchu knew he couldn't be provoked. His family was even more off-limits. Behind him, he had a big brother who was a military general and a father who was a commander. Offending them would be a big mistake. He couldn't afford that. He looked at Lu Xuejiang, Lin Xiaoya, Fong Hong, her injuries, and the girl protecting her. They looked familiar. He thought he had seen them before. Fong Dong thought for a moment and finally remembered. He wondered why she looked so familiar. Last time, at the entrance of the military district compound, that old woman caused trouble, and he was called over by someone under Qiao Jingyan's command to take her away. At that time, the young girl still called Qiao Jingyan Big Brother, so she must be his sister. She was also so protective of Fong Hong, so they should be good friends. Was she here to seek justice for Fong Hong? That reckless girl had this connection but didn't mention it earlier. But judging by the situation, Lu Xuejiang and her daughter caused him big trouble today. Fong Dong sternly shouted at the two women, Lu Xuejiang, Lin Xiaoya. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me today? Kneel down and apologize to second young master. Fong Dong had never shouted at them like this before. Both women were frightened and dared not disobey. They were about to kneel, but Xiao Yanshu suddenly stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment." They were overjoyed, especially Lin Xiaoya. Look, Xiao Yanshu must be feeling sorry for her, right? She was just imagining things when she heard Xiao Yanshu say to Fong Hong, "Although I don't know you, since you're good friends with Anan, you're like my half-sister. If you're wronged, I will help. How do you want to seek justice?" Everyone present, except Xiao En, was shocked. Fong Dong, a clever old fox, immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't interfere in others' family matters, but now that Fong Hong was his sister, as a brother, seeking justice was only right, wasn't it? Fong Hong finally felt what it was like to have someone support her. It felt really great. She thought for a moment, and then said, "I want them to apologize to me." Xiao nodded in agreement, thinking, And then? What's next? She waited for a while, but didn't hear Fong Hong speak again. She asked suspiciously, "That's it?" Xiaoan pointed at her swollen hand. "Can you look at what your hand looks like? This is too lenient for them." After hearing that, it was indeed too lenient. Xiaoan decided to make the decision for Fong Hong, even harsher than hers, speaking without any emotion. The mother and daughter's faces immediately darkened. Lin Xiaoya complained, "Joan, this isn't about seeking justice. It's clearly about taking revenge for personal reasons. This is abuse. Joan is truly hopelessly crazy. She is so cruel that she made Lu Xuejiang kneel on broken glass for 2 hours. Isn't that abuse? That hurts more than a few slaps." The glass could cut into her skin, leaving scars on her legs. Ugly and painful. Joan pointed at Fong Hong. "And what about you? All those cuts and bruises on her caused by you. You're not abusing her? And you even used a needle to hurt her, right?" She is sure Fong Hong was pricked with a needle. Who else but that wicked person could do such a thing? Since they used needles to hurt others, they should experience it themselves. But this glass hurts even more than needles. Zhou Yanshu thought Joan looked gentle and fragile, but she turned out to be quite fierce. Still, her idea was pretty good. People won't realize they've done wrong unless they suffer some lessons, and they won't change. He looked at Fong Dong. "If you feel bad about it." Before he finished, Fong Dong immediately said, "I don't feel bad. They made a mistake and bullied others. They deserve this lesson." After saying that, he asked some police officers behind him to find some glass bottles. Soon, various bottles of different sizes appeared in front of Zhou Yanshu. Lu Xuejiang and Lin Xiaoya were sweating nervously. They couldn't believe Fong Hong had such a big face. Zhou Yanshu even agreed to make her sister, and she wanted to seek justice for her. Lin Xiaoya was terrified. She really didn't want to kneel on broken glass for 2 hours. "Yanshu, I didn't bully her, really. It was my mom. All her injuries were caused by my mom." Everyone was speechless. Who doesn't know what kind of person Lin Xiaoya is? And she's lying? Does anyone believe her? They saw her fierce face when she arrived. Lu Xuejiang was furious that her daughter was blaming everything on her. She slapped her angrily. "I'm your mom. How can you just push everything onto me?" Joan couldn't stand it anymore. "Enough, you two. There are plenty of glass pieces. Everyone will get some." Lu Xuejiang was upset that her own husband didn't defend her. She pointed at Xiao Yanshu and said, "This is our family matter. You're just an outsider. No matter how much power you have, you shouldn't interfere in other people's family affairs. Xiao Yanchu remained expressionless and cold. I think you're getting old, and your ears aren't working well. I already said earlier that Fong Hong is my sister. Since my sister has suffered so much unfairness, as her brother, I should stand up for her, right? Lu Xuezhang was so angry, she was breathing heavily. Xiao Yanchu then asked Fong Dong, Captain Fong, do you think what I said makes sense? Fong Dong dared not say no. Of course, of course. Could he say it was unreasonable? Today, this mother and daughter couldn't escape, but standing outside wasn't good either. Most importantly, they didn't want the neighbors to see them making a joke. He said straightforwardly, Second young master, why don't we go inside? There are many people outside waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. You are kind and generous, so how about giving us some face? He already guessed what Xiao Yanchu wanted to do. But family secrets shouldn't be spread outside. If he could avoid it, he would. It all depended on whether this respected person would give him face. Xiao Yanchu was silent for a moment, then nodded and looked at Xiao and, are your legs tired from standing so long? Let's go inside. Fong Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking Xiao Yanchu was giving him face. Actually, he was just worried that his dear sister's legs would hurt from standing, and was willing to go inside. Everyone entered the house. Fong Dong personally wiped the chairs until they shined, then let them sit down. Xiao Yanchu told Fong Dong to smash all the glass bottles and then gathered them in front of Lu Xuejiang and her daughter. His cold voice sounded like a ghost demanding a soul. Can't see clearly? Lu Xuejiang and Lin Xiaoye stepped back in fear. These were glass bottles. How painful would it be to kneel on them? Just as they wanted to speak, Fong Dong scolded them back. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Whatever the second young master asks you to do, just do it. If they didn't follow today, he, who had been a police chief for many years, was afraid he wouldn't keep his position. No matter what, they had to obey Xiao Yanchu. Today's trouble was caused by them, and they deserved it. Lu Xuejiang and Lin Xiaoye, facing Xiao Yanchu's pressure, had no choice. If they didn't do as told, worse consequences would surely follow. They hadn't even knelt yet when the two of them started crying and hesitated to kneel down. Xiao Yanchu frowned slightly, clearly already very impatient. Fong Dong saw this and immediately ordered his men to forcefully make them kneel down. The glass pierced into their flesh, blood flowed onto the ground, and the screams of pain echoed through the house. Only then did Xiao Yanchu feel satisfied, and Fong Dong let out a sigh of relief. Although the scene was a bit cruel, it was what they deserved. Xiao Yanchu took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and covered his nose. The blood of bad people really smells disgusting. He stood up. Anan, let's go. Watching this for so long is tiring. Let's go eat. Hearing this, the two kneeling on the glass immediately looked happy. Once Xiao Yanchu and the others left, they could stand up and no longer kneel. For 2 hours, they weren't watched. Who would know if they didn't finish kneeling? It seemed that Xiaoan understood their thoughts and smiled. Are you thinking that once we leave, you and your mother won't have to kneel anymore? Don't worry. My second brother will send someone to watch over you. If you don't kneel for at least 3 hours, just wait and see what happens. Her smile was sweet, but her words were colder than winter. Lin Xiaoye cursed silently in her heart. Xiaoan, you wicked girl. When they reached the door, Xiao Yanchu suddenly stopped and looked at the three of them with meaning. Fong Hong, remember this. If anyone dares to trouble you again, just tell me. My brother will deal with them. He emphasized the word, brother, loudly. The three of them didn't dare say anything. Lin Xiaoye's plan was indeed foiled. As Xiaoan said, shortly after they left, several soldiers in uniform came to Fong's house and personally watched over them as they finished their 2-hour kneeling. After completing Xiao Yanchu's task, they left. Lin Xiaoye felt her legs almost give out. Many glass shards had pierced into her flesh, making walking difficult. She was naturally afraid of pain, and during the process, she couldn't help but cry out. It seemed she would have to stay in bed and be immobile for a while. She was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't move Xiao or Fong Hong, so she could only swallow her anger. On the way, Qiao Yenshu sat in the front driving, while the two young girls sat in the back. Second brother Qiao, thank you for today. I won't take what you just said seriously. Fong Hong isn't foolish. Just now, Qiao Yenshu publicly acknowledged her as a sister at Fong's house, but he only did it to help her get justice. She doesn't really believe she has the ability to have such a wonderful brother. Qiao Yenshu didn't say much, just responded with a simple, but this girl is quite clever, knowing what he means. The words he said earlier at Fong's house, those people probably won't dare to trouble Fong Hong again. Helping her good friend Enen with such a big favor will surely raise her status in her heart above those other two. Xiao and didn't mention what happened to Fong Hong anymore. Since the matter is settled, bringing it up again would only make her feel worse, so it's better not to talk about it. Fong Hong was worried about Chen Huijuan's health and wanted to refuse to go out for dinner with Qiaoen and the others, but Qiaoen insisted on taking her. Her aunt was taking care of her mother, so it was okay to go back later. Fong Hong, the girl, was anxious and worried. Qiaoen just wanted to help her change her mood. Finally, after her persuasion, Fong Hong agreed to go for hot pot. The side dishes were exactly her favorites, and she hadn't had such a delicious dinner in a long time. In the past, she could eat whatever she wanted, but since the family had gone through such a big problem, she couldn't afford it anymore, no money. When they took Fong Hong back, outside her aunt's house, Qiaoen hugged her goodbye. It seemed like a simple hug, but secretly, she slipped 200 yuan into Fong Hong's coat pocket. After all, they're friends. Now she is in trouble, and her mother is seriously ill. Money is essential. Fong Hong's pride wouldn't let her accept it openly. All right, I'm going home with my brother now. You go inside. Bye-bye. Qiao got into the car, waved goodbye, and Qiao Yenshu started the engine. Soon, he disappeared from Fong Hong's sight. After they left, Fong Hong reached into her coat pocket. There was 200 yuan inside. She had already sensed it earlier. Her pride made her reluctant to accept it, but her mother's illness really needed money. Thank you. She wouldn't take the money for nothing. She would remember Qiaoen's kindness and repay her double when she was able. Fong Hong received a package early in the morning from Joanto's people. Inside were 2 bottles, one with a powdery substance and the other with a liquid, along with a letter. These 2 bottles were brought to me by my third brother. He is a doctor and knows a lot about this. This stuff can greatly help your mother's illness. If you trust what I say, give your mother the liquid once a day. Just 1 dose each day is enough. Don't use tap water, or the medicine won't work. After reading the letter, Fong Hong looked at the 2 bottles again. She found it strange, because she had never seen this kind of medicine before. But she somehow believed that it might really be useful. Actually, this isn't really medicine. The powder is walnut powder from Joanto's space, and the water is from a spiritual spring. Soon, it was time for Joanto and Jiang He to return to Xiaoxi village. Not only did Joanto buy local specialties, but Shunzi also bought many things for him to take back. Everyone in the family went to the train station to see them off. Tears filled everyone's eyes. They felt sad and reluctant to part. Seeing them cry, Joanto also felt like crying. Mom, Dad, brothers, don't cry. When I get a chance, he and I will come back to visit you. If you miss me, you can come to Xiaoxi village to find me. My mother-in-law cooks very delicious food. Thinking of Lu Yanjun's cooking, Joe's cried, tears almost running down his face. Joanto, brother, you're so gross. Shen Ziyi leaned on Zhou Shang's chest, carefully wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Enen, if there's anything you need in the countryside, write a letter. Mom bought some things for you, and we'll send them. Then she looked at Jiang He and said, Xiao He, you need to take good care of yourself. Enen is younger than you, so you should look after her too. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely take good care of Enen. Of course, Jiang He always took good care of Joanto. Zhou tearfully said, a real man keeps his promises. Otherwise, I, as your brother, will fly over and punch you. Jiang, he looked serious. You can't beat me. Zhou was shocked. What are you talking about? Come down here. Let's have a fight and see whose fist is stronger, yours or mine. Zhou rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Zhou Shang scolded him and swung a punch at his head. Enough, you're still a doctor. Always hitting and fighting, with no sense at all. You should fight back against me. Zhou Zhe silently stepped back, holding his head, and said nothing. Come on. He wouldn't dare to hit anyone. He only got whipped with a belt. Zhou Jingyan handed Zhou and a big bag of candies, all bought and packed by him. There were many flavors, and they weren't cheap. These were Zhou An's favorites. But Zhou Yanchu handed her a gun. Zhou An was shocked. Holding it felt really hot. Second brother, you can't give me this. I don't want it. Ordinary people aren't allowed to carry guns, not even family members of soldiers. Yet, Zhou Yanchu foolishly gave her a gun. Zhou Yanchu didn't mind. Oh, this is my own making. It's not a real gun. Pretty realistic, right? Just for fun. If someone stupid tries to bother you, you can scare him with it. He'll definitely run away. Zhou An looked at it carefully. It looks so real. I can't tell unless I look closely. Second brother, you're amazing. You can make this too. Zhou Yanchu was so proud, he could hang a bottle on his mouth. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm your second brother. This fake gun was carved out of wood. He liked to tinker with small projects in his free time. Making such a realistic fake gun from wood wasn't easy. It tested his carving skills and experience. The shape of the gun was simple, but the details, lines, and proportions took a lot of effort. Adding the fake trigger, barrel, and magazine parts was especially hard. He probably spent a long time finishing it. Zhou An really liked this fake gun. But she couldn't just take it out to scare people, because it looked so real. If someone reported her for hiding a gun, it could cause trouble. But it was good for collection. Zhou An happily accepted it. Haha. Thanks, second brother. Our sibling talk about thanks? No need. The train was about to leave. Zhou An and Jiang He hurried to get on and sit down. She peeked out the window and said goodbye to her family. Mom, Dad, brothers, you should go back now. The train is about to start. Don't wait for me. When I'm not home, take good care of yourselves. Be happy every day, especially you, second brother. Don't spend all day looking for a partner just to please your parents. If you do, make sure to choose someone with good character. Stop looking for someone with bad intentions, understand? When Xiao Shang and Shenzi heard this, they both turned and glared at her. They didn't know about Lin Xiaoya's situation. They only knew that Xiao Yanchu had found a partner, and he told them himself on New Year's Eve. Good boy. To just pretend to please the older couple, he randomly found a woman with bad intentions. If Anin hadn't told them, they wouldn't have known. Xiao Yanchu felt the danger, and just hoped Xiao An wouldn't say more. He coughed a few times and said to the older couple, Cough, we have broken up. There was no relationship left at all. Shenzi said, You wait until you go back. She looked at Xiao An and her tone suddenly became gentle. All right, An, don't worry about us. The train is about to leave. Sit comfortably. As soon as she finished speaking, the train's horn sounded, and it slowly pulled out of the station. Xiao An leaned against the window and waved goodbye to them. Their figures gradually shrank into a small black, until they disappeared completely. Only then did Xiao An sit back properly. Before parting from her family, Xiao An didn't feel much. But now that they were truly separated, she suddenly felt sad. Jiang He comforted her nearby. It's okay, wife. We will see each other again soon. Don't be sad. You woke up early today. Do you want to rest a bit? Xiao An sniffed and said, She got up before dawn. She was still a bit sleepy, and just after closing her eyes, she fell asleep. The train traveled for 3 days and nights and finally arrived in the town. They had sent a letter beforehand to inform them, so as soon as they arrived, they saw Lu Yanjun and Jiang Ming standing by the ox cart, along with Xiao Hu, the silly boy. Xiao An and Jiang He got off the train. Xiao Hu ran over happily, but Jiang Ming quickly rushed over and caught him from the ground, almost being bumped over by someone. Lu Yanjun pulled Xiao and looked her over from head to toe. My dear daughter-in-law, your mother has been waiting for you. You must be exhausted on the way. Come on. Let's go home in the ox cart. I got up early to cook. It's all your favorite food. Just heat it up when we get home and eat. She turned her head to look at Jiang He, who was carrying bags of goods. Silly boy, why did you buy so many things? You're wasting money, Jiang He replied, and my mother-in-law specially bought these local specialties for you. Lu Yanjun quickly took several bags from his hands. As expected of my daughter-in-law, you're thoughtful. My mother-in-law is also very kind. Do you think your mom and the others like the sauces I made? If they do, I'll make more and send them to you later. Jiang He was used to this. He knew very well that Lu Yanjun had double standards. Qiaoan thought about the scene where Qiao Zhe was crying and drooling and almost laughed. My family really likes the things you make. They always praise you. Lu Yanjun also smiled. Good, then I'll make more and send them to them later. Everyone happily chatted as they got on the ox cart. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at the village. Many villagers saw Qiaoan and Jiang He and started to greet them. Hey, isn't that Qiao and Jiang He? You two just came back from the big city. Jiang He is the city fun? There must be many new and interesting things, right? If I had the chance, I'd like to see it too. Come on, Jiang He is lucky. He's hardworking and will definitely move his whole family to the city someday. You're farming every day. How long will that last? Huh? Many people came to say hello. Some of the young workers had returned a day earlier than Qiaoan, including Lin Xiaoya. Seeing how warmly the villagers greeted Qiao and made her feel uncomfortable. When she returned yesterday, no one greeted her. She scoffed and left quickly. Qiaoan had been chatting with Lu Yanjun all the way. Lu Yanjun held her small hand and said, I missed you so much while you were away. Qiaoan chuckled, occasionally leaning her head against her. They say a day apart feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for so long. It's like many, many autumns. I missed you too. Lu Yanjun couldn't help but smile. You're such a sweet talker. They talked and laughed as they entered the courtyard, closing the gate behind them. Jiang He. So he was just an outsider. No. Jiang He turned his head and looked at Jiang Ming, Xiaohu, who was also left outside the gate. Actually, there were 3 of them. He sighed helplessly, pushed the door open, and went inside. In the kitchen, a figure was busy working. Joan looked inside and saw a slightly chubby woman. She seemed unfamiliar. Could she be a relative of the Zhang family? Curious, Joan watched as the woman quickly ran out of the kitchen when she saw her. As soon as they met, she took Joan's hand warmly. Oh, you must be Joan, right? I've heard your mother mention you a lot. Oops, I mean your aunt. Hello, Joan replied, more confused. Who are you? The woman nodded and introduced herself. I'm Tian Miao Miao. I was set up with Ming last year, but you weren't there that day, so it's normal if you don't remember me. Yes, this is Tian Miao Miao. She had lost some weight, but dieting was too hard, so she gave up. Joan was surprised and happy. I think I remember you. Are you seeing my older brother now? Miao Miao sighed. No, not really. She had been visiting the Jiang family often, coming from the neighboring village just to spend more time with Ming. Today, when she heard Joan was back, she specially helped heat up some food. She had chased after Ming for a long time, but not much progress. Still, it wasn't nothing. Ming used to avoid her, but now they could talk like friends. But she didn't want to be just friends. She wanted to marry him. Hearing this, Lu Yanjun frowned. Your brother is like a block of wood. He doesn't get it. Miao Miao is such a good girl, and she's been chasing him for so long, but nothing's happened. Miao Miao, I think you should stop chasing him. There are plenty of men out there. Wasting time on him isn't worth it, she said. Although Lu Yanjun liked Miao Miao and wanted her to be her daughter-in-law, Ming just didn't understand. Miao Miao was already 26, soon to be 27. In this village, girls her age would already be married with children. She knew she couldn't keep waiting. Miao Miao understood Lu Yanjun's meaning, but she loved Ming. I won't give up. Ming will be moved one day. Just wait and see. I've already heated the food. I'll bring it over so we can eat. If she couldn't marry Ming, she'd rather not marry at all. She wanted to marry someone she truly liked, not settle for less. If I really can't change his mind, then I will just give in to him. I don't believe it. I can't even win over a man. Joan plans to go inside and serve food, but Lu Yanjun pulls her to sit at the table. You've been on the train for 3 days. Just stay here and wait to eat. I'll serve. Soon, the table is filled with delicious dishes, both meat and vegetables. All made by Liu Yanjun. Everyone is sitting around, and the atmosphere is lively, like during the New Year. Joan is overwhelmed by the aroma. Mom, I haven't eaten your cooking in a long time. It's still as delicious as ever. Liu Yanjun keeps scooping food onto her plate with chopsticks.
Eat more.
These are your favorites. And this river snail, your mom fished it out of the river yesterday, after a long time. Try it and see if it's flavorful. Before Joan can start eating, Jong-hee begins selecting meat for her, then throws away the shell and feeds the meat to her mouth. Joan opens her mouth happily, feeling full of joy. The dish is so flavorful, no wonder she's her mother. Whatever she makes is always delicious. Sweet Meow Meow watches this scene with envy. She also wants Jiangming to pick meat for her and feed her. She doesn't look at Jiangming, as if waiting for something. Jiangming notices but pretends not to see, focusing on his own food. After a while, he can't hold back. Why are you always looking at me? Her gaze makes him uncomfortable. Sweet Meow Meow looks at him, then at Joan and Jong-hee, and then shifts her seat closer, staring at him eagerly. Look at how happy they are together. Aren't you jealous? She's jealous, but Jiangming wouldn't say it. Otherwise, Sweet Meow Meow would say, if you marry me, you won't be jealous anymore. Jiangming, I'm not jealous. I'm happy for my younger brother and sister. What's there to be jealous about? Sweet Meow Meow pouts. You're not jealous, but I am. Brother Ming, pick some meat for me too. Joe, and just an onlooker, starts fangirling. Jiang-hee keeps picking snail meat and feeding her one after another. Since Sweet Meow Meow said that, and even in front of so many people, Jiangming feels a bit embarrassed. Pick your own. Although she can pick her own, does that mean the same thing? Didn't I tell you not to feed me like Jiang-hee does? You can't even pick out a piece of meat. Jiangming couldn't stand everyone at the table staring at him and Sweet Meow Meow. Especially Qiaoan, whose gaze was so intense that he felt uncomfortable. He took a snail and put it in Sweet Meow Meow's bowl. Now Sweet Meow Meow was happy. She started picking out the snail meat herself. Although Jiangming didn't pick it for her, he gave it to her, so it was still good. She's making progress. Before, he never helped her with food, so this is a good start. Qiaoan smiled kindly, but accidentally bumped into him. There's definitely some chemistry between these two. Everyone enjoyed the meal, chatting and laughing happily. After eating enough, Qiaoan, full and satisfied, took Jiang-hee for a walk to help digestion. Sweet Meow Meow had a big appetite. Everyone finished eating, but she was still eating, with Jiangming sitting beside her. It's not entirely her fault for eating so much. Liu Yanjun's cooking is really delicious. Not eating more would be a waste of her stomach. Although she lost some weight thanks to her efforts, she was worried that eating Liu Yanjun's food a few more times might make her gain it all back. After finishing her last bite, she let out a big burp. She was truly full now, no matter how tasty. She couldn't eat another bite. She was about to get up and clean the dishes when suddenly, a small bowl of snail meat appeared in front of her, already picked out. Jiangming looked away awkwardly. If you're full, don't eat it. Sweet Meow Meow was so excited she couldn't help but say, you picked it. I can eat another bowl. Jiangming ignored her and went to get some water. Seeing this, Sweet Meow Meow quickly finished the snail meat in her bowl, cleaned up her dishes, and then followed him. Qiaoan and Jiang-hee, who were out for a walk to help digestion, suddenly felt something rush past them. They looked closely and saw Jiangming. Qiaoan had never seen him run so fast before. Soon after, Sweet Meow Meow also dashed past them. This reminded her of a comment she saw online in her past life, which made her smile. Jiang-hee didn't understand and asked, what are you laughing at? Qiaoan said, he's running away, she's chasing him. He's so embarrassed he can't fly away. She never expected Jiangge to be so shy. Maybe soon, the Jiang family will have a new member. Perhaps Jiang-hee's sense of humor is too high. He didn't find it very funny and didn't quite understand, but he still smiled. Sweet Meow Meow followed Jiangming all the way to the field, and the villagers working nearby started to tease. Hey, Jiangming, she's coming to help you again. Every day, Sweet Meow Meow runs over from the next village to help him. She doesn't seem tired at all. TSK, she's really good to you, Jiangming. I think you should marry her soon. Yeah, she's so pretty and capable. If it were me, I would have married her already. Although they said this, they didn't really mean it. Sweet Meow Meow is a bit attractive, but she's also quite chubby. Looking at her build, it's clear she eats a lot. She's all flesh. If Jiangming married her, their family might run out of pots after a few meals. Food is very precious these days, and they wouldn't marry someone who eats so much as a wife. Plus, everyone knows about Sweet Meow Meow. Even though she isn't from their village, many people know her well. She's 26 and still unmarried. Before, matchmakers tried to set her up several times, but all failed. It's because she's strong and eats a lot, with no hint of femininity. Marrying her would be like marrying a father figure. The man might even be afraid to speak up if he faced domestic issues. Her family is better off than many others in the village. Since she can't find a husband, she set her sights on Jiangming, who is divorced. In the past, people would say Jiang's family was lucky to marry into her. But now, things are different. Jiang he married Xiaoan, who comes from a wealthy family in Beijing. Definitely a rich person. So, why didn't Sweet Meow Meow come to court Jiangming before? It's obvious. Since Xiaoan married into Jiang's family, the Jiang family isn't what it used to be. Otherwise, why would Sweet Meow Meow keep coming to flirt with Jiangming, a divorced man? But they seem to be a good match. One is 26 and unmarried, the other divorced and without a wife. Jiangming saw what they were thinking, but he didn't bother to pay attention. When Sweet Meow Meow grabbed her to help him work again, he stepped forward and snatched it away. I don't need your help. Go home quickly. Sweet Meow Meow refused and grabbed it back. It's still early. I'm not in a hurry to go back. Seeing this, the people around started talking again. Jiangming, it doesn't matter who does what. Anyway, all the work points are credited to you. Just stop pretending to refuse. Haven't they been helping you all this time? I've lost count of how many times you've refused. My ears are getting calloused. If someone is willing to help you, just be happy about it. Unlike us, no one helps us. Oh, and no one even offers us water. Stop talking, everyone. He just refuses a few words, but later, it will be Xiao Miao helping him again. He's just talking. Who doesn't want to be lazy sometimes? Better take advantage of Xiao Miao still liking him. Once she doesn't like him anymore, he'll have to do everything himself. Xiao Miao didn't care much about what these people said at first, but when she heard that last part, she felt uncomfortable. She crossed her arms and pointed at the speaker. She warned sharply, "Say one more word, and I swear I'll punch you." These people really can't speak properly. What does it mean to not like her anymore after some time? She is determined to marry Jiangming as his wife. If they keep talking nonsense, she won't hold back anymore. Seeing her stance, everyone fell silent and kept working. Jiangming felt annoyed. Hearing these words made him uncomfortable, and his voice grew louder. I told you I don't need your help. Why can't she just go home? She has to help him with the work. When Xiao Miao was shouted at like that, she froze. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm helping you, not causing trouble. She was only trying to be kind, but why did Jiangming suddenly get angry? Jiangming knew she was being kind. He looked at the people around who dared not speak and were secretly watching him. From their expressions, he could tell what they were thinking. Just like yesterday, Xiao Miao refused again, and later, she started helping him again. Xiao Miao noticed his gaze and looked over. The group of people was bowing their heads, not knowing what they were laughing at. She said, "What are you all laughing at? Do you want me to poke your eyes out?" The more she spoke, the more irritated Jiangming felt. He snatched the back from Xiao Miao and tried to calm himself down. I didn't shout at you. Go home. I'll do it myself. Sweet Meow Meow is unhappy. I don't care. Are you worried about what they said? It doesn't matter. I don't care. What are you worried about? Jiangming couldn't hold back anymore. I care. I told you not to do something, but you insist on doing it. If you have time, You should go back and help your parents farm more land. He didn't understand why Sweet Meow Meow could brush off those people's words so easily. She herself didn't mind, but he did. Can Sweet Meow Meow not hear the mean words in their talk? They said she was eager to help him like a servant every day. Some even bet whether she would keep helping him all the time. They secretly discussed that marrying her without a bride price meant free labor, and they acted like they were worried about Jiang Ming getting tired. Such treatment was just like treating her as a servant. She was kind-hearted, not as they said. Jiang Ming knew this well, and he also believed that Sweet Meow Meow truly liked him. Although these people never said it openly, Jiang Ming always knew. For girls, reputation is very important. Since Sweet Meow Meow started helping him in the fields, people around began to gossip. Sweet Meow Meow also got angry. She couldn't understand why Jiang Ming suddenly acted like that. I helped you out of kindness, and you yelled at me? Are you crazy? If he wasn't crazy, why did he yell at her? Jiang Ming nodded randomly. Yes, I am crazy. Then please stay away from crazy people. Can you go home? I really don't need your help. He reached out and gently pulled her to the side. Sweet Meow Meow was truly angry now. She felt hurt and confused, her eyes turning red. She looked at Jiang Ming. I get it now. It seems you really don't like me at all. She thought Jiang Ming at least liked her a little. Earlier, during dinner, he even picked a small bowl of snail meat for her. But it turns out, she was just imagining things. Lately, she had been following Jiang Ming everywhere, but he still didn't like her. Is this person's heart made of stone? I don't need you to chase me away. I'll go back on my own. I won't bother you anymore. Sweet Meow Meow finished speaking and then ran away. She decided she wouldn't come to this village again. What's so special about it? If she wanted to leave, she would. As soon as she left, Jiang Ming felt suddenly upset inside. He is not good at comforting women, and he doesn't often say things they like to hear. When he was with Luo Wanhua before, it was the same. He didn't want to chase Tian Meow Meow away. He just wanted her not to help him with chores anymore, so others wouldn't gossip. Also, he was a bit angry earlier and said some things he didn't mean to. Oh well, she's already gone anyway. Jiang Ming held his and kept working. Tian Meow Meow cried as she ran to the next village, where she met Xiao and Jiang He. Xiao saw her with red eyes, crying so sadly, and stopped her. Meow Meow, what's wrong? Meow Meow ignored her and kept running without looking back, muttering as she ran. It's all your big brother's fault. I don't want to care about him anymore. Jiang He guessed. Maybe they argued with Big Brother. Xiao nodded. Looks like it. But let Big Brother comfort her himself. He's almost done eating, so let's go home. At dinner, Lu Yanjun couldn't help asking, do you really not like that girl Meow Meow? Jiang Ming almost choked. Mom, don't worry about it. Just eat. He wasn't sure himself. If he liked her, he wouldn't say so. If he didn't, he seemed to have mixed feelings. Today in the field, Meow Meow said she wouldn't bother him anymore, but he felt empty inside, like something was missing. Xiao just listened silently. Jiang Ming clearly liked her, but was too shy to admit it. Lu Yanjun snorted. You think I want to interfere? I'm just telling you, if you really don't like Meow Meow, tell her clearly. Let her stop hoping. If you like her, be honest. She added, tomorrow I'll take you to propose. Don't hide it and make a fool of yourself. Jiang Ming quickly finished his rice, stood up and said, I'll talk to her. You don't need to worry. I'm full. I won't eat anymore. He then ran to his room with Xiaohu in his arms. Lu Yanjun was angry. This kid, he's getting harder to control. I really want to give him a few whips. After saying that, she looked at Xiaoan, who was still eating quietly. She smiled, said nothing, and started eating herself. People often say she is a bad mother-in-law, with a bad temper and a tendency to be harsh, as if she would mistreat others. So, Lu Yanjun decided to control her temper more. Now, she rarely argues with the fierce women in the village, let alone fight. Mainly because no one dares to provoke her. She can't fight or curse back. Joan has seen too many fights and arguments with those women, so she wants to change how she appears in Xiao Onxin's eyes, to be a gentle and kind mother-in-law. However, in Xiao Onxin's mind, she is already a good mother-in-law. There's no need to change that. What others think outside doesn't matter. She knows herself well. After dinner, Xiaoen and Jiang, he went back to their small home. After washing up, she lay on the bed. It had been a long time since she slept well, and she felt quite nostalgic. Since she and Jiang, he hadn't been home for a long time, the house was very clean. Lu Yanjun came to clean every few days and even took out her quilts to sun them on sunny days. Just as Xiaoen was comfortably lying on the bed, she suddenly sat up, her face inexplicably flushing. She remembered that little yellow book she had read before. It seemed to have been tucked away in the wardrobe afterward. Lu Yanjun often opened the wardrobe to take out the quilts to sun, so she probably saw it, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoen immediately got out of bed. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes and ran to open the wardrobe, rummaging inside. No, I remember I put it here before. Why is it gone? She couldn't find it. Maybe something was pressing on it. She decided to take out all the quilts and clothes from the wardrobe. But even after confirming the wardrobe was empty, she still couldn't find that little yellow book. Could it be that she took it? Did she see it? Xiaoen's face turned redder the more she thought about it. Oh no, she shouldn't have put such a shameful thing in the wardrobe in the first place. Now, what will she do when she faces Lu Yanjun in the future? But she tried to think positively. Maybe her mother didn't see it. Besides, the first few pages of that book were just ordinary words, without any pictures. But what if she happened to look at pages other than the first few? Joan tried to comfort herself, but it clearly didn't work. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjun had just laid down when she heard her door being knocked. Joan, small and timid, stood at the door and asked, "Mom, are you asleep?" She couldn't hold back and, with a secret thought, asked her mother. Lu Yanjun thought it was Jiang Ming, but it turned out to be Joan. Joan had never come to see her so late before. Something must be wrong. She quickly put on her coat, went to open the door, and, worried about the cold night, pulled Joan inside and sat her on the Kong bed. She lit an oil lamp and then asked, "And in coming to see her mom so late at night, is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Joan said awkwardly, feeling shy to ask. She was thinking about how to ask Lu Yanjun. "Mom, did you see the little yellow book I left in the cabinet?" No, that wouldn't do. She wasn't stupid. How could she ask that? It was dark at night. Lu Yanjun was older now and couldn't see as well as young people, but luckily, the oil lamp helped her see Joan's face clearly. Seeing her face so flushed, she tested it with the back of her hand. "Why is it so hot?" "Oh, no, could you be running a fever?" Lu Yanjun immediately blamed Jiang He. "That little brat, he didn't even notice you had a fever that hot." She really wanted to call Jiang He over and give him a good scolding. But she didn't have time for that now. Worried that Joan might be confused from a fever, Lu Yanjun hurriedly decided to go to the village clinic to find Dr. Zhang. Seeing her misunderstanding, Joan quickly explained, No, Mom. I don't have a fever." Lu Yanjun listened and finally calmed down.
No fever?
"Then why is your face so hot?" "I'm just feeling warm." She was feeling shy. "Warm? It's winter just passed and spring has just begun." "Why don't I feel warm?" Joan replied. "Maybe everyone's body is different." Lu Yanjun suddenly understood. "Really? Mom is from the countryside and didn't go to school much, so I don't understand these things about body types. But as long as you're not sick, that's good." "So, you came to see me for something?" Joan thought for a moment, her eyes firm as she looked at Lu Yanjun. "Mom, did you see my book? Why did this child suddenly become so determined?" Lu Yanjun said, "Yes, I saw it." Joan's heart immediately sank, but she didn't give up. She asked again, "Did you open it and look at it?" "I did," Joan exclaimed. She almost felt like she was going to break apart. Her face turned even redder and looked more moist.
"Mom,
You should rest early. I'm going back to sleep now." After saying that, Joan quickly ran away and disappeared. Lu Yanjun was completely confused about what was happening. It was just some language arts books, after all. Why did it seem like she was hiding something shameful? She sighed. Getting older, I just don't understand these young people's world anymore." As soon as Joan ran inside, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, supporting herself with her hands. "Oh heavens! Why did she keep asking questions she shouldn't? Maybe if she hadn't asked, she wouldn't feel so embarrassed. Joan was already shattered. He had just finished his shower and saw her kneeling on the ground before he even entered the room. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her feet had dirt on them. He quickly walked over and gently picked her up into his arms. Wife, why are you kneeling on the ground? And you're not even wearing shoes. Joan sat on his arm, hugging his neck, her face still very red. Mom saw it. He looked confused. Saw what? He said as he carried her toward the bathroom. Joan looked stunned. It's that thing, a little yellow book. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Just because of that? What do you mean, just because of that? Lu Yanjun wasn't looking at a language or math book. It was a little yellow book. How could he still laugh? Isn't he embarrassed? Seeing Joan's face, which looked like a kitten about to bite, he wanted to tease her. If you saw it, you saw it. Joan really bit him then, a gentle nibble on his cheek. He pretended to be hurt and let out a small cry. Joan snorted and turned her face away. Don't pretend. I didn't press hard. Anyway, your skin is thick, so it's okay to see something so shameful. In the bathroom, he turned on hot water and carefully helped her wash the dirt off her feet. Joan was still very concerned. She couldn't help but care. Until he said, "Don't worry, Mom didn't see it. I already put that book into my space." He knew Joan had put it in the wardrobe, but he thought it wasn't safe, so he took it out and put it back into his space. He was just afraid that one day, when they went out and Lu Yanjun was cleaning the house, she might find it. That's good. Joan sighed in relief, and the redness on her face gradually faded. But she quickly realized, no, wait. Since you already put it somewhere else, why didn't you just tell me earlier? Are you teasing me? All right, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? He smiled softly to comfort her, gently washing her feet with careful movements. All clean now. Then he took a towel and carefully dried Joan's feet. The weather isn't warm yet, so remember to wear shoes when you get out of bed, to avoid catching a cold. He carried Joan back into the room, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Go to sleep. After saying that, he blew out the kerosene lamp and lay down. Joan kept her eyes open. The room was dark and silent, making it hard to see anything. Her senses were heightened. She could hear He's steady breathing. No one spoke. The room was very quiet. Are you asleep? He whispered. What's wrong? Joan snuggled into his arms. Are you just going to sleep like this? They hadn't been intimate for so long. When they were in Beijing, even kissing was rare. And now he was just sleeping. Doesn't he want more? He took a deep breath. If I don't sleep, what do you want to do? He turned on his side, propping his chin with one hand, staring intently at Joan in the dark, with a meaningful look. Oh, I see, wife. Joan suddenly felt shy. What do you see? He said firmly. You want me? Joan quickly moved away from him. Nonsense. How am I trying to you? If I get closer, I just want to kiss you. Would that mean I'm forcing myself on you? She just finished speaking and started to regret it. He chuckled softly, clearly heard in the quiet night. I didn't expect the lady to be so passionate tonight. Usually, I make the moves and you're passive. Are you craving me? Joan's face turned bright red instantly. She angrily hit He. You are so inappropriate. It had been a long time since they last did anything, so she did have some thoughts. But He didn't seem to have such intentions tonight. Maybe he was too tired or lacked energy. She lay back into He's arms, closed her eyes, stopped talking, and her breathing gradually steadied. Soon she fell asleep. He kept watching her. When he saw she was asleep, he quietly got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Until cold water was poured over his skin, he didn't feel so restless anymore. God knows how he endured it. He hadn't been like this for a long time, and he missed it.
But he couldn't do that now.
After the false pregnancy incident, he became more careful about this. Although the chances were small, what if she actually got pregnant? In the future, she couldn't go to the national exams with a baby bump. He himself didn't really want children because many women died during childbirth, and he was afraid that Xiaoan might be the same. Even if they wanted children, they would have to wait until he settled in Beijing and was able to provide her with all the good things in life. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the black market. Half an hour later, Jiang He returned to the house, lay down beside Xiaoan again, and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, when Xiaoan woke up, Jiang He was no longer there. She woke up late today, and now it was time for lunch. After she finished washing up, the meal was already on the table. It was made by Lu Yanjun, and Jiang He brought it over for her to eat. I need to go to the county later. You stay at home and wait for me. Xiaoan took a bite of bread and nodded. Okay, go ahead. She knew he was going to the black market for business without asking. After finishing her meal, Jiang He left. Feeling bored staying at home alone, Xiaoan went out for a walk and unknowingly ended up at the knowledge office. The youth camp had been built some time ago, and the young people had moved in. It was no different from before, just a bit sturdier and with more attention to safety. Fong Hong had just finished cooking when she saw Xiaoan and immediately came out. Why did you come here? She pulled Xiaoan into the yard and said, Have you eaten? I just made porridge, but it's a bit thin. If you don't mind, come and eat with me. Next to her, Lin Xiaoya sneered, Who would eat that lousy stuff? A pot of something that looks like water or porridge, no meat, just some greens. Xiaoan, with her status, is used to eating good food. Fong Hong rolled her eyes. None of your business. Stop barking. She brought out a bowl and chopsticks, planning to serve Xiaoan some porridge, but Xiaoan shook her head. No need. I already ate lunch before coming out for a walk. Listening to Xiaoan speak, Lin Xiaoya spoke up again. Fong Hong, I was right, wasn't I? Xiaoan turned to look at her, expressionless. If you don't want to get hit, stop being so annoying. Ignoring her, Lin Xiaoya got more fired up. Has she forgotten her pain? You. Lin Xiaoya was silenced by her words, stomped angrily, and then went back into the house, holding back her anger. What else could she do? She didn't dare challenge Xiaoan. Not just Xiaoan, even Fong Hong, she didn't dare to be too rude to. It was so frustrating. Fine, since you've already eaten, I'll eat by myself. Fong Hong knew that Xiaoan wasn't rejecting her food, so she didn't think much about it. After finishing, she needed to go work in the fields quickly. Xiaoan sat nearby, watching her eat. You received the medicine I gave you, right? How's it working? When she mentioned this, Fong Hong was grateful. That medicine you gave me is really effective. I gave some to my mother that night, and the next morning, she looked much better. Thank you so much. This made her more confident that Chen Huijuan's illness could be cured. Xiaoan smiled. You're welcome. As long as it works, that's good. Fong Hong ate very quickly, finishing all the porridge in the pot. I need to go to the fields now. If I don't hurry, I won't finish today's work. I have to leave first. When I have free time, I'll come find you to chat. She said this while holding her farming tools, clearly in a rush. She was determined to earn 10 work points. After everyone left, Xiaoan didn't stay long either. She decided to go home and read. Although she had memorized everything already, there were about 9 months before the National College entrance exam was restored. That's not a long time, but not a short one either. Better to review a bit more just in case. Back home, Xiaoan looked through a stack of textbooks that Lu Yanjun had packed away in a corner. Suddenly, she caught a faint smell. She looked at a nearby suitcase. She opened the suitcase, and the smell became even stronger. It was coming from inside. Xiaoan looked carefully. Inside, there were a few worn-out clothes and a jar of fruit preserves. Somehow, the jar lid was open, and the fruit inside had spilled out. The clothes are already moldy, with juice stains on them. If left for a while longer, they might attract bugs. I don't know how this can of food was opened. Maybe she didn't finish eating it earlier? Or perhaps it wasn't closed tightly. When Joan took the items out of the box, she found a note inside. Since it was at the bottom and covered by clothes, the juice didn't soak into it. She unfolded the note and looked at it, feeling both shocked and angry. It was an IOU written by Su Yenshen when they were still in the youth commune before moving out. She had kept it in the box, but somehow, she had forgotten about it later. That scoundrel still owed her 200 yuan. Li Xiaona also owed her 54 yuan, but since she was no longer alive, She didn't want her money back. However, the 200 yuan owed by Su Yansheng was a must. How could she forget about it? First, she should clean these clothes. Even after washing, they might leave some marks, but covering them should hide the stains. Still, she didn't want to wear them anymore. Nowadays, wasting things is not good, so she decided to give the clothes to the village chief to see if any villagers needed them. Joanne initially wanted to wash the clothes first, but what if no one wanted them? It would be a waste of effort.
Besides, they could wash them themselves.
When she arrived at the village chief's house, Joanne called out a few times at the gate. Soon, someone came to open it, his wife, who warmly invited Joanne inside. "Girl, are you here to see the village chief? He's not here right now, but he should be back soon. Come in and sit for a while." Joanne took out the clothes and said, "I won't go inside, Auntie.
These clothes are no longer mine.
I can't throw them away, they're too wasteful. I don't wear them anymore. Please check if anyone in the village needs them. There are some stains on them that can't be washed out, but they shouldn't be noticeable if covered." The village chief's wife took the clothes, opened them to look, and said, "These are very nice. The fabric looks expensive, and the style is beautiful. Most villagers wear rough cloth or clothes, so such fine clothes are unaffordable for them. These stains aren't a big deal. Many families here can't afford enough food or warm clothes. I'm sure someone will want them. I'll ask around later," she said. Joanne smiled and replied, "Thank you, Auntie. I'll head back now." "Oh, no trouble at all." Joan left the village chief's house and went straight to the fields. After searching for a while, she finally found Su Yanqing's figure. He was sitting under a tree, taking a break. He looked very healthy, not as thin as before. He was now a bit rounder. Does this mean he's not starving and can't work anymore? From how he looks, he seems quite well off. He's no longer wearing that faded, washed-out shirt, but a neat, fine outfit. Two villagers came over with hoes and said, "Su Jiqing, we finished all the work for you today." Su Yanqing looked at his own field. It was good. They really finished it. These guys work quickly, but quick work doesn't mean much. It just shows they're born to work in the fields all their lives, unlike him.
Sigh. Times are different now.
He took out 2 yuan from his pocket. "Here, keep working for me tomorrow." It's still 1 yuan per person. The two villagers nodded happily, smiling widely. "Great. As long as there's money, we'll work as many days as you want. We're leaving now, Su Jiqing." Su Yanqing nodded like an elder. "Go ahead." He even hummed a little tune. These villagers used to look down on him, but now, for money, they're all trying to flatter him. They're all just greedy for cash. Joan's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. This guy is living quite comfortably, but where does he get the money? His parents are either non-existent or unable to give him money. He must be involved in some shady dealings or cheating some naive girl. But that naive girl definitely isn't Luo Wenxue. Seeing Su Yanqing like this, Joan wondered how many days he had paid those villagers to work for him. And the shirt he was wearing was definitely worth over 10 yuan. Luo Wenxue wouldn't have that much money to give him, so it definitely isn't her. Then who could it be? Joan kept thinking, but then she saw Su Yanqing get up from the ground and walk toward the youth's residence. She quietly followed behind. At the entrance of the youth's residence, there was a small girl standing. She looked very petite, probably only about 1.57 meters tall, even shorter than Joan. He has a neat appearance with clear eyebrows and bright eyes, but he looks a bit dull. He stands alone, looking eager, holding something in his hand. When Su Yanqing arrives, she quickly walks over. Su Yanqing, this is the clothes you tore before. I fixed them for you. I brought them here today. Take them back." As soon as he sees her, his eyes light up instantly. Without even looking at the clothes she hands him, he casually tosses them aside. Yuan, thank you so much. You even fixed this old clothes for me. The clothes are old and torn, but he has new ones to wear. He doesn't care much for these old clothes. Yuan looks at the clothes on the ground. She sewed them all night, and he just throws them away like that? Suddenly, Su Yanqing grabs Yuan's hands, gently blowing on them with concern. Look how many holes the needle made. Does it hurt? Startled by his action, Pu Yuan quickly pulls her hands back.
It's
fine.
Don't touch me like that.
I'm not used to it. Su Yensheng awkwardly scratches his head, pretending to be shy. Sorry, Yuan. I was too anxious. Joa, and hiding nearby, listens to their conversation and gets goosebumps. That guy really has a way with words.
Pu Yuan stay silent.
She takes 50 yuan out of her pocket and hands it to Su Yensheng.
Su Yensheng fla.
What are you doing? Pu Yuan ignores him. Take it. Buy some good food to nourish yourself. You got hurt trying to save me, so keep it. Joa understands now. Su Yensheng saved Pu Yuan's life, so she wants to thank him? Su Yensheng refuses, sounding a little angry. I don't want it. You already gave me money before.
My wounds are healed now.
Don't worry. Keep the money. He tries to put the money into her pocket but winces and bites his lip, not saying anything. Pu Yuan is startled and quickly helps him sit on a nearby stone. Joa rolls her eyes. Does Oscar need a little golden man? You say your wounds are healed?
Don't lie to me.
I know you're badly hurt. You must take this money. Don't refuse me. She forcefully puts the 50 yuan into Su Yensheng's pocket. I'll go ahead first. You can stay a little longer before going in. Su Yensheng held her wrist, looking very pitiful. Can you stay with me a bit longer? You finally came here, but after just a few minutes, you're leaving again. Pu Yuan quickly shook off his hand. I need to go back quickly, or my parents will worry. Su Yensheng sighed and said, Then can you hug me? No one else is around. The other young workers are still in the fields. Yuan, I miss you so much. Joa couldn't stand to watch anymore. Has he changed his tricks? It's completely different from how he acted when dealing with Luo when Shua before. Pu Yuan frowned slightly, but didn't agree to Su Yensheng's request. I know you like me a lot. We've officially started dating, and I said I would try to like you. But feelings can't be rushed. Sorry, I have to go now. After saying that, Pu Yuan left quickly, not giving Su Yensheng a chance to speak. As soon as she left, Su Yensheng suddenly stood up from the stone, took out 50 yuan from his pocket. Not bad, I got 50 yuan for free again. He looked completely fine, as if he wasn't hurt at all. Those injuries earlier were just for show to Pu Yuan. Although she looks okay, she's too short. How could she be a match for him? After Su Yensheng entered the young workers' courtyard, Joa finally stepped out from behind the big stone. It seemed Pu Yuan didn't like Su Yensheng at all. Why was she even talking to him about dating? Could it be because Su Yensheng saved her and she wants to repay him with her body? There must be some trick. Someone who is so afraid of death and values his life wouldn't risk it to save Pu Yuan. Most likely, someone else was the one who saved her. She needs to find a chance to figure this out. Otherwise, this girl is just leading herself into danger, and she's letting Su Yensheng live so freely. But Pu Yuan had already walked far away. Even if Joa wanted to ask something, she could only wait for the next time. She needs her to see for herself what kind of Su Yensheng really is, or else how can she believe what a stranger like her says? Joa already had a plan in mind. For now, she wouldn't ask him for the 200 yuan. She glanced at the young workers' courtyard and then headed home without looking back. She didn't go to Jiang He's place but went to Lu Yanjun's instead. But Lu Yanjun was still working in the fields, and Xiao Hu wasn't there either. She vaguely heard voices talking. Could it be Jiang Ming? He didn't go to the field? Joan called out to Jiang Ming's house. Big brother? Are you inside? But there was no answer. She hesitated, moving closer to the door until she was standing outside. She could hear the voices clearly from inside. Since they were inside, why didn't they speak? Maybe they didn't hear her. But Jiang Ming was talking to someone. His voice was rougher than usual, but she could tell it was a woman, probably Tian Miao Miao. What are these two doing secretly inside during the daytime? Joan pressed her ear to the door, listening carefully to the sounds inside. Although eavesdropping around others' doors isn't polite, she only caught one thing. Either you give in to me today, or I give in to you. Joan quickly stepped back a few meters from the door. What kind of harsh words are those? It was Tian Miao Miao speaking. Is she planning to force Jiang Ming? Is she afraid Lu Yanjun might come back suddenly?
What if they get caught?
She didn't see the door being locked. Hearing this from the corner of the wall made Joan blush and her heart race. Maybe it's not good for her to go in and stop them now. What if they aren't wearing clothes?
She wouldn't want to see that.
If Jiang Ming doesn't like Tian Miao Miao, no matter how much she forces him, it wouldn't be right. But maybe she is stronger than most men. And Jiang Ming probably has feelings for her. Forget it. She shouldn't interfere. Joan quietly took a small wooden stool from the yard, then went outside and gently closed the gate, sitting there like a gatekeeper. If someone came in and found her, or if Lu Yanjun returned early, that would be bad. She decided to stay quietly at the door and keep watch. Meanwhile, inside the house, Jiang Ming was pressed down on the Kong bed by Tian Miao Miao. He had been struggling for a while and was beginning to realize just how strong she was. Is she really a woman? Her strength was incredible. Probably stronger than a cow. Tian Miao Miao, this isn't right. What's not right? We're both willing. Oh, I have feelings, but you don't want to. But so what? Once I get you, you'll have to accept it. Tian Miao Miao was drunk, who knew how much she had drunk. Jiang Ming was almost going crazy from her antics, and she kept trying to take off his clothes. His red undergarment was halfway out. Jiang Ming's face turned red quickly, and he hurriedly pulled her away. Are you crazy? It's daytime. What if someone sees us? Besides, we don't have any relationship. Do you still want to ruin your reputation? Tian Miao Miao pouted, and suddenly his hand away. Then can it be tonight? I don't care about that right now. Then she leaned close to Jiang Ming and lowered her head to kiss his lips. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe she was actually kissing him like that. Once he reacted, he immediately pushed her away. Come on, be clear-headed. Stop messing around. Tian Miao Miao moved closer again and pressed against him. Be good and listen to me. I'll be gentle later, little one. I won't hurt you. If you move again, I might have to stop you. Little one? How much did she drink? She looked so drunk. When Jiang Ming returned earlier, he found Tian Miao Miao sitting on his bed. Without saying a word, she threw herself at him and forcefully pushed him down onto the bed. That's how it happened. If this keeps going, something bad will happen. Jiang Ming pushed her hard, trying to break free. Stop this, be clear. We can't do this. But Tian Miao Miao wouldn't listen. She held him tightly and muttered, I don't care. I want you. She was so strong that Jiang Ming couldn't struggle free. He felt like a fragile woman, while Tian Miao Miao seemed like a strong man. In just a moment, she had taken off all his clothes on the upper body. His face turned red with embarrassment. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come back outside today. He shouted in shame, Tian Miao Miao, but he stopped himself because she was looking at him with a sad face. You yelled at me last time, and now you're yelling again. Tears, unworthy, fell onto Jiang Ming's chest, warm and hot. His heart softened. Don't cry. I didn't mean to yell at you, but you did it on purpose. That's not true, Tian Miao Miao asked. Then what do you say it is? Jiang Ming replied, It's because of what you did to me. Sweet Miao Miao held his face and pressed her lips to his, making a kissing sound. Who told you not to give in to me? Jiang Ming blushed and tilted his head back. Are you saying I should just give in? From what you're saying, is it my fault? Sweet Miao Miao hiccuped firmly and said, Yes, it's your fault. Sure enough, you can't reason with women, especially when they're drunk. Do you really not like me at all? Is there no feeling at all? Even a little bit would be nice. Sweet Miao Miao suddenly became serious. Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable and turned his face away. You're drunk. Get off me. Sweet Miao Miao firmly grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at her. I haven't drunk much. Even if I did, I'm sober now. Don't avoid the issue. I just want to hear the truth from you. She was telling the truth. After all this fuss, she was definitely more clear-headed. But Jiang Ming still didn't speak. From his furrowed brow, it was clear he was seriously thinking about this. Does he like Sweet Miao Miao? He probably does. After the big argument in the field last time, he always felt a little empty inside. And there was what she said. I won't bother you anymore in the future, Jiang Ming kept that in mind. He had been wondering if Sweet Miao Miao really wouldn't come to find him anymore. If that's true, then he wouldn't see her again. He didn't want to lose her. Thinking back, whenever he was with Sweet Meow Meow, she would often say things that made him blush. He refused on the surface, but inside, he didn't seem to mind. Most likely, he really liked Sweet Meow Meow. But with Xiaohu, her son, could she really accept that? Jiangming's thoughts were clear, but Sweet Meow Meow didn't know. Seeing Jiangming so silent, she grew angrier. Is it so hard to say whether you like someone or not? Is it really difficult to be honest? You're just a coward. Hearing this, Jiangming's thoughts were interrupted, and he was momentarily stunned. He opened his eyes wide. Who are you calling a coward? I'm not. Sweet Meow Meow wiped her tears with her hand. If you're not a coward, then say something. Answer me. Jiangming took a deep breath and looked into Tian Meow Meow's eyes. He said seriously, I think I like you, but Meow Meow immediately smiled and excitedly threw herself into Jiangming's arms. Really? You really like me? Jiangming was still a bit shy. He pushed her away gently. Let me finish first. I have Xiaohu. Although I heard from your family that you don't mind a second marriage, once you marry me, you'll be Xiaohu's stepmother. I'm worried you might not accept that or might not treat him sincerely. Meow Meow thought he was about to say something important, but it turned out to be this. Are you worried that because Xiaohu isn't my biological child, I won't treat him well, or might look down on him and be mean to him? Jiangming nodded. Meow Meow got angry and slapped his forehead. I'm not a cruel person. Besides, I like Xiaohu. Since I want to marry you, I will accept your child as well. Jiangming covered his forehead. That slap felt just like his mother's. Will I really never face family violence? But getting back to the main point, since Meow Meow didn't mind at all, there was nothing to worry about. After understanding his feelings, he felt no more awkwardness. Meow Meow got up from his arms and held his face. When will you come to propose at my house? Tomorrow, maybe. She looked so eager, as if she was afraid Jiangming might regret it. I'll tell her when my mother comes back, Jiangming said, pointing to his clothes on the ground. Since everything's clear now, can I put my clothes on? Meow Meow looked at his bare upper body, and her face turned bright red very quickly. She quickly stood up, picked up her clothes from the floor, and threw them into his arms. Now she was the one feeling awkward. Well, I'll go home now. You must come tomorrow. If you don't, I'll scold you. After saying that, Meow Meow was about to open the door and leave. Jiangming saw this and, before he could put on his clothes, quickly pulled her back. Seeing his bare upper body, Meow Meow accidentally pushed him. Jiangming lost his balance and fell backward. Meow Meow was worried and tried to hold him, but they both ended up falling. Only Jiangming felt pain. Meow Meow was on top of him, and he felt like he couldn't breathe properly. His back also hurt a lot. Sweet Meow Meow's palm was pressed against his chest, and the hot body temperature was transmitted through her hand. If it didn't count earlier, then this was her first time touching a man's body. Jiangming didn't think about anything, because if he pressed down further, he might really faint for a while. You cough cough. Get off me. Only then did Sweet Meow Meow realize how intimate their position was. Her face turned red as she hurriedly climbed off Jiangming. Jiangming half sat up and pointed at her. Your clothes. Sweet Meow Meow looked at herself and saw that her bright red stomach cloth was mostly exposed. She hadn't noticed before, only focusing on looking at Jiangming. She screamed and punched Jiangming. As Jiangming just stood up, he fell back down. Sweet Meow Meow quickly tidied her messy clothes, muttering, thinking about taking my clothes off before we're even married. After fixing her clothes, she immediately opened the door and ran out. Before Jiangming fainted, he kept saying, That was clearly you taking it off. Qiaowen, who had been waiting at the door, heard the sound of the backyard gate opening and stood up. Sweet Meow Meow saw her and was startled. She didn't greet her and just ran away. Did it work or didn't it? But from her appearance, it seemed like it worked. Sweet Meow Meow ran all the way back to her house. Her mother was holding a basin of clothes, about to wash them by the river. Sweet Meow Meow happily skipped past her and went back to her room, still smiling. Her mother was stunned for a moment. Has this girl gone crazy? She walked to the door of Sweet Meow Meow's room and knocked. "Girl, are you losing your mind in broad daylight?" Sweet Meow Meow was lying on the Kong, a type of bed, feeling happier than ever. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiangming will come to propose marriage early tomorrow.
Great.
Finally, her wish came true. It was worth all the running to Zhang's house these days. Her mother's words went in one ear and out the other. She was lost in her own world. After a while, she suddenly sat up from the Kong and opened the door. Her mother was still outside, waiting. Seeing her come out, she asked, "Girl, are you really possessed?" Sweet Meow Meow excitedly grabbed her mother's hand. "Mom, Jiangming is coming to propose tomorrow. Where's my knife? Where did I put my knife?" She finished speaking and started searching in the yard. Sweet Mother looked at her, smiling happily in the sun, but she felt scared, very scared. Wait, what is she looking for a knife for? Don't do anything foolish. This girl must be really possessed. Yesterday, she looked upset at home, and she usually never skipped a meal, but she didn't eat it all. Now she went to the neighboring village and came back looking like this, saying Jiang Mingming is coming to propose tomorrow? This is not just possession, but also paranoia. Sweet Meow Meow didn't know what her mother was thinking, and after searching for a long time, she found nothing. She turned and asked, "Mom, where did you put my knife?" "The sharpest one, perfect for cutting things." "Why can't I find it?" Hearing this, Sweet Mother was very frightened. She threw the basin on the ground with a loud bang. She slapped Sweet Meow Meow on the back of her head, tears in her eyes, and said, "You can't think of revenge just because Jiang Mingming doesn't like you." Sweet Meow Meow, holding her head in pain, looked confused. "Revenge? I was just going to." Before she finished, her mother slapped her again on the head. "Don't do anything stupid. You're Dad, and I only have you in this world. What will we do if you die? We're too old to have another child. What nonsense is she talking? What does death have to do with anything? Why is she talking as if she's about to die?" "Mom, if you hit me again, I'll get angry," Sweet Meow Meow explained angrily. "I took the knife because I want to go up the mountain. Jiang Mingming really is coming to propose tomorrow. I didn't lie to you. Last time, they didn't eat the roe deer I caught, so this time I'll catch another one. We'll have a good feast tomorrow.
Just wait and see.
My daughter is about to get married." After saying that, she grabbed a handy knife and happily went up the mountain. Sweet Mother was stunned in place. This girl is really possessed. After realizing, she immediately ran out of the big yard and hurried to the village's fortune-teller's house. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was kneeling on the ground, dressed and ready. Lu Yanjun sat on his Kong, arms crossed, furious. She had just come back from the fields and saw Jiang Ming lying on the ground, sprawled out like a dead fish. Most importantly, he still had lipstick on his lips. Joan stood nearby, feeling a bit embarrassed. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have gone inside to check on Tian Miao after she left, at least to wake her up. But Jiang Minglian wasn't even wearing his shirt. It wouldn't be proper for her to see him like that.
Well,
At this point, Big Brother, you better hope for the best. Lu Yanjun pointed at him. "Who left that dirty mark on your face?" Tian Miao. She usually didn't put on blush or powder, but today she deliberately applied some lipstick when she came. Jiang Ming originally wanted to tell Lu Yanjun about the marriage proposal tomorrow. When she asked questions, he honestly answered. Lu Yanjun was shocked. You did what with her?" She knew Tian Miao was brave, but she didn't expect it to be so bold. Whenever the topic came up, Jiang Ming's face turned red again. "Nothing happened, just a little." Lu Yanjun was furious. She slapped him on the back. "From what you're saying, you're a bit regretful." Huh, that was a strong slap, making Jiang Ming grimace in pain. How did she figure out he was regretful? Jiang Ming felt wronged and explained himself. "Mother, you know what kind of person I am. It was her who tried to force me. My clothes were also torn by her. I kept refusing the whole time. She even punched me before she left, and that's why I fainted." He thought that after explaining, Lu Yanjun's anger would lessen. Instead, it seemed to make her angrier. "So, you can't even move a woman? A grown man, isn't that embarrassing?" She raised her hand again, ready to slap him. Jiang Ming instinctively stepped back. Lu Yanjun shook her hand but didn't hit him. She sat back on the bed. You two did such things, even kissed, and you're just missing pants, to be completely honest. Even if Tian Miao wanted to force him, she was still a girl. If she cried and ran to the police to accuse Jiang Ming of ruining her reputation, he'd end up in jail. Besides, only the two of them were in the room. No one saw anything, and no one would believe it if they did. After all, a grown man being submissive to a girl, if it got out, it would be embarrassing and not credible. Would the police really believe it? Lu Yanjun knew Tian Miao probably wasn't like that, but she still needed to give an explanation. However, Jiang Ming does feel a bit wronged. She knows about Tian Miao's reputation and that she is stronger than many men. It's not entirely his fault. If Jiang Ming truly doesn't want to marry her, she will have to be brave and go to talk to Tian Miao herself. It would be best if they could clear things up. If they can't, and he insists on marrying Jiang Ming, there's nothing she can do. Jiang Ming straightforwardly said, I am willing to marry her. I will go to propose tomorrow. Lu Yanjun was a bit surprised. Are you really willing to marry her? Jiang Ming didn't beat around the bush. After this matter, I realize my feelings. I really like Tian Miao. He thought he wouldn't fall for such a strong woman, but it turns out he was wrong and got a big surprise. Xiaoan smiled, her eyes curved like the moon. Looks like I'll have to start calling her sister-in-law from now on. She said it clearly. Jiang Ming just likes her, but finds it hard to admit. After talking with Lu Yanjun for a while, she left. Lu Yanjun was genuinely happy inside. Jiang He and Xiaoan have always had a good relationship. When Luo Wanyue was still at home, she caused a lot of trouble every day, arguing about this or that. Since the divorce, things have been quieter. Now that Jiang Ming and Tian Miao are close, she also likes the girl. When she marries into the Jiang family later, their family will be happy and harmonious. That night, after taking a bath, Xiaoan sat at the table reading. The kerosene lamp wasn't very bright, so her eyes felt a bit uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes and looked out the window. It was already late, but Jiang He hadn't come back. Usually, when he went to the black market, he wouldn't come back so late. Could something have happened? She quickly dismissed the thought. Such words are too unlucky. Worried, Xiaoan put on her coat, grabbed the kerosene lamp, and went outside. She opened the courtyard gate and looked toward the village entrance. The cold wind made her shiver uncontrollably. Everyone in the village was asleep. Outside was pitch dark, but her kerosene lamp made her stand out. Joan looked at the dark surroundings and couldn't help but think more. A cold shiver ran down her back, colder than before. But more than that, Joan was worried about Jiang He. She comforted herself. What is there to fear about ghosts? She hadn't done anything bad, and she had even buried a body in the mountains late at night. If she's not afraid of that, then ghosts are nothing to worry about. Besides, some people are scarier than ghosts. Joan carried a kerosene lamp and walked toward the village entrance. When she reached the entrance, she still didn't see Jiang He's shadow, so she squatted down and waited. She didn't know how long she sat there before she heard a faint movement ahead. Suddenly, Joan stood up quickly. Maybe Jiang He was back. She wanted to run over to check, but she was also afraid it might not be him. If it was someone bad, that could be trouble. But she had space to hide if needed. Carefully, Joan called out, "Aher, is that you coming back? Penin? Why did you come out?" Jiang He's anxious voice reached Joan's ears. In a moment, he panted and stood in front of her. He came back without a cart, so he had walked. Joan asked him as she opened her mouth, "Why are you so late?" "I was worried, so I came out." Before she finished, Jiang He suddenly picked her up, sat her on his arm, and headed toward home. He held her cold hands and said, "Next time I come back so late, you should go to sleep first. Don't come out looking for me. It's cold at night and dangerous. There are many tricky men in the village. What if someone bothers you?" "I'm not with you." Joan wrapped her arms around his neck and softly responded. When they got home, Joan finally saw that Jiang He's clothes had some bloodstains. She hadn't noticed earlier and became anxious. "Why is there blood on your clothes?" Jiang He looked at his clothes, then took them off, revealing his light brown skin. "Don't worry, that's not my blood." Jiang He told Joan what had happened that day. In the black market, some people were jealous of Jiang He's earnings, even though they knew his brother was the boss of the black market, Lin Shan, who also managed it. Some people are not afraid of danger and try to trick others into giving them money by pretending to want to work together. Before starting the cooperation, they demanded a 200 yuan deposit from Jiang He, but Jiang He was not foolish, so he refused. After he refused, the troublemakers showed their true colors and tried to rob him by force. But Jiang He is not weak. Even with a knife, he has fought off attackers before. He quickly beat the troublemakers to the ground. They didn't get the money, and were also beaten up. They realized Jiang He was tough and ran away. Soon someone called the police. Jiang He quickly left the scene, but the police officers chased after him. He used some tricks to escape. It was late when he returned. Without a cart, he walked home. Xiaoan listened and finally relaxed. "I'm glad it wasn't you." She then became serious. "But next time, if someone with a knife tries to threaten you, just run away. Don't fight them." Jiang He patted his chest and said, "It's okay. I can handle it. Even a few more weak troublemakers wouldn't be a problem for him." Xiaoan was so angry she wanted to bite him. "I know you can fight, but what about your wife? They probably haven't had a good life. If they hurt you when you're not paying attention, how will I manage alone?" She huffed and turned away. "Anyway, I won't be a widow for you. If something happens, I'll find another man to marry." Jiang He hugged her from behind and softly said, "Don't be angry. I got it. Next time, I'll run away." Xiaoan lazily ignored him. Let me show you something good." "What good thing?" As soon as she asked, a small bag containing something embarrassing suddenly appeared in front of her. A child's proof umbrella. Xiaoan blushed. "Is this what you call something good? I don't want to see it. I'm going to sleep." Seeing her reaction, Jiang He also smiled and leaned closer. "No, this is something I found after searching the black market for a long time. It's a bit small, but better than before. It still works. Let's try it later." Before she could speak, Jiang He kissed her cheek. "I'll go take a shower first." Then he left. Xiaoan covered herself with the blanket, only showing her head. The talented person challenges you. Although he thought this in his mind, he still looked forward to it. She might really be hungry. After a while, Jiang He finished washing and entered the room, locking the door behind him, then walked toward Xiaoan. Hearing the noise, Xiaoan couldn't help but hide her head under the blanket. Outside the window, it was drizzling lightly, and the rain grew heavier, with lightning flashing across the sky. Jiang He bit gently on Xiaoan's earlobe, his voice deep and full of temptation, and it's thundering. "Why are you covering your mouth?" He moved her hand away. Xiaoan's face was red, her eyes misty. She wanted to say something, but before she could, Jiang He forcefully kissed her. The thunder was so loud that it covered any other noise. The heavy rain continued into the late night, showing no signs of stopping. Xiaoan felt like she was about to lose control. She complained, How many times is this now?" Even if she was very hungry, she was already full. The next morning, Xiaoan slowly opened her eyes. The storm had ended, and the sun was shining outside. Her mood was as beautiful as Jiang He's. She was exhausted, more than ever before. The man who had been hungry for so long was different. The small umbrella they bought for the kids was only half full now. Creak, the door opened, and Jiang He brought in breakfast. Just as Xiaoan's feet touched the ground to get out of bed, she immediately started to fall. Jiang He quickly caught her. Her eyes widened.
I'm useless?
Jiang He coughed nervously. "You're just exhausted.
It's okay. Don't get out of bed today."
Then he placed her back on the bed and propped a pillow behind her. Xiaoan bit her lip, glaring at Jiang He like a little cat with its fur puffed up. If she had a tail, it would be standing straight. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and got even angrier. "Today, my mother and big brother are going to Meow Meow's house to propose. I wanted to go with them, but it's all your fault." Now, she couldn't go even if she wanted to. Jiang He had been out all day yesterday and didn't know what had happened. Xiaoan briefly explained the situation to him. Jiang he listened and smiled. I didn't expect that just one day away from home, something so big would happen. You should rest well at home. By the way, I need to go to the county today. If I come back late, please don't go looking for me. I will be fine. Joan nodded and said, just be careful. She wasn't worried anymore. If Jiang he encountered any trouble that threatened his life, he could always hide in the space. Even if those people saw him, no one would believe it, and it might even make them think he was involved in superstitious practices. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjun had already left with Jiang Ming to visit Tian Miao Miao's home. Since it was a marriage proposal, she brought plenty of gifts. Tian Miao Miao stood at her door, looking around anxiously. She wondered if Jiang Ming had changed his mind and decided not to marry her. No, that couldn't be. Tian's mother also watched from nearby. Girl, it's already 10 o'clock. Jiang Ming would not come, right? Last night, after much persuasion, Tian Miao Miao finally convinced her mother that she wasn't possessed, but that Jiang Ming was really coming to propose. But now it's almost noon, and she hasn't seen him yet. Hearing her mother, she started to worry. What if Jiang Ming really doesn't come? Yesterday, she had insisted strongly, so maybe Jiang Ming was pressured and only agreed verbally. Maybe he didn't take it seriously at all. But Jiang Ming is not someone who would break his word. Since he said he would come, he probably will. As Tian Miao Miao worried, her mother suddenly exclaimed happily, he's coming. Look, girl, isn't that Jiang Ming? Is that his mother beside him? My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. Quickly, take a look. Tian Miao Miao looked in the direction her mother pointed. She saw two figures in the distance, and only when they got closer did she recognize them. It's Jiang Ming, Mom. I knew Jiang Ming would come. Tian Miao Miao happily pulled her mother to go meet him. When Jiang Ming saw Tian Miao Miao, he remembered how she had been so gentle when she had touched his face yesterday. Despite her tough appearance, her words were soft. Thinking about it, he felt shy again. A group of people entered the house. Tian Miao Miao poured them some water, and her mother went inside. Tian Yud, come out quickly. You're always sleeping all day. I called out for a while, but no one responded. She angrily pushed open the door and went inside, but Sweet had already left the room. Where did this old man go? Last night, everyone knew Jiang Ming and Lu Yanjun were coming to visit. As the father, he should have been there, but he didn't show up. Maybe he went to the county office? This old man, when he returns, I will definitely give him a good talking to. Sweet's mother looked apologetic as she sat beside Lu Yanjun. Yanjun, her father probably went to the county office. He probably won't be back soon. Sorry about that. Lu Yanjun understood. Then maybe we can come back tomorrow? This is such an important moment in the children's lives. How can the father not be there? Sweet's mother firmly refused. No need to wait until tomorrow. Today is fine. That old man really supports Jiang Ming and Miao Miao. Last night, when he heard you were coming to propose, he was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Yes, that brave girl is finally getting married. Of course she's happy. Lu Yanjun thought for a moment and finally nodded. The two families sat together to discuss the children's future. Miao Miao told her everything about what she did to Jiang Ming yesterday. She also apologized to him, saying her daughter was careless and a bit reckless. She even scolded Miao Miao in front of Jiang Ming and Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun also pointed out Jiang Ming's faults. He's almost 30 and still can't find a girl. It's embarrassing. But she didn't say that out loud. Jiang Ming also expressed his wish to marry Miao Miao. As long as Miao Miao agrees, we can get everything done in the next few days. He knew Miao Miao was very willing to marry him, but he wanted to go through the proper steps. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Miao Miao nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to marry you. Sweet's mother also agreed. Yes, my Miao Miao dreams of marrying you. She likes you very much. Lu Yanjun smiled happily. This marriage was settled. Their Jiang family gained a new member, and now their family was truly happy and harmonious. But Sweet's mother had a different thought. This brave girl was finally leaving. Luckily, she wasn't stuck in her hands. Sigh. When the two old folks are gone, with Jiang Ming by her side, she won't be lonely. Both families want to arrange the wedding as soon as possible. The 18th of this month, which is next Monday, is a good day. After some discussion, they decided to hold the wedding on that day. Everyone was happily talking. Sweet Meow Meow used a roe deer she caught from the mountain yesterday to prepare a big feast. Jiangming suddenly remembered the first time he visited her home, when he saw her carefully cut apart the roe deer. He couldn't help but shiver. After they get married, he definitely can't upset Sweet Meow Meow. He's still young and doesn't want to die early. Sweet Meow Meow smiled and put some meat into his bowl. Brother Ming, I made this myself. Please eat more. Jiangming also put a piece of meat into her bowl. Okay, you eat too. In the evening, Tianyuda and Kai returned from outside. Lu Yanjun and Jiangming had already gone back. He looked scared and sat stiffly on a stool, still trembling. Sweet Meow Meow was angry and said a few words. Dad, you knew today Jiangming was coming to propose, but you didn't show up. How do you expect others to think? Sweet Mother also scolded him. Exactly. Where are you as a father? You didn't stay inside this morning and ran outside. Tianyuda couldn't listen. His mind was full of what he saw today. Seeing he was silent, Sweet Mother patted him. It was a normal gesture, but it scared him so much he jumped up from the stool immediately. Both Sweet Mother and Sweet Meow Meow were startled by his reaction. Tianyuda sat down again, trembling as he spoke. I saw it. I saw a pair of leg bones. They must have been cut off alive. Besides that, Tianyuda also saw a skull. It still had some flesh on it, soaking in the lake for a while, and it smelled terrible. Not only Tianyuda, but many villagers from their village and the nearby Shaoxi village also saw some terrible things. Everyone was so scared they couldn't sleep. Early the next morning, a shocking news spread from Shaoxi village. It was said that a human corpse was found by the lake at the back of the mountain. It turned out that a child from a nearby family had gone missing. People thought it was a human trafficker, so they gathered a large group and searched the whole village. They also checked the back mountain. The woman who lost her child was the first to find a pair of leg bones washed ashore by the lake. She screamed in fright on the spot, and everyone nearby came running after hearing the noise. Everyone saw those bones and looked scared. The timid ones backed away 10 meters or more. Some even ran back home. Some brave people, not afraid of trouble, went along the lakeside where the leg bones appeared and looked around. Sure enough, they found a human skull. Village chief, there's a skull here. Even the bravest people felt a little scared. The tall grass was hard to see through. When they pushed it aside, they saw the skull connected to the upper body bones. The scattered bones were piled together. In the panic, many remembered Li Xiaona, who had disappeared. Someone in the crowd asked, Everyone, Li Xiaona has been missing for a year, with no news. Could this be her? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak, but the guess wasn't unreasonable. Li Xiaona had vanished mysteriously. When asked, her family said she hadn't returned home. The police searched for a long time, but couldn't find her. It was as if she had disappeared from the world, with no news at all. People had mostly forgotten her. If not for this incident, they probably wouldn't think of her. But seeing the bones, the first person they thought of was her. Within a morning, the news spread everywhere. Later, the woman who lost her child found her sleeping in her own shed. Qiao and also heard about it. Everyone in the village said it was Li Xiaona. Even the children repeated it. Even Lu Yanjun asked, and do you think it's really Li Xiaona? Qiao frowned and shook her head. I don't know. The bones don't tell us much, Lu Yanjun sighed. Forget it. You should go back now. Don't listen to these stories. You might have nightmares tonight. Qiao felt cold and shivered. She looked scared and said, I don't know who did this. It's so cruel. I'd better go home now. I don't want to hear more. After saying that, she turned around and walked toward her house. No one noticed when she turned to sleep, and the fear on her face immediately disappeared. She didn't understand that it was Li Xiaona. She personally killed her, dismembered the body, and threw the remains into the lake behind the mountain. Every step was done by her herself. Although she didn't know why Li Xiaona's bones washed ashore, Maybe she was still restless even after death? Perhaps she wanted to come out and be seen to help her get revenge? Although this idea is very silly, even if it were true, no one would ever know the real story. Things weren't as advanced as in later times. As long as she kept silent, the truth would be completely hidden. When Xiaoan returned home, He was sitting in the yard reading a book. Seeing her, he poured her a glass of water. And I also heard about it. In this village, even the loudest people find it hard not to talk about it at home. Xiaoan was thirsty and drank the water, feeling a bit relieved. Everyone in the village is talking about it. The people in the neighboring village probably heard too. He looked worried. They even reported it to the police at the county. Do you think when the police come, they might find something from those bones? If they find any evidence, Xiaoan would definitely be in trouble. He suddenly stood up. Maybe I should secretly take those bones into the space. Xiaoan chuckled. You're so silly. Someone's probably watching. How could you go? If someone saw, they might say you killed Li Xiaona. Afraid of being caught, you might want to secretly move the bones. And no matter how they figure it out, they won't find any clues. Xiaoan was right. He was just too worried. His mind suddenly went blank, only thinking about whether he would be caught. He worried that Xiaoan might get into trouble because of this. If he was caught, he would admit to it.
Anive, kia anshodenti.
Xiaoan knew he was just panicking. Don't think so much. No one will find out. Relax. He nodded. After calming down, his mind cleared. Sorry, I was too anxious. They're just some bones. What could they possibly see? In this time period, not to mention a pile of bones, even Li Xiaona's complete body wouldn't reveal much. Initially, when Xiaoan disposed of the body, no one else knew except him. Now, the body had been soaking in the lake for so long that any traces had long since disappeared. The police wanted to find the truth, but it was impossible. He didn't need to worry at all. Around 1 p.m., the police arrived and took away Li Xiaona's remains, missing some parts. Although the lake in the back mountain was large and deep, they still tried to see if they could find anything else. They searched for a long time, but found nothing. The villagers were scared but watched from a distance. People talked among themselves. It's been so long, and it's almost dark. Someone pointed at the lake. Look at how deep and big that water is. I think they won't find anything even if they keep searching until tomorrow.
Don't point like that.
Li Xiaona's remains are still in there. Don't make false accusations. The older woman who had been pointing quickly lowered her hand and said nothing more. As the sun set, they still hadn't found anything. The police decided to give up, pack up their tools, and leave. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the crowd. Are you not going to keep searching? Are you not going to look for me? Everyone was startled by this. The person continued, keep searching. You'll find me soon, ha ha ha. Everyone quickly backed away about 10 meters. You're a fool talking nonsense. Are you possessed? Exactly, saying things like that is really frightening. The person was named Ma Jiao, a simple-minded man living at the foot of the mountain in the neighboring village. Maybe he just wanted to join the fun or thought it was amusing, so he ran over. Ma Jiao suddenly got angry and looked at the police. Why aren't you continuing to search? The police were also startled. Although they were officers and symbols of justice, they were still human and could be scared. People had told them he was crazy and that his words were nonsense, so they didn't believe him. But in this situation, anyone would be afraid. Comrade, stop talking nonsense and don't interfere with our work. Step aside. The next moment, Ma Jiao ran behind other villagers, looking very scared. But the villagers were even more afraid of him. As he ran over, they pushed people aside to get away. Ma Jiao squatted on the ground, curled up, and looked at the police. Don't fish me out. You guys don't need to save me. I don't want justice anymore. Suddenly, the crowd's chatter grew louder. What's wrong with this fool today? He's talking nonsense. Police officers are trying to save Li Xiaona. Could it be that her restless spirit is angry and has taken over his body? When these words were spoken, even the bravest people were scared and wanted to go home. Don't talk nonsense about spirits or ghosts. If you keep spreading superstitions, the police might arrest you. The older woman who spoke immediately shut her mouth. She looked at the police and saw they had no intention of punishing her, so she relaxed. Meanwhile, Ma Jiao kept saying frightening things. Stop trying to fish me out. I can't come up. There are people I fear above. The police officer's patience was reaching its limit. At first, they could ignore it because Ma Jiao was mentally slow. But a few words were enough, and he kept talking. His words made everyone nervous, and soon they started talking nonsense too. Was he deliberately testing their patience? It was good enough that they hadn't arrested him at first, since in this time period, superstitions like these were strictly forbidden. The police warned Ma Jiao, "If you keep spreading superstitions, I will take you back to the station and lock you up." Then they looked at the villagers. "And you all, anyone else talking nonsense, will be taken too." Clearly, the police warning was useless. So many people in the village, and everyone was talking about it. Could they really arrest everyone? Things got more and more out of control. Seeing the frightened crowd, the leading police officer ordered his men to control Ma Jiao. "Stop pretending and scaring everyone here. Take him back to the station." Ma Jiao struggled free and got angry. He looked fiercely at the police officer. "Don't touch me, or I'll stab you with a knife." Suddenly, he pointed at a clean-dressed young man in the crowd. "It's you. You killed me and threw my body in this lake. I remember what you look like. You will face justice someday." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Yes, he was there to watch the scene. Since everyone said the dead person was Li Xiaona, he wanted to see for himself. The man Ma Jiao pointed to was him.
Su Yansheng panicked.
"You idiot. Just point and say who killed whom. Watch your words, or I'll punch you." The police quickly took Ma Jiao away and left the village. Today, they gained nothing. The villagers cared a lot about Ma Jiao's last words because they believed Li Xiaona's spirit was speaking through him. They thought Li Xiaona was speaking through Ma Jiao's body. Since Li Xiaona and Su Yansheng had a close relationship when she was alive, people started to doubt him. Could it really be Su Yansheng who did it? Definitely. Why else would Ma Jiao say that? Back then, he was involved with Li Xiaona. Later, he ran out of money and shamelessly went to ask Xiaoan for help. Li Xiaona must have been upset. I even saw her hide and cry once. Not only that, later he also got involved with Luo Wenxue, that big guy. What? When did that happen? We didn't even know Luo Wenxue existed. They were secretly together. Although Su Yansheng was proud and didn't want Luo Wenxue to know about their relationship, everyone could see he was just hanging out with her to get some benefits. I think you all make good points. Maybe Su Yansheng's actions completely broke Li Xiaona's heart. She was so angry that she came to the back mountain to confront him. In her anger, Su Yansheng might have killed her. Everyone was talking at once. Even though they didn't know the truth, they still spat dirty words at Su Yansheng, making him feel humiliated. For the first time, Su Yansheng felt so much hostility. "You old women, why do you keep throwing mud at me? Who I am with has nothing to do with you. Is it just because you're jealous that your daughter can flirt with me, a city person? I have never been with Li Xiaona. She's just my sister." The women spat at him.
Pa.
"We can see what's going on between you and Li Xiaona. Any girl who flirts with you is cursed for life. Seeing you pull and tug with other women makes us sad. When we try to talk to you about it, you're so cruel and hurt us. Li Xiaona is so pitiful. We should warn our daughters not to get involved with you, or else one day, you might hurt them and throw them into the lake." Su Yansheng couldn't win against this group of women no matter what he said. They always had a reason to argue back. "Why didn't you say anything when the police were here? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you to the county tomorrow. I'll have you all taken away." Su Yansheng thought that threatening with the police would scare them, but it didn't work at all. "Go ahead. We'll tell the police everything about how you used to be with Li Xiaona." And what Ma Jiao just said, the police heard it too. Even if it's not true, they'll have to investigate you. The women were right. The police heard what Ma Jiao said. Even though he was simple-minded, everyone in the village believed that he was talking about Li Xiaona. So many people accused him of killing Li Xiaona. If everyone went to the police to tell their stories, even if he was innocent, he would be considered a suspect. Su Yansheng had never felt so disgusted. He clenched his fists in anger. Seeing this, the women rolled up their sleeves.
What?
You can't beat us, and now you want to hit us. He cursed silently in his heart. When he looked up, he saw Qiaoan at the back of the crowd, smiling at him. That smile made his scalp tingle. Su Yanqing couldn't argue with all these people. He decided not to bother with the women and turned to leave. Qiaoan stood at the back of the crowd, next to Jiang He, who kept watching her, unsure of what she was trying to do. After returning home, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Anan, why did you teach Ma Jiao to say those things?" Qiaoan leaned on him and smiled. "I just saw Su Yanqing acting very proud lately and bullying innocent girls. He's always having fun with the money he was given, so I thought it would be a good chance to cause him some trouble." Her original plan was to use this opportunity to completely ruin Su Yanqing. She wanted him to end up like Li Xiaona, dying at her hands, under her knife. That way, the two lonely souls could meet in the afterlife. But she changed her mind. Death is too simple. True relief comes from suffering. In her past life, she was locked in a basement, had her legs cut off, and was tortured until she was barely recognizable. She still remembered the feeling of being stabbed repeatedly in the heart with a dagger. Did Su Yanqing ever think about giving her a quick death? To end it all quickly? He and Li Xiaona kept her locked up like a prisoner, making her suffer every day, living worse than death, while they enjoyed it. In that dark basement, even longing for a bit of sunlight was a luxury. So, Su Yanqing is not dead yet. She doesn't want him dead. She wants him alive. Not just alive, but living well, to spend the rest of his life bearing her revenge. Jiang He thought this was a bit risky. Ma Jiao is a fool, but he's not quiet. What if he accidentally reveals that you taught him? What if they question him? Qiaoan patted him and said, "Don't worry. He's just a fool. No one will believe what a fool says." Then she sat up. "And the police won't do much to him. At most, they'll keep him for a few days. Otherwise, if they arrest someone just for talking about superstitions, not many people would be willing to speak up."